He confronted a nightmarish creature with glowing red eyes and frightening features, standing firm amidst swirling darkness and vivid hues. She announced that class was dismissed, and students started packing their things in the classroom. He urged her to get ready quickly, reminding her not to delay their parents as she left with determination. He expressed excitement about the upcoming event, noting its potential to be very interesting, while ominous characters appeared in the background, increasing tension. He asked if a psychic energy scan was performed, feeling uneasy about Instructor Dong's stronger powers and wondering if anything was found. The instructor invited student Lu to the canteen for a meal, promising they would go to the dorms afterward, and Lu responded with gratitude and hunger. Instructor Dong reassured student Lu, laughing and encouraging him to enjoy as much food as he wanted for his first meal, surrounded by a lavish spread. Student Lu praised the food's taste, asking for 5 more plates, while another student suggested making it 10, expressing a shared desire for more. Surprised by someone else's presence, student Lu looked at the abundant food before him, pondering the person's identity. Yang Yuan introduced herself as a representative from Beihai City, asking to join him in recalling their previous meeting at the martial artist assessment. She criticized him for being so protective of the unlimited food, while he insisted he wasn't there just for eating. He remembered the chairman mentioning that Beihai City hadn't had a representative in a long time and wondered about the situation. Yang Yuan smiled knowingly, suggesting he might be mistaken, explaining that Beihai City sends representatives annually, though few succeed in the entrance assessment. She noticed his muscular build and thought about his dedication to working out. He thought about how passing the assessment led to an early dismissal due to low scores, realizing their hard work often benefited others, with no one wanting such experience on their resume. She asked about points, and he explained they were the currency needed to access the training camp's resources, requiring expenditure for use. He clarified that using training equipment, consulting instructors about cultivation, and securing lodging all required points, also mentioning the exclusive military ration being consumed. She observed that only 3 people in the entire training camp had earned points, showing 3 fingers with confidence. He expressed surprise, questioning how only 3 had earned points, while curiously eating his food. He explained that points could only be earned through tests and assessments, mentioning that only those who passed the entrance assessment earned points, including Cao Yang, a rank 2 gifted martial artist from Yanglan City. Cao Yang, with the stone skin gift, fiercely prepared to fight, his powerful aura evident in the cityscape. Meng Jinhe, a rank 2 gifted martial artist from Donggang City, charged forward, displaying his speed-type gift as he moved through the water. A girl in a purple jacket confidently spoke about a rare psychic gift, while a boy holding a chicken watched thoughtfully. Xia Lin, with long silver hair and a confident demeanor, carried a cup, embodying her reputation as the strongest mentalist in this year's training camp. He promised to join her soon, remembering how Qing had always been by his side in their youth. A girl with grayish-purple hair and red eyes looks thoughtfully, raising an eyebrow as she responds with a questioning, A boy with dark hair and blue eyes enjoys his meal, grinning as he bites into roasted chicken, while a girl with brown hair observes. A girl with short gray hair gasps in shock, her wide eyes displaying surprise as she drops her knife and exclaims in fear. A girl with long gray hair nervously balances her tray while exclaiming in realization, discovering a mysterious connection with another girl across the room. He drinks from a cup while glancing at her across the table, asking if she knows the girl they both recognize. She confirms they met briefly. Pointing, she explains rumors about a 4th person who cleared the assessment, describing this individual as terrifyingly strong and skillful. A figure laughs maniacally behind a startled instructor, revealing the 4th person caused serious injuries, sending their supervisor to the hospital. Laughing, he spits out his drink in disbelief, expressing skepticism about the existence of someone like that. He coughs while mentioning truly talented individuals, noting how even Lu Sheng, the city's monster, blends into the crowd. A friend reassures him, handing over a cloth and expressing confidence, showing support as he sits at the table. He joyfully ran in the grass with a girl, recalling their carefree childhood. She told him confidently that with more time in training camp, his abilities and talent would not be inferior to others. He coughed, thanked her awkwardly, while she gestured subtly towards him. Someone behind her confirmed his identity as student Lu Sheng. She accused him of ruining the entrance assessment, stating he destroyed 18 mechanical puppets and injured the supervising instructor, now unconscious in the hospital. He told her they needed to take her in for questioning and urged her to accompany them. She gasped, surprised and wide-eyed, clearly caught off guard by the unfolding situation. He was startled, eyes wide, as someone pulled his hand away. Others watched the scene with varied expressions. He leaned forward, signaling understanding, while a surprised character with wild hair looked on, and a man beside him observed the moment seriously. He admitted nervously that he was still hungry and asked if he could have another portion to go, while others ate in the background. He paused, observed silently, then responded with a resigned, "Fine," as two men in uniforms passed by, while a startled character reacted in the background. She apologized for interrupting, saying she'd go first, and he responded reluctantly with, "All right," amidst classroom chairs. Since he started school, she observed his attitude change and mentioned he would soon receive an offer from a prestigious martial arts university. He expressed surprise, confirming the rumors about the mysterious Liu Sheng, while she was shocked and exclaimed. She laughed, expressing disbelief about another character in the crowd, dismissing the rumors and calling the mysterious person a madman. In the command and control center, a woman in a sleek outfit sat confidently while a man stood nearby, surrounded by advanced technology and glowing screens. In the high-tech control room, a confident woman gestured at the man, warning him to stop and expressing frustration over how he had exhausted half their budget. In the high-tech control room, a striking woman stated that each mechanical puppet was worth tens of millions, noting none could be repaired. In the high-tech control room, the woman explained that, after discussion, they wouldn't take action against him, acknowledging he was merely following the assessment instructions. With surprise, he acknowledged her arrival, noting she was already there, while others stood in the background, waiting. Feeling satisfied, he stated that all who passed the assessment were present now, while his companions looked on with anticipation. He stared intently, silence lingering as uncertainty filled his expression, revealing his deep contemplation about the situation. He gazed thoughtfully, with pink hair framing his face, as inner turmoil shadowed his expression, hinting at unresolved feelings about the situation. He thought about his identity, feeling like her less accomplished brother overshadowed by his genius sister, dismissing it as typical. He furrowed his brow with a stern expression, while she appeared shocked and worried, caught off guard by his intense gaze. He confidently congratulated everyone for passing the entrance assessment, while others expressed a mix of relief and accomplishment. She explained that in the training camp, stronger individuals receive more resources and assured that points and rewards would be given for clearing the assessment. As she distributed the cards, she mentioned that accumulated points would be stored on the points card. He grinned, holding up the gold points card, recalling the teacher's emphasis on its importance and proudly noting it contained 100 points. Exclaiming with a grin, he was thrilled to be in the lead, tightly clutching his card. She announced her score of 100 points, excited about receiving elite training, while he reacted with surprise. He stared at the card in confusion, questioning its white color, while his intense friend observed, puzzled by the unexpected detail. He wondered about the white points card, expressing curiosity about its unfamiliarity while ensuring it wasn't an empty card. He examined the rules, realizing the Monster Meat Canteen cost 5 points per meal, while training sessions ranged from 30 to 100 points. He was surprised by his reflection, questioning how he had become so muscular. He declared that consuming meat was the only beneficial action, while another character struggled on the ground, distressed. Grinning, he advised the child to appreciate the situation, noting his 1,000 points and warning of potential debt without their instructor's aid. In disbelief, he stared at her as she gasped, shocked at having 1,000 points. Smirking, he realized the training camp involved more than just ability improvement, contrary to his initial thoughts. He didn't anticipate any special treatment at the camp, which led him to question its true purpose as he watched his confident companion. Disappointment was evident on his face, frustration growing as he observed the unfolding situation. He showed his disappointment while frustration marked his face, observing her as she nervously pondered the situation. With determination, he clenched his fist, insisting he knew about the rumors and bribes involving students and instructors. He stated that the supervising instructors were all rank 3 martial artists, and only a rank 4 could defeat them, suggesting that polishing his vitality was impossible with such a physique. He contemplated the training camp's ethos, noting, "If the strongest have the most resources," revealing his strategic thinking. He was astonished at feeling alert and energetic right after waking up. Electricity crackled around him as he grinned and challenged, "Prove your worth to me right now." Anticipation filled the air. Wearing a vibrant floral shirt, he called out to the group with concern. Someone approached, ready to engage, The setting felt tense yet lively. He sat puzzled on the edge while she pointed forward with authority in her military-inspired outfit. With a soft smirk and a hint of amusement, he questioned her confidence, asking, "Are you sure about this?" He urged her to stop the nonsense, challenging her to penetrate his impenetrable defenses. Raising his hand threateningly, he declared that taking a single step back would have dire consequences. Defeated, he lay on the ground as rubble fell around him. Shadowy figures in the background watched uncertainly amid the chaos. In shock, he wondered why she couldn't make him pay, recalling the strange request from the one who pushed him. He sat on the ground, legs stretched out in a casual outfit, contemplating in a vibrant blue atmosphere. Mouth agape, he looked shocked while she nervously bit her finger, their expressions reflecting surprise and anxiety. He confidently stated he remembered all the memories from the zombies, his bare back exposed as energy surrounded him. He wore a floral shirt, relieved, while she stood confidently behind him with crossed arms in the modern office. He asked nervously if he could leave, facing 4 curious characters in a futuristic room with a large hole in the wall. She called out to student Lu Sheng, who appeared uncertain as 2 others interacted with the control panel. She inquired about Lu Sheng's training goals, offering guidance if he used points for instruction, asserting her authority. He thanked the chief, declining help, mentioning he had more urgent matters while others watched. Intrigued, he questioned if anything was more important than personal training from the chief instructor as another character left. He appeared alarmed, answering hesitantly, yes, while she stood behind him, showing concern and determination. He paused, looked back seriously, and announced his intention to sleep. Startled, he looked wide-eyed as she questioned him with surprise, hand on her chest, appearing curious and anxious. He chuckled, holding his stomach in a colorful shirt, while she looked unimpressed, questioning his antics. He was incredulous about the combat techniques he inherited, feeling a surge of strength and wondering if he could make his dream power a reality. In a high-tech room, a man walked with confidence while another character, focusing on a tool, seemed deeply engaged. One character laughed about a kid going to sleep, while another remarked on the lack of resources in the dorms, showing curiosity about the gifted individual. A character described the gifted person's abilities, likening him to a premium grindstone that accelerates growth, while another cautioned about the strength of the current challenge. A character with striking white hair, dressed in a military-style outfit, questioned another about recalling their past and mentioned someone named Ding Peng. A character in a floral shirt smiled, saying that thinking about him caused a painful ache in his chest. He recalled dominating the training camp, overpowering everyone, and earning the title of king while onlookers watched in awe. He noted that individuals with physical-type abilities have a significant advantage in early stages, quickly achieving combat power in the tens of thousands and defeating stronger foes. She reflected on the importance of skill, speed, observation, judgment, experience, tactics, and strategy, asserting that true ability encompasses more than mere strength. He contemplated growth and experience, warning that those relying solely on physical gifts would eventually fade, surrounded by fearful onlookers under a looming figure. He considered that this might also be Lu Sheng's future as a powerful fist emerged, striking with force against an unseen challenge. A friendly boy asked Sheng Zi if he had another bad dream, while holding a book titled Martial Arts Summary, and introducing Lu Qiming, one of Lu Sheng's friends. He pondered if gaining strength could be as simple as dreaming, while a friend welcomed him and another remarked on the fairy tale nature of such dreams. A powerful character in an orange shirt delivers a decisive blow to a shadowy opponent, showcasing determination and strength in the intense moment. With a burst of blue energy, he retaliates fiercely, his fist connecting with his opponent while maintaining a determined expression. Breathing heavily, he reflects on the rank of the fallen martial artist, regretting that he hadn't utilized his psychic energy more effectively. He thinks about martial arts and combat experience, realizing true wealth lies in improving vitality gained from his dreamscape. Immersed in a vibrant dreamscape, he practices martial arts techniques, focusing on footwork, fists, and palm techniques. He demonstrates various techniques like leg, spear, and sword, emphasizing that human strength is limited, and no one can excel in everything. Boldly declaring his strength and unity, he stands on the shoulders of countless people, surrounded by swirling purple energy. He confidently claims his martial arts journey is multifaceted, free from flaws or blind spots, embracing complete martial arts. Reflecting on his psychic energy, he feels frustrated that it remains basic, wishing he could do more against powerful opponents. He decides to enhance his psychic energy training to become stronger. He eagerly consumed the meal, savoring each bite. He sat deep in thought as a ghostly character hovered behind, representing his intense psychic energy training and desire for strength. He concentrated inwardly, urging complete focus within, while a ghostly image of himself illuminated the scene. He was encouraged to engage his inner mind and refine it, as a glowing hand reached towards his hair, lighting the dreamlike atmosphere. A luminous hand reached out, illuminating his mind, enveloping him in a dreamlike aura, lost in clarity and wonder. A shimmering hand extended towards him, filling him with an ethereal glow, as he experienced a mix of fear and awe in this surreal moment. In terror, he screamed as the surrounding darkness surged with ominous purple energy. Amidst shattering glass, he emerged determined, unleashing fierce power resonating with ominous purple energy. Breathing heavily, he stood confidently, reflecting on his progress and triumphantly proclaimed his advancement. He contemplated his progress, discussing checking his biography later, while Ellie's character began retrieving it. Lu Sheng, a martial artist, advanced his ranks to Major General, highlighting his legacy and achievements throughout his life. He questioned if his mother's cooking had improved, realizing the dish was so delicious that he requested another bowl. He proudly stated he had reached the rank of 7 martial master, equating it to the status of an ancient feudal lord. He informed Ellie that his evaluation and permissions likely improved since becoming a martial master. He grasped as a figure demonstrated techniques like the stellar body refining art and natural breathing technique, illustrating their power and origin. He noted that with level 3 permissions, he could now research advanced techniques, studying the glowing interface with interest. He opened the interface and found Divine Illumination of the King of Hell, a martial arts technique by Duan Yifeng, piquing his curiosity. Realizing it was the Divine Illumination of the King of Hell, he was left in awe, his expression showing surprise. He exclaimed about the incredible nature of glowing symbols around him, representing a powerful, unrestrained force. He identified the art as made for psychic mentalists, highlighting techniques for using psychic energy and offering battle tips. He understood the art's uniqueness from other psychic practices, revealing the essence of divine illumination of the King of Hell. He explained that psychic energy's purpose was to create a clone, mirroring the martial artist's muscles, cells, and genes. In surprise, he exclaimed, holding his bowl high, as they noticed the empty dishes piled around them. He focused on the goal of self-enhancement, ensuring no exploitable weaknesses remained. He considered the first level of divine illumination by the King of Hell, intending to strengthen his organs with psychic energy to boost his vitality. He understood he could increase his combat power but was frustrated that his base vitality stayed the same, wondering how to break this barrier to improve all his stats. He found it remarkable that psychic energy could affect a martial artist's vitality, realizing he had underestimated the knowledge built over 10,000 years. He remembered Duan Yifeng's name. He recognized that such talent was rare, reflecting deeply as he glanced back. He understood this extraordinary talent, realizing that despite exceptional individuals, the destruction of human civilization was inevitable. He acknowledged there was much to be done, holding a glowing book while a fiery figure beside him reminded him of the long journey ahead. He stood with confidence, a glowing book in hand, determined to become stronger with each passing moment. A girl with long hair emerged in a purple glow, confidently standing on a grid with mysterious symbols, prepared for the challenges ahead. A girl with long flowing hair stood on a glowing grid, exuding power and determination, ready to face her next challenge as purple light enveloped her. He admitted with a smile that he was full, lifting his bowl in a warm atmosphere. She stood in the dim room, purple energy emanating from her, ready to face the challenges. With a wrist flick, she summoned purple energy and magical feathers to prepare for the challenge. She noted the rapid progress, conjuring glowing energy in the dim light. Controlling 3 star cones was easy, she explained, and mastering 6 would make him a rank 1 mentalist, crossing her arms confidently. She thanked the chief instructor for guidance, and the instructor acknowledged her talent and effort. She pointed out a major weakness in his mental strength, expressing concern with a serious look. Hands clasped, she asked if someone had previously caused him mental trauma, her expression showing deep concern. Looking anxious, she bit her lip and responded affirmatively to the instructor, asking for a resolution. She explained the situation to the instructor, insisting the solution was straightforward. Determined, she hurried away, seeking the one who caused the trauma to defeat or eliminate them. Surprised, He wondered how he had eaten so much, staring at the empty bowl. With a fierce gaze, she stated that overcoming her mental trauma would naturally follow the defeat of the enemy, determination evident in her demeanor. Eyes wide and tears falling, she gasped, exclaiming disbelief at the situation. With seriousness, she questioned the difficulty, noting his rapid growth in abilities. She worriedly observed the intimidating individual in a wasted state, pondering if his abilities had stagnated. Eyes wide and tense, she wondered about truly achieving her goal. One girl leaned against the wall casually while the other approached, inquiring if it was over and how it went. He acknowledged her talent but noted she was somewhat soft, jokingly stating everyone is like her. He confidently added her character is better than the one he teaches. She mentioned Meng Jing, noting only 1 or 2 months remained for their teaching to conclude. She asked if he remained unchanged, expressing her curiosity and concern. He remarked that things remained the same as before, noticing the staff bringing meals to someone appearing hopelessly asleep. He questioned the situation as someone took the bowl, insisting he wouldn't be allowed to go hungry at home. He joked about students staying in dorms, while she sighed, seeming annoyed by his remarks. He asked if she would keep using him as a grindstone. She rejected the idea, saying he wasn't even fit to be a stepping stone. She urged him to train Meng Jing, warning Sha Lin might injure him during the assessment. He smirked, unfazed by them. Wiping her forehead, she stood with a broom, noticing the weight of her efforts as another worker tidied up nearby. She wiped her brow, feeling both relief and determination, taking a moment to gather her thoughts for what was next. She thanked Yang Yuan for the help, saying it was nothing since he had assisted her before. Sighing, she envied those scoring 100 points, wishing for their easy life, while pondering her financial struggles. He asked Yang Yuan about Lu Sheng's activities, curious about his relationship with the city. With a worried look, she hesitated, saying she didn't know about him. He sighed, expecting her response, recalling how Lu Sheng's presence initially intimidated them, but everything changed overnight. He instructed his partner to make more rice and dishes, holding up a bowl with a playful smile. She noted jokingly that Lu Sheng had been keeping to himself, questioning Yang Yuan if he believed Lu Sheng was worried about the diminishing advantage of strength-type talents. She insisted with concern that Lu Sheng wouldn't behave that way, emphasizing the tension while overshadowed by his imposing character. She assured her companion confidently to take a break, claiming she would manage everything solo, while the other girl hesitantly agreed. She urged her friend to hurry and check on Yang, insisting he was about to face a major challenge, while her companion showed disbelief. She exclaimed in shock about the quadruple gravitational force, expressing disbelief at its intensity, recalling her fainting experience in a double gravitational force chamber. She excitedly urged her friend to investigate, while her friend reacted with surprise, holding her hand tightly. She appeared worried, a tear glistening on her cheek as she whispered Lu Sheng's name, showing deep concern and longing. He questioned her actions with confusion, asking what she was doing. The atmosphere felt tense with uncertainty. A dark aura surrounded him as he appeared tense and bewildered, seemingly confronting an unseen threat. With piercing blue eyes, he exhaled slowly, revealing a mix of intensity and calm in the moment. He mentioned changes boys experience during puberty, reassuring his partner it's positive and offering to prepare more nutritious food. He faced a glowing vortex labeled triple gravitational force, sensing the immense energy surrounding him. With effort, he clenched his fists, feeling the heat as he exclaimed in frustration. He observed the character behind the glass, astonished it had taken almost 4 minutes, 30 seconds longer than before, thinking it was incredible. He struck the glass with determination, intending to confront whatever lay beyond, feeling a surge of adrenaline. He admired the achievement, admitting he managed only 10 minutes under double gravitational force while praising Cao Yong's 4 minutes under triple gravitational force. He sighed in relief, refreshed and pleased, with sweat glistening on his face under the bright sky. Reflecting on trivial matters, he felt amusement as a crowd cheered, suggesting he could handle quadruple gravitational force without difficulty. He found amusement in the excitement over minor issues, as Cao Yong was told he would soon manage quadruple gravitational force. After ranking up to level 3 martial artist, no one would match him in the training camp. He rubbed his forehead, feeling a dull ache, pondering his progress. Laughing, he playfully rubbed his forehead, remarking that Lu Sheng remained unchanged, always seen sleeping in bed when meals were delivered. She reflected on the changes, noting he was already 18 and recalling his last checkup result of only 0.8. He lounged on the bed, arms spread wide, wearing a red nightcap, surrounded by dirty dishes that revealed his carefree lifestyle. He noted the other's arrogance, considering that although he wasn't strong before, things had changed. He recalled how even slow creatures can catch up, observing his friend who had been lazily sleeping for over a month, wasting points. With a grin and a turtle on his head, he felt confident that he might finally match his opponent. He turned toward the doorway, surprised when someone called out, leaving a blurred trail behind, filled with curiosity and determination. In the gravitational force training room, he stood confidently, surprised by its quality, as someone called out his name in the background. He mischievously questioned if she had finally emerged, wondering if she chose to train in the gravitational force training room after her long rest. Surprised by the points spent on food, he decided to start with 3 hours in the gravitational force training room. He wondered if it had been over a month, eager to measure his growth, while a voice scolded him for sleeping so much and questioned his expectations. He was warned about not warming up before entering, as the countdown ticked down from 5, highlighting the urgency. He reflected on his bad dreams, feeling isolated in a world filled with monsters and deteriorating health. He advised her to stop belittling her brother, highlighting the difference between graduating from a regular school and a specialized martial arts university while she showed annoyance. Lu Sheng stood before a high-tech control panel, tackling the challenge of gravitational force level 2 as others watched his progress anxiously. Lu Sheng confidently advised his friends about the gravitational force training room, stressing the need for proper warm-ups to prevent serious physical problems. He implied that the person was either unaware or too arrogant and concluded that they were doomed. Perplexed, he noted that the gravitational system should have activated, while a friend behind him expressed disbelief. He questioned the lack of reaction from the character, puzzled as he faced the glowing machine. He delivered a powerful punch, his fist a blur of motion, indicating explosive energy and determination. 2 men stood in a futuristic corridor, one in a red and gray jacket, the other in dark attire, both nervously looking outside, sensing a tremor. 2 men experienced intense emotions. One, with a serious look, stared ahead, while the other, sweating and anxious, appeared to struggle with fear. An amazed boy identified someone as Lu Sheng, while others watched, intrigued by the futuristic setting. An amazed boy urged everyone to look, marveling at Lu Sheng's powerful kick despite the intense gravitational pressure. He wondered if his health had truly improved in the dream, as others nearby argued and complained, disrupting his thoughts. A boy, expressing disbelief, points as his friend nervously comments on an unbelievable event, while others share their amazement. Intrigued and excited, he nods, remarking that the experience feels novel. Hesitantly, he reaches for a glowing panel, questioning if he has found the correct button. He contemplates whether the man in the mirror will break under pressure, tension and uncertainty evident in his expression. With a mix of curiosity and determination, he confidently touches the glowing screen. A group of 6 stands frozen, their faces showing shock and confusion, as surprised words are exchanged. 2 characters, one distressed and the other panicking, voice their confusion about a shocking event, sweat marking their faces. 4 characters watch through a glass pane, amazed as Lu Sheng withstands quadruple gravitational force, showcasing his determination and strength. Reflecting on the increased gravitational force, Lu Sheng prepares with determination, deciding to attempt it. Lu Sheng crouches, hand extended, ready to unleash intense force, fully focused on the challenge. Outside the Hengchuan dojo, he observed people entering and exiting, each step filled with anticipation and excitement in the busy scene. 2 characters laughed together, while a powerful hand struck down, causing a crack in the ground, signaling an intense moment ahead. Sweating and desperate, one character admitted he couldn't hold out any longer, while another watched with anxiety. A character with distorted shoes stood ominously, suggesting something significant was imminent. She walked through the corridor, feeling exhausted and thinking about the instructor's strictness. She stood in the corridor, surprised and uncomfortable, surrounded by an unfamiliar and daunting environment. Wondering why so many people were gathered, she looked confused and curious as she observed the crowd. The group, shocked and disbelieving, stared wide-eyed at the screen, trying to process what they were seeing. Anxiously, the man shouted, questioning the crowd's focus, while a girl beside him observed with curiosity. Surprised, the friend stared wide-eyed at the scene outside, trying to comprehend the unfolding events. Hanging upside down, he reached out dramatically, as if defying gravity, ready for the challenge ahead. He admired the posters in Hongchuan Dojo, reflecting on his master, Ni Hongchuan, who specialized in boxing techniques and once ranked top 10 at the Beihai City Martial Arts Conference. With wide eyes, she asked, "Ha? Lu Sheng?" Her expression was a mix of curiosity and enthusiasm, questioning something intriguing. He sat, visibly shocked and frustrated, wondering why his opponent was so strong, repeating his questions in disbelief and confusion. He clenched his fists, realizing he had been asleep for nearly 2 months. Resting his head on his hand with bunny ears, he pondered why he hadn't yet surpassed his rival. Hanging upside down, he contemplated the effect of quadruple gravitational force, deciding it was time to stop. Standing confidently, he pointed decisively as another character spun away in surprise, the futuristic setting heightening the tension. He pointed at an alarm button, exclaiming it was the 5th occurrence. Another character reacted in shock, saying, "Oh my God," as the tension built. Calling urgently, he asked everyone to gather quickly. He shouted, asking if they had heard the news, urging everyone to hurry to the G-Force room, questioning its reality. They exclaimed with urgency that a certain man had returned, filling the atmosphere with anticipation. Kei Chuchi stood confidently, acknowledged as a rank 4 martial artist. Lin Lan and others discussed standard health and combat power ranks, noting Kei's impressive skills. He watched as a woman exclaimed in disbelief, and the crowd around her shared her sense of astonishment. He was surprised when the crowd excitedly acknowledged his presence. Panic set in as sweat rolled down his face, aware of the seriousness of the situation. As he jumped, he felt a strong pull upwards, surrounded by bright blue lights. Preparing for training, he contemplated how the intense gravitational force might affect his movements in the stellar body refining technique. Determined, he clenched his fist, realizing he needed more pressure to reach his limits. He questioned whether the person would finally relent, while others admired his impressive endurance despite the immense pressure. With a powerful strike, he slammed his fist down, releasing a burst of energy that shook the surroundings. In shock, he exclaimed, "What the?" as his friends stood nearby, equally surprised. In a control room, a girl with pink hair focused on her console while a confident boy in a yellow shirt observed her work. Shi Jin, the dojo master, explained that becoming a rank 4 martial artist requires a peak health status over 200 and combat power exceeding 100,000. In a high-tech control room, a woman with silver hair reflects on the recent departures, observing that many students have left the training camp. In a vibrant cafe, a character with flowing silver hair comments on the spoiled nature of the kids, expressing no surprise at their decision to leave. In a tech-savvy room, a worried character questions if the trainees can handle future battles, while another teases about their seriousness and the sugar in their drink. He points out the G-Force room and movement studio, noting the diligent efforts of people working to break new records. He is shocked to learn someone has actually broken the G-Force room's record. One character expresses disbelief at the record-breaking feat, recalling Cao Yong's intense training, while another hints at a surprising contender, mentioning someone unexpected. Lu Sheng strains against 8x gravitational force, showcasing his determination as he pushes against the overwhelming pressure. With a powerful swing, he shatters the barrier, releasing a burst of energy, driven to overcome any obstacle. Surprised, she questions, "What did you say?" as magical energy swirls around her, reacting to the name Lu Sheng, indicating impending conflict. A surprised character questions the rank of a boy they're discussing, while another confidently states they've finally found him, hinting at a significant moment ahead. Shi Jin realized that a health status surpassing 200 equates to 300 for him, acknowledging that high-ranking martial artists are indeed superhuman. A girl in dark attire with a braid confidently announces that they have found the person they were looking for, as a shadowy character stands behind her. He realizes the increased gravitational force is overwhelming, pushing him to his limit. He shuts his eyes, focusing on trying a new technique. Standing with resolve, he prepares to unleash a powerful move as vibrant energy swirls around him. He acknowledges his vitality increases by 10%, realizing this is the power of divine illumination. He smirks, declaring his determination to push his limits and discover his true potential. He observes the scene, puzzled by the character's next move while others comment on the impressive gravitational force achieved. He exclaims in shock over the strange events occurring outside the G-Force room, while others feel immense pressure. He shouts in disbelief, questioning Lu Sheng about what just happened, his expression showing shock and confusion. A surge of energy erupts as 10x gravitational force blows, indicating a powerful force building up. Gazing at the posters, he reflected that only children from wealthy families can afford to attend this cram school, noting the high fees. A powerful energy surged as he spoke about the overwhelming strain, feeling every bone in his body in agony. Blood thickened as he struggled to stay conscious, pouring all his energy into the fight, unable to move. He felt overwhelmed by the gravitational force, realizing it was beyond his capabilities. With a menacing grin and glowing purple eyes, he declared it was exactly what he desired. He questioned who could alter a doomed ending, pondering if it required someone skilled or with unlimited resources. He speculated if the answer lay in someone capable of surpassing limits, as a powerful character stepped forward. Frustrated, he urged everyone to rise amidst the chaos and confusion. She realized, with a rush of panic, that he was the one she feared. In fury, he shouted, energy radiating like purple flames, revealing his raw power. Determined, he rallied everyone with a fierce declaration that Lu Sheng had returned. He noticed a student entering casually, reflecting that if the wealthy family wanted it, they would pay, but he had no interest in cram school. They stood in shock, eyes wide, as a character loomed over them, the tension palpable. A tall character in a purple jacket appeared unsure as someone reached out, while others moved around, creating suspense. In a tense moment, Lu Sheng wiped sweat from his forehead, looking uncertain as someone urgently called his name from behind. Amid a lively crowd, a girl in a pink dress held up a towel, calling to Lu Sheng, who seemed surprised and slightly nervous as others watched. A girl shyly thanked Lu Sheng and handed him a towel, which he accepted with a smile, surrounded by onlookers. Frustrated, Lu Sheng lamented wasting points, realizing he could have finished faster, while others danced nearby. Curious, he noticed a glowing screen displaying "Reward," and understood there was a reward for setting a new record. Excited by the leaderboard, he saw his name and understood he had received a reward for achieving a new record with 4,335 points. Confused, he exclaimed about the astonishing points, while friends were stunned by their mere 6 points, lamenting his needless days. He declared 4,000 would suffice for him, while others scattered, expressing surprise as he approached. She greeted the newcomer at Hengchuan Dojo, asking if he was there to sign up for the martial arts enrichment class. He confidently strides forward, prompting the crowd to part in surprise, their whispers revealing intrigue about his bold approach. As he moves ahead, someone calls his name, and the crowd identifies him as Lu Sheng, questioning his destination. Observing the scene, she reflects on Lu Sheng's impressive presence, recognizing he's far superior to the ordinary. He suddenly recognizes a character, memories flooding back vividly. Confidently walking through the crowd, he recalls past encounters, feeling anticipation and excitement, as if pursued by beasts. They discuss Lu Sheng's remarkable strength-type talent, speculating if his vitality has reached rank 4, amazed by his accomplishments. She realizes the significance of the strength-type talent and notes his direction toward the footwork and movement studio. After completing his training session, he records an 87% completion rate for level 2, receiving congratulations for surpassing 52% of trainees in footwork and movement skills. Proud of his 87% completion rate, he wonders about his global ranking, confident he's surpassed half the population. Reflecting on inequality, he acknowledges his speed-type talent and instructor Chin's guidance, feeling an increasing gap between himself and others. He thought it pointless to dwell on their situation, as his friend reminded him they were just regular humans, not heroes or saviors. He denied the inquiry, explaining he was only there to assess his health status and combat power. He confidently believed that observing his training provided significant advantages to others. He looked at the door, feeling empty as doubt crept in, questioning himself. He turned toward the crowd, puzzled by their attention on something ahead. The crowd was excited as she saw both Instructor Dong and Instructor Chin, wondering if it was an instructor demonstration. She inquired about the focus of everyone's attention, while he realized it was Lu Sheng. One character expressed disbelief about Lu Sheng from Beihai City, questioning if anyone truly thought he could surpass the record. He was surprised by the mysterious stranger in the crowd, and his friend shared the confusion. He expressed shock at the unexpected situation, while his friend stood beside him, astonished. He was awestruck by the intimidating display of laser launchers, each glowing fiercely. He stood frozen, realizing the ominous sign that indicated everything was operating at full power. She noted that he lacked a personal instructor, suggesting he might come from a less wealthy background. He concluded he needed to dodge the flashing laser beams after silently observing them. He realized the unpredictable laser paths were a crucial training challenge but remained determined. He confidently said the challenge was trivial, surrounded by a vividly colored environment with dynamic energy lines. He questioned in disbelief how such a feat could occur, while friends worried about the unpredictable laser launchers in the training studio. He asked if it was someone's first time in the footwork and movement studio, and another confirmed they were all there together. He recalled breaking the historic record at the G-Force training room with 10 times the gravitational force. He questioned if Lu Sheng had a strength-type talent, remembering Lu Sheng had been asleep for the past month. He pointed at Jin He, questioning the tremendous gap in strength. He expressed disbelief, asking if it was Lu Sheng's first visit to the footwork and movement studio, amidst vibrant laser lights. He conveyed that achieving such ease was impossible regardless of attempts, noting his proactive movements. She directed him to room 8, mentioning the assessment machine and offering help, but he assured her he knew how to use it. He believed foresight was crucial, understanding that success depended on anticipation rather than reaction. He navigated through the room, avoiding the bright lasers, determined to meet the challenge. He moved sharply, maintaining a determined look as he thought to himself, sure enough. She watched confidently with a mysterious smile, surrounded by lasers, and he wondered if it could be her. He moved swiftly, energy surrounding him as he focused, his gaze reflecting the intensity of the moment. He dashed forward, dodging deadly beams of energy with unwavering focus amidst the chaos. Calmly, she released a glowing purple energy from her hand, silently judging her opponent as a fool. She hesitated with a distressed look while her friend leaned closer, urging her to reconsider her feelings, curious about her silence. Frowning, she questioned her need to test again, recalling her earlier discovery of no psychic energy within him. He looked up confidently, recognizing the training program's effectiveness as his footwork improved with lasers shooting around him. Breathing heavily, he stood in the gym, ready to assess his health status with the glowing machine beside him. He acknowledged his success, realizing he had completed level 2 of the footwork and movement training. He was surprised by Lu Sheng's ease in completing level 2 in minutes, while others were confused by its simplicity compared to previous sessions. He thought it seemed easy due to Lu Sheng's calm demeanor, noting his flawless physical control. He expressed curiosity about how far his opponent could push himself, while another suggested they finally understood each other. He announced the beginning of level 3 footwork and movement training. He stood in awe as a burst of golden light illuminated the space with radiant energy. Frightened, he exclaimed that level 3 seemed incredibly challenging, while others shared his astonishment. He dashed backward, narrowly avoiding explosive energy bursts as chaos erupted around him. He stood resolute, golden coins swirling around him, defying the chaotic energy amidst red beams of light. He smirked, realizing the intensified challenge of laser beams skillfully blocking his movement, and decided to put in genuine effort. With focus, he extended his hand as vibrant energy radiated from his palm, surrounded by streaks of light. An explosive blast erupted, sending vibrant flames and debris everywhere, while a character shot upward, narrowly escaping the chaos. A fiery explosion erupts beneath him as he leaps boldly into the air, ready to face whatever comes next. Surprised, he comments on the inner discernment stage, realizing someone had a breakthrough while reflecting on his own achievement at 22 amid battlefield veterans. Frustrated, she compares her age at 25 to his youth at 18, while he insists on his speed-type talent as a martial artist. She stares intently, focusing on her footwork and movement training reaching level 3, sparking determination. Intensity in his eyes, he realizes relying solely on his psychic foresight is insufficient as he pushes his limits. The woman observes Lu Sheng seriously, noting his lack of relaxation, while a man beside her comments on the change. With determination, Lu Sheng stands amidst glowing red barriers, feeling the intensity as chaos surrounds him. Lu Sheng shouts, "Switch," as vibrant energy swirls around him, signaling a critical moment of change in battle. Charging forward, a powerful aura surrounds him, embodying the breath of the wind, signifying determination in the clash. The screen displayed his health status at 0.963 and an apprentice rank in martial arts, and he stood determined to improve. With fierce determination, he releases a burst of vibrant energy, readying himself for the upcoming battle. He reviews his progress, seeing his footwork and movement skills at 62% completion for level 3, striving for improvement. He asks about Lu Sheng's whereabouts, expressing concern over his disappearance. A digital interface shows the footwork and movement completion rate at only 0.1%, indicating the challenge. He remarked that the guy was so fast he seemed to vanish from sight. Achieving 100% completion in footwork and movement, level 3, he demonstrates exceptional skill and dedication. He commented on witnessing a new generation, noting their friend's excellence with 10x G-force and reaching level 3, though visibly tired. She asserted that Lu Sheng would persist, while he turned with confusion, unsure of her words. A futuristic display shows a 0% completion rate for footwork and movement at level 4, reflecting the character's current skill. He expressed disbelief, questioning how anyone could complete all training levels in one day. He celebrated his achievement, realizing his health status increased to 0.96, a rise of 0.2 in just an hour, exclaiming this was what cultivation should be like. She gazed to the side, her blue eyes reflecting determination as she prepared for the challenge ahead. He was in a dim room, holding a glowing blue tablet, facing a wall lined with pulsating devices suggesting danger. As he moved forward, a red light activated a small device at his feet. Startled, he gasped when red beams illuminated the area, sending a shiver through him. In a tense moment, he concentrated on the red triangle labeled "Connect" and "Disappear," considering the energy around him. Shocked, he exclaimed about the impossibility of avoiding the red lasers, while another character urged him to stop. Stammering in disbelief about the surprise, he stood near a concerned figure amidst a shadowy crowd. The progress screen showed 30% completion for footwork and movement level 4, indicating a challenging goal for the determined character. Realizing he had reached this stage, he stood beside a serious woman, arms crossed, watching intently. He expressed curiosity about Lu Sheng's approach to the situation. He smiled, excited about catching up to his younger sister, calling her a genius, and believed he was closer to advancing in martial arts. He felt overwhelmed, nearing his limit despite the speed from the wind, surrounded by glowing red lines. With an intense gaze, his calm demeanor was disrupted as he faced the red lines. He thought, well then. Resolute, he stood engulfed in green energy, embracing the divine illumination of the King of Hell, facing a cosmic figure. He stretched out his hand, channeling vibrant green energy, focused and ready to unleash a powerful attack. Extending his arms, surrounded by swirling red energy, he prepared to unleash a devastating power with focus. A strange sensation gripped him, as if time elongated, recalling the term temporal sense, used by psychic mentalists. The psychic energy embodiment reveals true metamorphosis only manifests when psychic mentalists achieve rank S. He questions his mastery. A powerful female psychic, surrounded by vivid energy, displays intense focus and mastery. A male character unleashes a powerful attack, his expression fierce. A confident female psychic stands nearby, radiating authority. She smiles confidently, revealing her identity as a psychic mentalist, while Lu Sheng stands impressed. He contemplated his future, wondering about his combat power, while observing a mechanical opponent looming overhead. He stared in shock as vibrant energy erupted from the device, his expression a mix of fear and curiosity. He gasped, watching a glowing character emerge as she questioned his sanity among the startled crowd. She announced her intention to test him again. He appeared shocked and uncertain, caught in their intense dynamic as a glowing character hovered nearby. She commanded to phase through, while a glowing character loomed, ready to release its power, leaving the onlookers awestruck. A chaotic web of red and pink laser beams surrounded him. He crouched, intensely focused amidst the tension, strategizing his next move. Amidst swirling energies, he concentrated fiercely, preparing to unleash his power while a soft glow enveloped him, heightening the tension. With confidence, he formed a powerful energy barrier with glowing hands, vibrant colors swirling around him as anticipation filled the air. Determined, he brushed his hand against his face, focused and ready, as energy crackled around him. With a fierce glow, she reached out towards him, while he evaded, maintaining focus amidst the swirling energy. Her intense gaze was full of determination, reflecting strong emotions vividly on her face. He raised his hand cautiously towards the mechanical figure, labeled Test 05, standing behind a fence. She clutched her chest, overwhelmed by emotion as vibrant energy filled the scene, indicating a powerful moment. Facing a determined look, she claimed that Lu Sheng is a psychic mentalist, asserting his psychic power rivals her own, leaving him shocked. With a confident smirk, he declared that while others could observe, they were unable to make contact, showcasing his power amidst a dazzling array of light. He acknowledged reaching his limit, reflecting on how activating temporal sense drained his psychic energy during training and felt disrupted by someone else's interference. Reflecting on his struggles, he realized he was only halfway through level 4 training, mentioning using various powers and feeling his vitality nearly depleted. He unleashed his power as bright red beams pierced the air around him, showcasing his determination and skill in battle. Standing in front of a glowing sign, he was shocked to see he completed 56% of level 4 training, aware he surpassed 97% of martial artists in footwork and movement. They marveled at the results, realizing that Lu Sheng, just a student, surpasses a few billion in footwork and movement alone. He laughed heartily, noting that despite surpassing 52% of martial artists, another student surprisingly exceeded him by 45%. Two friends shared in the excitement. Reflecting on his skills, he realized that though 3% are stronger in movement and footwork, only 3% of martial artists surpass him, feeling the pressure to improve. A friend suggested playing games, but another decided to head home instead. He extended his hand, observing the swirling blue energy and reassuring himself that everything would be fine. Student Lu Sheng is congratulated for setting a new historical record in the G-Force training room, establishing a fresh benchmark for movement and footwork. She inquires about his next destination, suggesting the combat training studio or the psychic energy training room. While he considers his options, she interrupts, asserting that neither is the correct choice. Realizing it's almost mealtime, he decides to head to the cafeteria, eager to try today's new dish. He laughs heartily, while the girl in blue remains indifferent, pondering the situation as shadows hint at an upcoming challenge. A girl in a chair casually calls over the chief instructor, who approaches with curiosity, seeking her guidance. The confident girl greets Instructor Chin, stating they need him for a simple assessment, to which he calmly agrees. Holding a blood collection needle, the girl informs the boy that each dorm room has one for vitality testing, and asks if he has used it recently. He answers that he hasn't tested his vitality yet, unable to pierce his skin with the dorm needle. He smirks, suggesting the boy has advanced to rank 3, noting that such resilience would break the G-Force room's record. She instructs Qingshui to fetch the gold blood collection needle. With confidence, he raised his hand, blue energy surrounding him, reflecting on the combat skills of the armored zombies behind him. She touches her chest with precision, dressed in a striking outfit featuring a high collar and contrasting colors, exuding mystery in a futuristic setting. She explains the device is a blood collection needle for rank 5 martial artists, confidently asserting its quality. With confidence, she describes the blood collection needle designed for rank 5 martial artists while preparing to use it on him. She prepares a golden blood collection tool, aiming it at his hand, signaling a critical moment in their training. She holds a glowing blood collection device, aiming it at his hand, while he observes a vitality display reading 24.65, filled with anticipation. He expresses surprise at the talent of a young rank 3 martial artist, noting it has been nearly a decade since encountering one. He invites his friend to examine his combat power index, and the friend nods thoughtfully, intrigued by the high-tech surroundings. Driven to succeed, he declares he will give his all, curious about how far he can push his limits under his friend's amazed gaze. Astonished, he exclaims as the combat power index shows 271,920, while a robot reveals his martial artist rank is 4, leaving him in disbelief. He realizes with excitement he is a rank 3 martial artist, with a combat power index close to a rank 5, considering the kid a total monster. Standing in surprise, he stretched his hand towards a robotic figure, eerily illuminated and hinting at an impending challenge. He felt relieved after finishing the training camp, while she reminded him to submit a report for his rank update. She called out to Lu Sheng, informing him of an additional test he must complete. She explained the energy crystal from Lion Country's Anster Canyon, discovered over a century ago, has a high psychic energy absorbability. To evaluate psychic power, she revealed that one must touch the energy crystal and infuse it with their psychic energy. He noted her increased power and the rising purity index since their last meeting, while she jokingly asked if he thought she was lazy. She playfully confronted Dong Qingshui, stating he could mock her but not criticize her lifestyle, as another person held a glowing cube between them. Dong Qingshui focused on the glowing cube, while the other person leaned casually against the wall, smiling confidently. With determination, she demanded silence, insisting he shouldn't question her strength, while he raised a hand in thought. Amidst glowing energy, he stood with intense focus, eyes shining brightly as he prepared to release his power. She wondered in disbelief how it was possible as he unleashed a radiant burst of energy, illuminating the scene. Shock filled the room as he stared at the glowing display showing his combat power, 113, leaving him bewildered. He held a glowing orb and questioned the impossibility of his psychic power reading 13,567. She noted a psychic energy purity index of 20.3, expressing disbelief and curiosity. He stated that the energy level was 5 times greater than his own and explained the difficulty in increasing psychic purity by even 1 point. He observed the energy manifesting as a coin-sized compressed towel, astonished that the purity index surpassed his by 5-fold. He pondered the absurdity of his situation, realizing that being labeled a genius at 18 was no longer sufficient. He considered his own greatness, feeling astonished, while she remained speechless in awe. He was shocked as a glowing hand unexpectedly reached toward him with intensity, leaving him speechless. Confused, he felt a hand with an egg on his head while 2 others discussed if he had a teacher for psychic energy cultivation. Confidently, he confirmed having a mentor and revealed his teacher taught him a unique psychic energy cultivation art. He spoke about mastering techniques for wielding psychic energy, a skill imparted by a formidable mentor. Realizing his power increase exceeded his health limit, he excitedly shouted about truly becoming a martial artist. She acknowledged her expectations with relief, reflecting on his journey and realizing that a mentor was crucial for his progress. She noted his evident talent and recalled his recent awakening. He confirmed it had been less than 3 months since discovering his abilities. Surprised, he questioned her, while she remained focused and serious, suggesting a deeper concern. He expressed playful disapproval with a tisk, and she responded with an amused smile, appreciating his carefree nature. He was surprised by her psychic power, commenting on its purity and questioning if she might join the Psychic Mentalist Association. He explained that it was a distinct system from the Martial Association, with few possessing psychic gifts. He mentioned that despite the country's large population, fewer than 18 individuals had psychic gifts. She suggested the teacher withheld information to protect his training, unbuttoning her clothing with confidence. She explained that more knowledge brings distractions, reaching for a necklace with focus. She hoped he would join the association, offering resources for his growth and presenting her personal token, glowing with magical energy. Recalling only an hour of sleep, he was excited about the surge in health and combat power, wondering how much more he could gain with more rest, contemplating a rebirth in one night. He acknowledged never meeting his teacher, who guides him in mysterious ways while holding a glowing orb. She remarked on the exceptional nature of his teacher, suggesting that someone with great talent would consider such a mentor a treasure. He pondered that only a person of wisdom would act in such a manner, believing geniuses don't exist without reason. He considered the difficulty of justifying his actions with his gift and decided to admit the truth. He disclosed that his teacher is from 10,000 years in the future, an 11th level martial artist named Duan Yifeng. Interrupting the conversation, he announced the need to discuss important matters, to which another character agreed. One character handed over a card, smiling as he revealed it contained 5 million, reassuring the other it was a reward despite ongoing training. A character with a long braid advised another not to worry about the 5 million, noting the military district's budget only covered trainees' meals. A character with a playful smile informed another, known for his large appetite, that his reward could be 7 to 8 million when expenses were considered. Realizing the high cost of meals, he worried he wouldn't be able to afford them again. Wide-eyed on his pillow, he was a mix of exhaustion and surprise, contemplating the immense power another hour of sleep could bring. She informs student Lu Sheng that the monetary reward, although modest, reflects the sincerity of the Eastern Military District, highlighting this as an important discussion point. He speculates whether the Eastern Military District is trying to recruit him while examining a document closely. Confidently, he tells the other character, "You got it," as the atmosphere shifts following an excited exclamation. She expresses certainty that a martial prodigy like him will eventually find himself on the battlefield, one way or another. He declares that with their blood and weapons, they must honor the souls of deceased heroes by defeating their enemies, asserting that a true martial sage cannot emerge in safety. Dressed in a bright shirt, he confidently conveys that support for martial artists is not given freely, while she stands beside him in military attire. He chuckles, sharing an advantage of the Eastern Military District, teasing that the female soldiers are considered the top beauties of the country, while his friend looks amused. Three striking women stand together, exuding confidence and allure, as one comments on their impressive looks and figures while another observes curiously. A character enthusiastically praises the women's attributes, highlighting their impressive features, while another nearby looks on with surprise and contemplation. A character with long hair announces the selection of another as the representative for the Dongning Prodigy training camp, while he stands visibly surprised. He exclaimed frustration over his inability to sleep when desired, questioning his sleep patterns and pondering a lifestyle akin to a teen addicted to the internet. He reacted with shock upon learning about the Morning Star selection for this year's competition. Every year, all eastern provinces host a genius training camp to find a one-in-a-million genius for the Morning Star. They discussed the significance of being a Morning Star, while Martial Master displayed power. He explained that a Morning Star is a master in training, with only one chosen from the entire Eastern District. He urged Lu Sheng to consider joining, noting only one elite genius from the East is selected. He acknowledged the era's challenges and aimed to change humanity's fate, aspiring to be unstoppable. He reassured his companion that both Chief Instructor Dong and he had faith in his abilities, asserting no one else could represent Dongning's training camp this year. He mentioned that the selection trial's reward would come from the Eastern Military District, realizing he needed to demonstrate more potential to secure resources. She conveyed that the Morning Star selection would start after the training camps, ensuring it wouldn't interfere with college entrance exams. He teased his friend about his skills, suggesting colleges would eagerly await his decision, while his friend wondered if staying in the training camp was necessary. Expressing frustration about it being too early for sleep at 9 o'clock, he decided to work out, hoping to tire naturally later. He pondered thoughtfully, his expression a blend of curiosity and uncertainty as he stared into the distance. She chose to stay a bit longer while he walked away briskly, amusedly speculating about his motivation to linger for the cafeteria meals. She smiled, acknowledging that Dong Qingxue would never foresee a day when people envied his talents, as he shared a casual laugh with her. As he stepped through the doorway, he stated that he was unique, destined for greatness. He walked confidently, declaring that Lu Sheng would bring earth-shattering changes to this era, surrounded by a powerful aura. In Beihe City, the Martial Association loomed large, and he recalled that Chairman Xiao's office was on the 6th floor. He stood in the hallway, confident in his purple jacket, and declared, HMPH. Enough, with determination. A cheerful woman in a stylish outfit greeted him with a smile, playfully accusing Lu Sheng of being late while addressing an old man named Shaw. He raised a finger, questioning the situation with curiosity and a hint of surprise. She felt anxious and suggested they should go inside, adjusting her glasses while tightly holding a stack of papers. Feeling relieved, he stated his ability to stabilize his health with the increase, preparing for radio gymnastics and beginning the set. He entered the room with a surprised expression as she followed, holding papers nervously and mentioning Chairman Xiao, Lu Sheng's arrival. Another man in the room appeared anxious, adding tension to the atmosphere. He identified the newcomer as the genius from Beihe City that Xiao often talked about, observing him with interest. He tried to lift Xiao's spirits by reminding him that not everyone could match the brilliance of his granddaughter. He mentioned that many people were weaker than his granddaughter, Xia Lin. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng from Beihe City looked worriedly at his phone. In frustration, he gripped a cup tightly, glaring and thinking intensely about someone, uttering, "You." With anger, he demanded Lu Sheng explain his return during the ongoing training camp. He explained that the chief instructor, Dong Qingxue, needed his approval on important documents, emphasizing their significance. Suspiciously, one man questioned if someone was from the Dong family, while another highlighted the importance of a document's approval by the association's chairman. Smirking, a man pointed at a document, questioning a kid about a serious mistake at the training camp, mentioning Xiao's name and the need for accountability. One friend, holding a map, invited another to play and offered to pay for drinks. The other insisted he needed to catch up on sleep. He executed the first move with determination, surprised by the power surrounding him, his face showing both focus and disbelief. A man, with a smirk, grabs a document, while another man chuckles softly and a third observes with intrigue. A man tears a document apart with a fierce glare, conveying his frustration. With determined eyes, he focuses intently on the challenge ahead. He stares in shock at the paper, overwhelmed by unexpected news. With urgency, he grabs Xiao's arm, urging him not to be overwhelmed, while Xiao appears tense. The man in blue, surprised, turns sharply to ask Lu Sheng about his rise to rank 3 material artist. Lu Sheng stands confidently and smirks. Lu Sheng explains that a month ago, Chief Instructor Dong assessed him, and the military can evaluate martial artists. He laughs heartily, eager and confident, noting only post-approval is needed, emphasizing the Chief Instructor's authority in the Eastern Military District. A man laughs and playfully demands something while another questions its authenticity, surprised and skeptical. A sweating and confused man reads about an 18-year-old rank 3 martial artist, while another looks irritated and doubtful. He questioned his recent actions, wondering why he would manipulate energy, feeling confusion and fear as he harnessed it. He read a document with a combat power index of 270,000. Another man accused him of forgery. A man demanded to see the document, accusing the other of presenting a fake. The accused man looked nervous and defensive. Pointing at a document, one man confidently insisted that the military seal confirmed its authenticity, wearing a sly grin. A shocked man in a blue suit expressed disbelief, questioning how a previously eliminated candidate had a combat power index of 270,000. He sighed deeply, his expression showing disappointment and weariness. Clarifying, he stated he never claimed to be eliminated from the training camp, saying the other person assumed it. He mentioned that Chairman Shao, the chief instructor, requested a call, expressing that the other person might doubt the document's authenticity. He laughed and claimed he didn't seem doubtful. The serious man beside him asked, "Right, Shaw?" He remarked about needing to make a call and shared that Chief Instructor Dong Qingshui was the genius of the Eastern Military District, wanting to introduce himself during a video call. He acknowledged Lu Sheng's return and asked if the character on the screen was Chairman Shao Yuhei. Lu Sheng confirmed, greeting Chief Instructor Dong respectfully. He realized this was the memory of the body training technique that Zombie had learned while alive. He nervously acknowledges Chief Instructor Dong, feeling both fear and surprise. She expresses surprise at hearing her grandfather's voice, then anxiously questions why he is speaking with Chief Instructor Dong. She asks if Sha Lin has met the target she set. She chastises him for being distracted, noting the day's training will be intensified tenfold. He confirms this to Chief Instructor Dong. He jokingly nudges Chief Instructor Dong, reminding him to stay focused and promising quick delivery of the document. He firmly instructs Lu Sheng not to delay, stressing Lu Sheng's crucial role in representing Dongning Province at the Eastern District's Morning Star selection in a month. He stands confidently on the rock, declaring himself the strongest prodigy in the training camp. He is shocked in front of a poster proclaiming Lu Sheng, strongest prodigy, exclaiming Morning Star, in surprise. Two men react with disbelief, one shocked and the other giving a thumbs up, upon hearing about the strongest prodigy. A man in a blue suit and hat shows surprise, recalling a conversation with his granddaughter. A man in a blue suit expresses frustration, remembering a discussion about Sha Lin's struggles with pressure and his fears of facing Lu Sheng in the future. Silhouetted against glowing windows, he practiced his movements with focus, surrounded by the city's muted night ambiance. A man with a mustache, dressed in black, assures Chief Instructor Dong that he will not delay any further while preparing to discuss psychic mentalist weapon materials with Chairman Shao. A woman in a military uniform, with striking blue eyes, states her plan to compile a detailed list of prices to aid in purchases. A teenager urges another to complete the psychic mentalist assessment quickly, explaining that passing will allow access to StarWeb for materials, while another observes attentively. A device activates with a click, indicating anticipation and readiness for the upcoming events. In disbelief, one character questions, asking if Chief Instructor Dong really suggested the psychic mentalist assessment. Nervously, one character explains having a psychic gift and mentions Chief Instructor Dong's recommendation for the assessment, while the other agrees excitedly. Seated in a chair, a character laughs maniacally about reaching 270,000 as a psychic mentalist, feeling overwhelmed by the experience. At the Martial Association entrance, one character suggests having a meal together, offering to cook and introduce his friend to some kids, while the other prefers visiting someone else. Agreeing with a confident smile, he reflects on how power dominates the martial arts world. In the car, one character smiles and asks the other about his relationship with Chairman Shao, noting the chairman's friendliness. With a burst of energy, he delivered a powerful strike, his glowing fist cutting through the air as he shouted with determination. In the car, a character smirked, mentioning to another that they were not related and noted Chairman Shao's friendliness. Another character, surprised, shouted in shock at an unexpected event outside the car. In a dramatic moment, he struck the sign with force, causing it to shatter and the yellow characters to explode outward. He surveyed the chaotic scene, pondering the fate of Hengchuan Martial Arts Academy's sign amidst sparks and debris. Master Ni Hengchuan addressed the crowd, saying they were not there for business discussions. Lin Tishan introduced himself, eager to discuss martial arts. With confidence, he expressed his intent to challenge everyone at the Hengchuan Martial Arts Academies, his determination evident. He challenged the martial artists, while a girl angrily pointed out his shamelessness, referencing his father's past injuries. A concerned girl urged Lin Tishan, who, perspiring, firmly announced that his academy wouldn't accept new students for a year. A confident man, smirking, warned that hanging a sign indicated readiness for revenge, as a fiery creature loomed menacingly. He acknowledged the need for strength to maintain their signboard, given it was displayed. Panting heavily, he thought about needing to repeat his movements 200 times, energy emanating from his fist as he prepared for a decisive attack. She asked him to stay still as he adjusted his bandaged arm, highlighting his muscular build. Ni Hengchuan remembered his arrival in Beihai City 2 decades ago, reflecting on his solitary journey and formative experiences. He clenched his fist, recalling how he built his career through hard work and dedication. He vowed to achieve greatness again, recalling his past accomplishments with resolve. Coughing, he urged his father to fear his determination. He claimed he was fine, while another character criticized him for boasting without ability. He questioned how someone raised an exceptional 18-year-old rank 2 martial artist, smirking confidently among shadowy figures. She stated that Lu Sheng is not her father's student, expressing concern while emphasizing he is just a member. He prepared to attack, unleashing a powerful strike that sent debris flying, demonstrating his strength. He shouted angrily, accusing Lu Sheng fella of ruining their reputation and stealing from their martial arts academy's business. As he concentrated, energy crackled around his hand, and he felt power surge through him with each movement. He declared that since their money was touched, he would show no mercy. She stated firmly that it was his students who left voluntarily, and he couldn't blame her for that. He confidently announced his purpose at the academy, to cause destruction. He grinned, convinced that once everything was destroyed, the students would have no escape and would return to him. She glared angrily and shouted at someone, clearly upset by their actions. She declared she would fight, her expression fierce despite her nervousness. He greeted playfully, chuckling as he teased about crushing the delicate flower. She remained resolute while he boasted about his skills, asserting that Lin Tishan, a rank 4 martial artist, would overpower anyone, especially him. She informed her father that as a rank 3 martial artist, they might hold their own against rank 4 Lin Tishan if they joined forces. He smirked, questioning how much longer they would delay, eager for a confrontation, and expressed his unwillingness to return the next day. Breathing heavily, he insisted it wasn't just the body training technique, highlighting the importance of proper breathing as energy surrounded him. She stated that she would make him carry their signboard and parade through the streets after defeating them. He commented on her sharp tongue, watching her confidently as she stood before him in the chaos. Annoyed by the situation, he activated a powerful attack, leaving chaos in its wake. Mockingly saluting, he grinned as chaos erupted, embodying the battle's intensity with fiery energy. A character with flowing hair shouted, "Ni Shuang," amidst chaos, conveying determination and intensity in battle. A girl shouted, "No," in panic as a fierce beast with a wild mane stared at her, clutching its chest. Propelled by an explosive force, a character dashed forward as debris flew around amidst chaos. A character mocked Ni Hengchuan, calling him pathetic for failing to endure a single punch, radiating confidence. He laughed with a menacing grin, embodying dark confidence as flames flickered ominously around him. Tai Linshan, with an anxious expression, trembled upon realizing he had advanced to rank 5. He stressed the importance of practicing proper breathing in all situations. Another observed the amazing results, noting the difference compared to a year of training. The muscular man comments on Ni Hengchuan hiding behind the academy while a girl crouches nearby. The man, with a grin, mentions it's been a long time since he last fought and asks about the next challenger. The man with fiery red hair considers closing the academy and decides to visit the martial association. He mutters about the academy's closure and calls out for his father. A girl, overwhelmed, clutches her chest in despair. He assures another character of his trustworthiness, feeling confident about the resolution. Surprised, he orders everyone to stop and turns to the mysterious figure in the doorway. He comments on the academy's quality and expresses concern over where he will train if it closes. She calls out for Lu Sheng, showing clear worry. He waves to Miss Ni Shuang, noting their time apart, while another character thinks about him causing the students to leave. He declared that the true treasure trove existed within his dreams as he channeled powerful energy through his hands, surrounded by electric sparks. A character, with a fiery expression, demands silence from another, creating a tense atmosphere. A confident man with red hair laughs and praises little Lu's talent, inviting him to join the martial arts academy. The red-haired man criticizes Hengchuan Martial Arts Academy and claims its master is weak, offering to teach little Lu a secret technique. Little Lu, intrigued, questions the Tishan's secret technique, interested in learning a powerful skill. The man boasts about his strong physique, asserting that mastering the Tishan technique makes him invincible, even against Ni Hengchuan. Thoughtfully, the man looks down, lost in contemplation, silently reflecting his concerns. He looks up, surprised and hopeful, questioning if the technique will truly be shared with him. With confidence, he promises to teach everything he knows if she joins their academy. Grinning, he questions the imposing character about how he plans to teach him, eager to learn. Smirking, he questions the kid's curiosity and promises to teach him if he comes. In a classroom with scattered desks, a student called out to Lu Chi Ming, asking if he's still planning to game, while another rushed to join him. He stands confidently with electric sparks around him, signaling intense action ahead. He grimaced, clutching his head as his muscles expanded, scattering debris. He smirked confidently, pointing his thumb at the imposing character, exuding a daring attitude with electric energy swirling around him. Delivering an incredible kick, he struck his opponent, releasing a burst of energy that illuminated the scene, showcasing his power. With a powerful kick, he sent energy through the air, shattering the ground and demonstrating his strength. He burst through the rocks with determination, challenging someone who had claimed they would teach him. In a confident stance, he raised his fist, questioning how someone could teach him from a kneeling position. Standing confidently with a raised fist, he confronted Lin Tishan, shocked by the news of his loss amidst chaos. Expressing disbelief, he exclaimed about a rank 2 martial artist at 18, while his friend urged him to hurry. She warned him to look before crossing the road, as he reacted dramatically, while others conversed in the background. She appeared surprised and worried as he extended a hand, asking if she was okay, concerned about her state. He clutches his stomach, exclaiming his overwhelming hunger as blue energy surrounds him, experiencing unprecedented cravings. She appeared both frightened and relieved as he reassured her they were fine. He urgently pleaded not to close the Hengchuan Martial Arts Academy, worried about finding another nearby. He expressed sincere gratitude, promising to help as much as he could, while the older man insisted the academy would remain open. He dismissed the concerns, admitting responsibility, and promised it would be a one-time help, emphasizing the need to protect the academy with their own strength and martial prowess. He walked away confidently, while she touched his arm gently, showing admiration and concern as they left the academy together. She reflected on the unexpected power of Lu Sheng, a rank 5 martial artist, casually discussing his strength. Under the twilight, the building stood imposing, with windows flickering with light, suggesting the lives and secrets within. With a cheerful smile, she greeted Sheng as he entered, questioning his late return despite his promise to come home earlier. He explained that he intervened when he saw a group bullying the elderly, which delayed him. She asked with concern if he was hurt. He reassured her about their son becoming a martial artist, while she anxiously inquired about any injuries in their specific location. He contemplates that forcing his body to grow might exceed his energy consumption, struggling with distress. He confidently explained that being a martial artist involves assisting those in need and defending the weak, mentioning that his son would fight monsters to protect the country. She anxiously inquired about the meat her brother sent back, noticing their father's improved health and vitality after eating it, worried it might have been stolen from the training camp. He teased his sister, claiming he earned everything, while she pinched his cheek, causing him to exclaim in pain. He asked Sheng if the training camp was challenging, while a concerned woman advised against overexertion, emphasizing that his safety was most important. A silhouette appeared over the group as a woman, surprised, stood beside a man. He questioned her understanding, while the girl watching seemed concerned. Sheng smiled confidently, encouraging the character by assuring her that despite any failures, they would always support her journey. He acknowledged his father's words with a knowing smile, casually stating, "I know that, Dad," his gaze steady and reassuring. He confidently stated the need to become stronger to protect what he loves, while friends shared a light moment around the table. Destruction surrounded them as dark tendrils swirled ominously, shadows looming over wrecked buildings, hinting at a threat in the chaotic cityscape. Anger radiated from his monstrous face, glowing eyes and sharp teeth contrasting with the blue aura as he unleashed swirling dark energy. He realizes regular food can't supply the nutrients he needs, leaving pills as his only option. He realized he could defeat rank 6 zombies and martial artists with one punch as dark energy enveloped him. Standing in awe, he recognized the base's center with dark energy swirling and a massive structure before him. Recalling the powerful aura of a zombie he encountered earlier, he questioned his ability to handle it now and decided to investigate further. He noticed a shadowy character in the glowing portal above and expressed surprise, reacting with alarm to the intense surroundings. A massive explosion of ice shards knocked him back, debris scattering as he struggled to regain his balance. Startled, he froze, realizing something unexpected was occurring, as bright blue letters spelled, "Droppy," in shock. Emerging from a burst of light, he strode confidently, surrounded by swirling energy, as bright blue letters highlighted his powerful presence. In shock, he realized his vitality was strong like molten mercury, and his body was as tough as steel, comparing his opponent's strength to a martial master. Reflecting on his overwhelming absorption of battle memories, he grappled with the urge to destroy but believed he could control it using his crystal visualization technique. He stepped forward, feeling the weight of determination, wishing deep down for the courage to confront his opponent. He feels stressed, understanding his current income won't cover the expensive supplies required for growth. He faced his opponent, determined and ready, declaring it was time to fight. He jumped into action, energy swirling around him, while she watched with anticipation. He launched his attack, Stellar Impact, energy bursting as he prepared to strike forcefully. He was shocked and fearful as a menacing character approached with a sinister grin. He performed a backflip, energy crackling as he focused on his opponent. He was surprised, questioning why his strength wasn't enough against his opponent's fingers despite his martial mastery. Grinning fiercely, he released fiery energy, feeling its power ignite the surroundings. Determined, he used the breath of the flame, releasing fiery energy that heated the atmosphere. He attacked powerfully, causing a 10x stellar impact explosion, debris flying and flames igniting. He gasped as a bright flash came from the character, who confidently revealed, "This is." He recognizes the need to earn money, remembering Bai's scholarship, motivating him to secure funds. He stood in awe before a towering character, who announced it was a martial master's force field. He urgently instructed his opponent to retreat, as a formidable force field enveloped the mysterious character with glowing energy. He wondered if the character would pursue him, feeling uncertain as he observed the glowing orb, questioning why it showed no intent to attack. He sighed, realizing the situation was dire and admitted to himself that defeating the opponent was beyond his abilities. He sat on the ground, feeling defeated, realizing he couldn't move and acknowledged that his attack would be ineffective against the powerful opponent. He felt relieved that the martial master zombie didn't see him as a threat, noting that when he attacked, it only defended passively, sparing him from fatal consequences. He finally understood that while both ranks 6 and 7 might seem close, the status of each rank is vastly different, emphasizing that the gap is way too large. He felt frustrated, realizing he couldn't reduce even 1 HP of his opponent's, haunting him with the question of whether to give up. He exclaimed in desperation, believing there had to be a solution. Resolutely, he thought that defeating his opponent would unlock the memories of a martial master. He charged forward, exuding determination, as a powerful blast erupted around him, showcasing his intense focus and readiness to face any challenge. He reflects on showcasing his talents and abilities, sweat tracing down his determined face. He moved forward quickly, while she observed, noting the tension in the air. He gasped, noticing a shift, realizing the character in the force field wasn't invincible. He smirked, pointing out the character's vulnerability, mentioning it had weakened slightly, though it seemed minor. He considered changing his strategy, thinking that with careful adjustments, he might have a chance, though he was nearly exhausted. He thought that without his breathing technique for recovery, he would be as worn out as a typical rank 3 martial artist. He pondered whether to retreat and return stronger, reflecting that since reaching rank 3, defeating zombies had become straightforward. He encouraged himself to persist, realizing he hadn't yet tried using psychic energy for an attack. He encouraged himself to persist, noting he had always relied on psychic energy for support but wondered about using divine illumination to boost his vitality. He remembered his strength as a rank 3 psychic mentalist, noting his psychic power exceeded his martial skills. He unleashed his psychic power, directing the energy with force, aiming to condense it in a striking display against the cosmic scene. In the locker room, a character stretches his arm while another adjusts his outfit, ready for action. He focused intensely, pondering his struggle to transform psychic energy into a weapon but decided this power was adequate. He was excited, realizing his effort had finally succeeded, producing a brilliant blue energy surge as confirmation. He resolved, shouting that it still wasn't sufficient, as brilliant blue energy surrounded him, lighting up the sky. He demanded maximum power as brilliant blue energy enveloped him, directing it to condense toward his target. He kicked forcefully, releasing a torrent of brilliant blue energy that surged toward his target, creating a dazzling display. He unleashed a potent burst of energy, merging brilliant blue and bright yellow, illuminating the scene with explosive vibrancy. He struggled, shouting in frustration about its insufficiency, as energy surrounded him, mirrored by sharp, blue crystal formations. He screamed with intensity, releasing a powerful attack while blue crystals surged upward, crackling with energy, creating a dramatic moment. He shouted fiercely, launching a powerful attack, as blue crystals rose, illuminated by energy, creating an electrifying scene. He shouted in frustration, questioning if his efforts were lacking while summoning an impressive array of shimmering blue crystals around him. A character in a bright orange jacket expresses confusion about the teacher not checking their papers, pondering the time since their last combat lesson. He focused intently, ready to release a surge of energy as blue crystals formed around him, indicating something significant. He sat with determination, surrounded by blue crystals, channeling psychic energy to perform the perfected technique known as stellar impact. He shouted fiercely, preparing to unleash his power with clenched fists amid the glowing crystals, focusing on the energy within. With determination, he shouted, unleashing a surge of blue energy from his core, causing the atmosphere to pulse. Bright golden light appeared as a wise character emerged, surrounded by yellow energy shards, exuding power. Golden shards hovered around the determined character, whose gaze reflected strength and focus, ready to confront challenges. As light shards swirled around him, he leapt into action, showcasing determination and strength for the challenges ahead. With a fierce gaze and clenched fist, he declared that heroic souls never die, ready to embrace destiny. With determination, he shouted to inherit the will, unleashing powerful energy that radiated around him. With a sinister grin, he stared intensely, emitting an unsettling aura, leaving the atmosphere tense. A surprised character, adjusting his shirt, comments on Lu Sheng's unexpected abs, feeling caught off guard and impressed. With a haunting smile, he gazes forward, his eyes glowing eerily, as dark mist swirls around him, creating an unsettling aura. He stares in disbelief as vibrant purple energy crackles around his outstretched hand, overwhelmed by a sense of dread. Mr. Shi Shengning receives congratulations on his breakthrough and shakes hands to mark his new title as martial master. A character expresses concern that the situation is worsening despite higher-ups from the Star Realm trying to maintain control, noting bases continue to fall. The girl asks her father if he's not coming with them, while he reassures her that as a martial master, he must remain on the front lines. He realizes it's a rank 9 monster, and just seeing it sends shivers down his spine. Clenching his fists, he reflects on his mastery of martial arts, questioning why fear still grips him amid the towering city backdrop. He marvels at the power of the Eastern Evil Sun, realizing that with Master Wang Yi's strength, hope for mankind remains. Triumphantly, he declares success in mastering a new martial art from Master Wang Yi, believing he can achieve the rank of Grand Martial Master in this lifetime. Feeling an intense chill, he wonders if this is the sensation just before death as a monstrous character looms ominously in the background. A student suggested they play together next time, while the other agreed, planning to meet later. One character, surprised, admires another's impressive abs, scarcely recognizing him. The other, modestly, confirms he's been exercising. He learns that the Martial Alliance has initiated the Fireseed plan, aiming to develop an unparalleled rank 12 powerhouse. He questions whether there is still hope for humanity amid their challenges, reflecting on despair and uncertainty. He voices regret about missing something significant, hinting at a sense of loss and longing. Breathing heavily, sweat covers his face as he experiences tension and urgency, feeling overwhelmed. He ponders if this was the life of a martial master, amazed by the incredible memories absorbed. The martial master, Shi Shengning, contemplates his powerful fist techniques, exuding mystery and strength. Shi Shengning stands with confidence, channeling newfound wisdom and combat experience, feeling power surge within. Shi Shengning's determination shows as he shouts about his advancing martial arts skills, surrounded by blue energy. At the profound control stage, Shi Shengning channels energy with determination, as light radiates from his hands. Shi Shengning smiles with determination, channeling energy into his glowing hand, symbolizing his martial mastery. He notices his hair's length and decides it's time for a trim, thoughtfully running his fingers through it. Wang He is a significant figure in Shi Shengning's memories, aside from his wife and child, indicating their strong connection. Wang He exudes confidence and vibrant energy, recognizing himself as the creator of the stellar body refining art. Standing above a tranquil whirlpool, Wang He recalls being a remarkable character in MC 10,000, alluding to his nickname. A fierce battle ensues as a character directs energy towards a vast fiery sun, executing an attack called the Eastern Evil Sun. Even Shi Shengning, a rank 7 martial master, admired Wang He, realizing an epiphany after witnessing his attacks. He contemplated why he couldn't locate the powerful martial art he created in his memories, amidst various holographic images. He speculated whether the martial art was hidden deeper in his memories, examining the glowing holographic images. Crouching down, he was puzzled by the glowing holographic images surrounding him, questioning the meaning of this scene. He reached out, ready to touch the glowing orb, captivated by its brilliance and mysterious energy. Launching into the air, cloaked in a purple robe, he channeled immense energy as a whirlwind of light spiraled around him. He smirks, teasing his friend about impressing girls, while the other mentions focusing on exams. He crouched in fear, recalling an unexpected attack, uncertain if he had encountered this enemy before, immobilized by surrounding dark characters. Li Sheng, a martial artist on the path to mastery, stood fearless amid chaos, pondering the mysteries hidden in the darkness. Faced with fiery shadows, Li Sheng wondered if the emerging character was Shi Shengning, experiencing both fear and determination. A character stood confidently in the flames, embodying fierce determination as fiery light enveloped the scene. Amid intense light, he clutched his chest in shock, remarking on the piercing sensation with wide eyes. He exhibited the power attained from martial master Shi Shenming's dedication, as flames erupted around him in a spectacular display. He showcased unrivaled martial skills aimed at reaching Grandmaster rank, announcing the technique as the 10 suns in the same sky, with vibrant flames erupting around him. Amid chaotic energy, he stood confidently in a dark void, ready to unleash his power, shadows looming ominously. With fierce resolve, he delivered a powerful punch surrounded by crackling energy, demonstrating strength and battle readiness. Sitting quietly on the bed's edge, lost in thought, sunlight illuminated the blue sky through the window. He suggests showing off to impress others, while another character eagerly sees it as the perfect opportunity. He looked at his hand, noticing the strange energy emanating from it and realizing his psychic abilities had changed. Holding a cigarette, he focused on the swirling energy above his hand, willing it to condense with determination. He understood he had succeeded, astonished by the swirling energy around him. His psychic energy felt unchanged in strength, but its quality seemed drastically different, almost like the difference between heaven and earth. Xia Lin floated inside a translucent balloon, reflecting on her psychic energy, which felt as essential as air, surrounded by a colorful aura. Xia Lin sat on sparkling water, contemplating Dong Qingxi's psychic energy, comparing it to water, reflecting her calm aura. A fiery orb appeared, radiating intense energy as the character considered their determination with the thought, "As for me." The atmosphere charged with anticipation. He stood confidently in a bedroom, declaring his psychic energy resembled a steel ball forged from pure steel. Admiring his glowing energy, he reflected on its unchanged form but enhanced quality and toughness, feeling proud. He exclaimed in shock, watching a magical force rise from his hand toward a tall building. In the sports gym, a crowd of enthusiastic students surrounds a lone figure at the center, filled with anticipation. He stares, perplexed, as a mysterious force lifts the building, wondering about the unfolding events. He confidently states that his psychic energy now allows him to lift massive objects with ease. He acknowledges his growing abilities and considers the need for more practice. Standing assuredly, he realizes he's reached a level beyond the usual martial artists. He asserts that his psychic energy enables him to defeat even a rank 3 or rank 4 martial artist. He mentions the martial master force field surrounding him and says he can enhance it with additional psychic energy, despite its current faintness. He considers that even at full strength, his force field is much weaker compared to a martial master's zombies. He reflects on having a force field as foundational to a martial master's will, though it currently exists only as a nascent form. He envisions this seed developing into a mighty tree, eventually evolving into a martial master's will under his command. Sitting alone at a grand table in the Grand Sea Hall, he ponders his next move while interacting with a device. In the heaven room of the Grand Sea and Sky, a cat character apologizes, assuring arrival soon. A tall instructor, Zhang Zhenguo, confidently addresses students, announcing the review of previously discussed combat techniques, while students eagerly listen. He realizes that leaving the training camp means missing out on monster meat meals and feels the need to visit the Xingshan Medicinal Hall for tonics. A woman rushes through the doorway, her disheveled appearance revealing her figure as she tries to regain her composure. She looks back in surprise, noticing a student at the far table, absorbed in his work. Confidently smiling, she assures the person on the phone that the upcoming task will be easy. A man in a purple suit gestures to a woman at a table, and she calmly tells him to sit. Smiling while reading the menu, he mentions having heard good things about the restaurant's steak. Looking up from his book, his blue eyes meet a reader's gaze as he asks if she's okay with having lunch during their discussion. Holding a red purse, she smiles and offers to help with the code while considering how to start the conversation. He raises a finger with a smile, confidently ordering 40 servings of the best quality steak, cooked medium. She stares incredulously at his order, wondering if he's a pig, while another woman nearby remains unfazed. Students gossip about their instructor, mentioning Mr. Zong's rank as a martial artist and his battlefield experience, gesturing confidently. He mused about martial artists typically having a hearty appetite, noting the expensive 50 servings of steak cost 1,280 each. She worried that if he ordered 40 servings at 51,200, he might expect her to cover the cost. Holding the menu, he asked if she wanted anything. She appreciated the offer but declined, saying she wasn't hungry and wanted the dishes served quickly for him. Smiling playfully, she teased him, calling him a pig for his appetite, her expression gleeful. He Lingshu, a 22-year-old from Yingsan Province, Guangxin City, Ba County, prepared to present himself confidently. Reflecting on his lineage, He Lingshu realized his distant ancestor had begun as an apprentice in Lao Ji's medicinal shop. A delicate hand with manicured nails hovered over a blank paper, suggesting anticipation and creative potential. In the martial calendar's early years, he used martial arts and alchemy skills to become a 5th-level alchemist and founded Xingshan Medicinal Hall. Sitting confidently in a chair, she held a folder, her expression serious, as the word "darken" loomed above her. A narrator explained that there were now 213 branch stores in over 20 cities in Dongning Province, noting Xingshan Medicinal Hall's initial prestige. As students whisper about rank 2, he reflects that his dreams have taught him more than their techniques, displaying determination. She confronted him with fierce eyes, while he smiled mysteriously, suggesting a revelation that left her shocked. He explained that poor management had led to a rapid decline by the time it reached her father's generation. His intense gaze, with striking blue eyes, reflected determination and depth, as shadows played across his face, conveying gravity. With piercing violet eyes, she questioned his intentions, her confidence a blend of elegance and strength dominating the room. He beamed with excitement as the chef brought over a tower of plates, each piled with 40 servings of steak, ready for indulgence. He grunted in satisfaction, teasing Chen Lan by saying he knew about her mother. Reflecting on his absence from Dongning Province for 20 years due to family issues, he expressed regret about never meeting her. He questioned why the He family business collapsed so quickly under their management, hinting at deeper issues. She criticized his outdated mindset and poor management, asserting her role in maintaining elegance within the family business. He revealed the significant truth that his mother and the Chen family had been secretly suppressing the Xingshan Medicinal Hall for years. He executes a powerful kick, shouting, "Ha!" as energy radiates around him, demonstrating his skill. She questioned Mr. Liu about the evidence supporting his claims, asserting they were unfounded. He suggested he verify the claims with his father while eating meat. She mentioned her mother's abandonment of her and her father when she was 2 and her absence since then. She whispered about her mother's lack of compassion, feeling her heart ache. He felt frustrated about the family's business decline under his mother's control and pondered the consequences. He recalled recent store closures and considered that even if his father struggled with management, it shouldn't have ended so badly. She reflected on how new projects with partners unexpectedly failed. He smirked, eating a snack, and assured Miss he hopes she doesn't hold his investigation against him. She stated confidently she would confirm the claims, while discussing collaboration and working on her notes. He agreed to handle medicinal prescriptions and skills training, noting that Xingshan Medicinal Hall would manage production, sales, and profits. He sits down, looking serious, concluding the session and indicating they have covered all for now. He stated his desire for a 90% share. She retorted that he might as well take everything, expressing her frustration. He expressed willingness to proceed but doubted her agreement, smiling confidently. She offered 70% of what they wanted, indicating her limit. He insisted the additional 20% was crucial, displaying a peace sign. He explained that an extra 10% would secure their long-term partnership. He inquired about her intentions, mentioning the He family's issues with the Chen family. He questioned if she wanted to act, proposing it was time for an example. He demanded her retaliation, asserting he would reclaim what was hers. She seemed surprised as he pointed to something, suggesting its importance. He walked through a bustling street, reflecting on how he never expected to be there, but he still had his final exam ahead. Yang Yifei responded confidently when called to demonstrate for the class, acknowledging the request with understanding. His classmates watched attentively. She appeared astonished and drenched in sweat, processing the revelation that he was a psychic mentalist. An 18-year-old martial artist, he was surprised by her casual display of unique abilities as a psychic mentalist. She absorbed energy from the glass, acknowledging the importance of her credentials with focus and confidence. Miss He confidently told her companion about researching a health solution independently and hinted that he might have missed someone behind him. He praised her intelligence and explained that the remaining 10% represented both his power and the silent observer behind him. He asked Miss He if there was a more profitable deal, while she appeared worried, sweat forming on her forehead. He understood that if Lu Sheng's words were true, he would soon face the Chen family. She stood at the table, holding a mysterious object, exuding elegance and intensity in her attire. She reflected on her drink, aware that even without seeking revenge after 20 years, others would not show leniency. She thought about the medicinal prescription with Li Sheng, realizing it could be a pretext for others to act, noting how wealth often brings trouble to an innocent man. As he walked with assurance, classmates admired his appearance and strength, expressing a desire to train alongside him, captivated by his allure. She admired his talent and, after considering, agreed to the deal, promising him 90% of the profits. He held a USB, contemplating the strategies and the potential benefits of a prescription for strength. She hoped he would fulfill his promises, and he assured her he would, considering the potential growth of Lu Sheng over time. He urged someone to hurry for a patient at the Alchemist Association, expressing confidence in their skills and requesting lab access. He expressed joy in their collaboration, stating it was a pleasure to work together as he knocked on the intricately designed door. She sighed, sitting at the elegantly set table with a concerned expression as she looked at the items in front of her. He initially thought securing the deal would be easy since Lu Sheng was a student, but realized he was dealing with someone significant. She noted how he initially called her Miss He, and then simply you, revealing their evolving relationship, while he watched with amusement. She sat surprised when someone knocked and politely asked her to settle the bill, causing her to reflect on her situation. She sighed, recalling how he didn't pay after eating so much, questioning the bill amount, feeling overwhelmed. While classmates murmured about Yang Yifei, one expressed annoyance, accusing him of always stealing the spotlight. Another dismissed this notion, insisting he wasn't like that. She was shocked as the total for the 90 items reached 115,000, but the server rounded down the bill with a smile. She questioned how there could be 90 items when the server mentioned only 40 portions were served. The server explained that the man consumed 40 portions and ordered 50 more for his family, inquiring if payment would be by cash or card. She reluctantly presented her card, and he expressed gratitude for her business. In the bustling city, someone responded to the doorbell, announcing their arrival. She was astonished as she saw stacks of steak boxes in the doorway, exclaiming in surprise. He assured her it was premium steak and she wouldn't need to cook dinner, but she questioned the expense. He explained with a smirk that a wealthy heiress had treated him, causing her frustration. He cautioned her against making the same mistake, acknowledging Teacher Zhang's frequent checks and calling him a kind teacher. Reflecting on Teacher Zhang, he realized it had been a while since he attended school and planned to return the next day. He boasted about his appearance and wealth, complaining about the unfairness. He mentioned his vitality approaching 1.2, attributing it to the best pills. He observed Baihe Third High, its modern architecture gleaming under the sky, reflecting his anticipation for returning to school. Alone at his desk, he sat in the bright, modern office, surrounded by neatly arranged bookshelves, considering the tasks ahead. In the bright office, he glanced at the door as a knock interrupted his thoughts. He responded, saying he was coming. Surprised by a knock, he looked toward the door, wondering who it might be. On the balcony, he held a potted plant and greeted Teacher Zhang, remarking on how long it had been. He remembered ruining the bonsai previously and brought a new one, which made the recipient smile in gratitude. Expressing surprise, he reflected on the brief time since her departure, while a new bonsai was placed in front of him. He noticed her changed aura, realizing the way she surrounded herself felt entirely different. Inviting his friend inside, he received agreement, and they prepared for their conversation. He mentioned that the school leaving procedures would soon be completed, pondering how he might only see his friend on TV in the future. He argued that teachers favored certain students, delivering a punch at his opponent, who narrowly avoided it. He inquired about future plans, and his friend disclosed his intention to join the Morning Star selection. He dropped his cigarette in shock, considering taking the assessment at the Psychic Mentalist Association. He was surprised to hear about the Morning Star selection and mentioned the training camp instructor's recommendation after discovering his psychic mentalist talent. He placed a hand on his forehead, astonished, and remarked on the unexpected nature of the news. He grinned, expressing delight that there was nothing more to teach, and encouraged his student to follow his path, offering unwavering support, to which the student gratefully responded. With a confident smile, he waved goodbye to his teacher, who acknowledged his departure with a subtle gesture at the door. He realized he had underestimated the kid from Third High in Banji City, destined to become a source of pride for all mankind. He entered Year 3 Class 2, observing the students engrossed in their work, surrounded by books and a quiet environment. As the teacher spoke, persistence was described as simple, yet true ease was elusive, and the students absorbed deeper meanings hidden in routine and tension. He sighed, reflecting deeply with furrowed brows and fingers on his chin, considering the weight of unspoken thoughts. He questioned how ordinary people could survive, while his friend agreed, reflecting on his past with resignation in their school environment. He urgently called for someone to awaken and return to life, holding a paper firmly while others looked on, captivated by the unfolding drama. He admonished the class not to underestimate their cultural studies grade, asserting that many students were considering applying to Martial U. He emphasized that even 1 mark could determine their acceptance into Martial U, reminding the class of the significance of their cultural studies grade. The teacher highlighted the critical nature of their cultural studies grade for acceptance into Martial U, while a student yawned, indicating boredom. He playfully smiled at Kaiming, suggesting they visit the internet cafe after school since he was nearing platinum rank. Declining the invitation, he suggested they proceed without him, confidently mentioning he signed up for martial arts at Dream School and planned extra training after school. A concerned friend questioned his recent behavior, noting it was unusual for him to work so hard, as he recalled Zhu Xingji and Lu Kaiming. Startled, one boy exclaimed, as another, seemingly annoyed, shouted for him to stand amidst a mess of books. A frustrated teacher wearing sunglasses expressed his annoyance, stating they were ignoring him, while a student cheerfully announced his return. A surprised student, sweating and wide-eyed, gestured animatedly as he reacted to the teacher's stern expression while a classmate observed the scene. With determination, he declared he would seize everything himself, his gaze reflecting unwavering resolve. He stood by the window, greeting everyone after a long absence with a casual wave and smile. She expressed surprise upon seeing Lu Sheng return to school, stating she thought she'd never see him again, while others speculated about him being taken by the association's president. He mentioned excitedly that Lu Sheng trained at the association's top level and how rare it was to meet him again for an autograph. He addressed Lu Sheng as a student, nervously continuing without knowing the next step. He expressed a desire to attend one last cultural studies lesson, to which the man with glasses eagerly replied that he could join. He called for everyone's attention, while a boy exclaimed in amazement that it was Lu, and a girl looked on in surprise. He grinned widely, urging everyone to begin, while a focused boy prepared for college entrance exams amidst encouraging blackboard messages. He marveled at the thought of attending class with Lu Sheng, while another student admired Lu Sheng's aura, noting he was a rank 2 martial artist. He contemplated how much Lu Sheng had changed, while a nearby student quietly whispered his name in surprise at the transformation. As the bell rang, he sighed in relief, announcing the end of class while clutching his textbook, pleased with the day's lesson. He struck with fierce intensity, determined to fight against any obstacle. He reached out toward the desk, capturing his classmates' attention, who watched him curiously. Turning to his classmates, he caught their curious gazes as they exchanged intrigued looks at his unexpected presence. Smiling warmly, he bid farewell, promising not to forget them. He expressed excitement and honor at being part of the group, with classmates agreeing and vowing to excel in martial arts to honor their friendship. Looking at the other boy with a worried expression, he nervously faced him, beads of sweat forming. With a nervous smile, he faced Kaiming, as the other boy suggested they hang out. Glaring intensely with tears, he confronted the situation, embodying determination and frustration. Hesitating, he insisted on his determination to push through exhaustion to succeed. Sitting at the computer, he explained that he had arranged for Lingzhu to purchase materials for the muscle and blood-strengthening elixir. He explained the need for sufficient quantities of medicinal supplements to reach rank 4 and addressed the issue of his psychic mentalist weapons and the selection process assessment. He complimented a student's form, suggesting future guidance for balance and hinting at a bright future in practical combat. He leaned closer to the screen, eager to check the list, feeling a shock. He marveled at the Eternal Blade Wheel and Silver Skyglider, astonished by the prices, especially the $37,500,000 for the Eternal Blade Wheel. He reflected on the high cost of the Silver Skyglider priced at $29,500,000, questioning if the $5 million reward was insufficient. He considered the expensive materials needed, noting that each blade wheel would weigh at least 1 pound, costing over $5 million. He realized his immense psychic energy required weapons made of mithril, despite knowing it would cost nearly 10 times what he had. He sighed in resignation, acknowledging there was no choice but to mine for the materials himself. He expressed relief at finding critical strategic materials in the impressive repository, holding a useful scroll. He discovered the unexcavated mithril mines on the map, marking the spot at Oxhead Mountain, filled with excitement. He planned to mine mithril from unexcavated mines, gather materials to find a blacksmith, and prepare a powerful elixir, heading towards Oxhead Mountain. A week later, she walked in circles at Xingshan Medicinal Hall, contemplating her next steps amidst various potions and equipment. Smirking, he claimed that she was merely a low-tier martial artist, boasting about his bright future, far beyond mere cannon fodder. She was annoyed while checking her phone, wondering why Lu Sheng hadn't arrived yet. Lu Sheng apologized for his tardiness, while she noted he had least remembered to come. He explained his delay, confidently walking in and asking if all necessary materials were gathered. She confirmed everything was ready, and he asked about the cost, estimating around 200,000. Examining a green sprout, he noted its quality and instructed to log it, deciding to deduct the cost from profits. He asked her to step out for a moment as she stood confidently in a blue outfit. With seriousness, she prepared to respond, her words lingering amid masked frustration. She expressed frustration over the pending marketing for the muscle and blood-strengthening decoction, stating she spent nearly 4 million on materials. She questioned Lu Sheng about his new prescriptions, noting the pending marketing. 3 hours later, she sat with her hands clasped, telling Missy she was finished. He worried about math, contemplating that he should at least check the top news. He showed frustration, eyes narrowed, expressing disbelief and irritation about the situation. She announced her plans for a brief trip, assuring Miss He that the startup capital for the muscle and blood-strengthening decoction would be transferred soon. He stood with a bag, explaining something, while she turned away, responding with a simple acknowledgement. Noticing her fiery temper, he teased her with a playful remark. As he walked away, she watched with a mix of intrigue and annoyance, while he glanced back with a teasing smile. She confidently declared she had discovered a new, mysterious elixir, standing before vibrant vials. She proclaimed the elixir's astonishing effects, detailing its potential profits with an engaging presentation. She insisted his backpack contained many new types of elixirs, full of potential. He informed her he had completed her request, while she remained unimpressed. He noted with concern that despite closely watching the security monitor, nothing appeared, speculating about a possible malfunction when Lu Sheng left. He sighed, realizing the situation was as expected, while a girl in a blue dress expressed disbelief, stating the trick would never succeed. He looked around, asking if anyone wanted to spar with Yang Yifei, while others seemed uninterested or nervous. She examined the vial in her hand, pondering its importance. She chose to ignore her doubts, deciding to follow him, believing he was the key to reviving the He family. In Chuming City, a guide informed travelers about their destination, Xianlin Village, located deep in Oxhead Mountain, known for its scenic beauty. The guide described the path leading to a rare 5-star attraction in Dongning Province, surrounded by lush green mountains and winding roads. She eagerly mentioned they could experience Xianlin Village's culture, taste its delicacies, admire Oxhead Mountain, and purchase traditional crafts. During the bus journey, one girl asked if buying traditional crafts was necessary, while another worried about the remote lodging in mosquitoes. The confident tour guide reassured them that the agency wouldn't pressure them to buy anything, easing their concerns. He informed them they would stay in a guest house with top-notch facilities, including air conditioning and TV, as he looked out the window. He mentioned completing 93 macro-nourishing elixirs that week, feeling it was enough, and noted the unexplored mithril mine as a potential opportunity. He sat quietly on the bus, his expression changing as an orange ball rolled toward him. He questioned if anyone could face the formidable Yang Yifei, remarking he would easily overpower them. Another dismissed the idea, saying it wasn't worth it. She asked her big brother to play a game with her, clutching the bright orange ball. The woman reminded the girl to sit down and not disturb others, as the child held the bright orange ball eagerly. While guiding the girl in the red dress to sit down, she apologized for the disturbance, and he reassured her with a smile, saying it was no problem. He reacted with surprise, his eyes widening as he let out a puzzled, in response to something unexpected. He nodded in agreement, smiling softly, while the girl beside him beamed joyfully, and the woman nearby watched with satisfaction. Realizing he wasn't the only psychic mentalist on the journey, he found the situation intriguing, his eyes showing curiosity and determination. She expressed frustration about the heat and boredom on the Oxhead Mountain tour bus, questioning her choice of a 3-day, 2-night trip. Playfully, she told Zheng Dandan she hadn't forced her to join the tour, reminding her of her initial eagerness. She teased Lin Zishan about her recent breakup, concerned she might act recklessly in this absurd place, while Lin Zishan insisted she was just being overly nice. Assuring her friend that she was fine, she explained her desire for a trip to relax, while her friend reacted playfully, suggesting she wouldn't regret the adventure. He reflected that students often shrank back, likening them to ostriches and questioning how they expected him to teach. She grinned mischievously, chuckling to herself as she rode the bus, ready for her adventure. With a playful laugh, she threw a ball, and he caught it effortlessly, admiring her aim. He smirked in delight while holding a ball, and she exclaimed, "Wow," with wide eyes, peeking from behind the seat. She gasped in shock, swinging a toy sword at the ball while her friend watched nervously, surprised. She held the ball high above her head, exclaiming in triumph, radiating excitement and satisfaction. He lifted the ball confidently, calling, "Here," as a girl in the background watched, her excitement evident. He smiled gratefully, saying thanks while holding a ball, as a girl with pink hair shyly responded with, "You're welcome," giggling. She exclaimed in surprise, looking at her friend, who teased her about being infatuated. Admiring the view, she questioned if the mountain forest was really a 5-star attraction. Her friend said it looked nice and mentioned a huge waterfall to explore tomorrow. Beaming with joy, she pointed enthusiastically, telling her friend he was just ahead as they both looked around excitedly. He mentioned the school teaches the basics, but noted only a few truly walked the path when joining the military. The girl asks her brother if he will play with her again tomorrow, holding his hand. He promises to play tomorrow when he's free, while she feels hopeful. He greets the girl, asking if he can join her and her brother tomorrow, as a girl with pink hair smiles nearby. She tells him he keeps stealing the ball but wants to play only with her brother. She calls her daughter over as they approach the village, and the daughter acknowledges with, "Oh," while a man watches. The girl says goodbye to her brother, and her mother softly replies, "Goodbye," as they leave with their luggage. She calls him a brat with a smirk, while a friend nearby stifles a laugh. She laughs about how children speak freely and asks the boy for his contact information. He smiles and agrees after a pause. As phones surround the character, he adds a new friend, with "new friend added" on the screen. He considered accusations of favoritism, challenging others to reflect on their own thoughts and actions, revealing a contemplative side. With a playful smirk, she admires the name Lu Sheng, commenting on its powerful sound while holding her phone. She cheerfully bids farewell, calling him handsome, as her companion observes under a bright sky. She slyly mentions adding a cute companion, smiling at her friend, and teasingly predicts the trip will be fun, as her friend listens thoughtfully. He smirks suggestively while waving, intrigued by the situation, reflecting a blend of interest and mystery in his intense gaze. He contemplates the unusual situation, noting the presence of an uncommon rank 2 psychic mentalist and 2 rank 2 martial artists with him. He notices the psychic mentalist hasn't discovered his true identity, while a child insists he can only be seen as a martial arts practitioner. He realizes that after forming the will of a martial master, he can now control the intensity of the psychic energy he emits. He thinks that if he doesn't exude psychic energy, nobody will realize his true strength, pondering if stronger martial artists will come to Oxhead Mountain. He contemplates the consequences if anyone stands in his way, noticing a mosquito buzzing nearby, a minor distraction amidst his serious thoughts. He stands confidently, contemplating that he only needs to eliminate them, while a massive insect looms menacingly at his feet. With a determined expression and glowing blue eyes, he asked who else dared to stand against him, showing fierce resolve. While speeding along the highway, a sleek white limousine moves under a clear blue sky. In a dimly lit room, a character wearing a purple outfit with a fur collar observes another kneeling on the floor. A woman in a floral dress sits nearby. The character in purple, holding a drink, smirks as he inquires about Tang Maolin's whereabouts. The kneeling man in a blue shirt confirms Tang Maolin's presence at Choling City's Oxhead Mountain, expressing concern that he might hide with his family. With a frown, the character acknowledges Tang Maolin's cleverness and considers the implications of hiding in the mountains. He reassures his superior that their men are monitoring Tang Maolin, promising they'll uncover his hiding place. He laughs, praising his subordinates for their vigilance and assures that they can handle Tang Maolin, promising to manage the situation at Oxhead Mountain himself. Looking up defiantly, he declares Tang Maolin shouldn't blame him for being ruthless and warns that if he's offended, his life won't be spared. Smirking, he expresses confidence, suggesting others might perceive Wu Zijing as weak, leading troublemakers to think they can exploit him. Holding a glass, he smirks at a woman in a floral dress, who stands silently, seemingly indifferent to his demeanor. With crossed arms and a confident stance, he addressed the crowd, challenging them with an intense gaze, embodying confidence and leadership. He shook a glass toward the woman in the floral dress, who sat quietly with an unreadable expression. She sighed subtly and gazed thoughtfully, her expression a mix of serenity and melancholy, highlighted by the intricate floral patterns on her red dress. With tear-streaked cheeks, she stared in horror as vivid purple droplets trailed from her eyes, the floral dress contrasting with the dark background. She gasped in shock as vivid purple fluid spewed from her mouth, her eyes wide against the dark backdrop. She reached out to collect the swirling purple liquid rising from the glass, now an intriguing substance in her grasp. He took a deep breath, savoring the scent, feeling a mix of innocent love and intrigue. She exuded a youthful aura, akin to someone in their 20s, while vibrant drops flowed from her eyes, evoking a sense of sweetness. He gazed at the note in his hand, smirking at the mention of Tang Maolin, and contemplated his unexpected guest's daughter. He smirked, considering how there would soon be another addition to his collection, as he held a photo of Tang Maolin with his daughter. Children in red dresses dashed around the room, squealing with joy, while a couple stood by the door, smiling at their energy. He pondered the kids' striking gaze and mysterious training, while the group responded eagerly, ready to take their stance. A girl in a red dress laughed while her brother, wearing glasses, cautioned her to slow down and watch for the uneven floor as their mother smiled. A boy with glasses focused intently as pink energy glowed around him, suggesting a powerful change or upcoming confrontation. A girl with pink hair, carrying a tray, moved forward with confidence, spreading pink energy throughout the room, adding vibrancy. A tall building, enveloped in pink energy and grid lines, stood prominently against the sky, showcasing its unique design and the activity surrounding it. He remarked on the room's cleanliness, observing that nothing had changed, while she responded that he was being too cautious. She worried about whether Wu Zijing could reach them, and he appeared nervous, adjusting his glasses as he listened. He insisted on being cautious because he had her and their daughter with him, stressing the importance of safety. She warned they were fleeing for their lives, noting that Wu Zijing, a powerful rank 3 psychic mentalist, seeks revenge against those who wrong him. He sat confidently in a dark outfit, holding a claw-like weapon, while a monstrous form loomed behind, emitting a purple glow. She hoped to escape his pursuit, while he assured her they would find refuge at her father's place, confident in their strength together. Lu Sheng advised his anxious friend not to let exams affect him, urging him to prioritize success over personal pride. She expressed hope that they might defend against him, considering her father's health and noting it had been a while since they last met. As she hugged him, she reassured him not to worry, contemplating her father's strong cultivation and status as a peak rank 2 psychic mentalist. Embracing him, she vowed to protect him and their daughter. While outside, the girl watched the moment with concern. On the balcony, he gazed thoughtfully into the distance, surrounded by a neon-lit atmosphere hinting at a futuristic world. In a virtual reality space, he and his friend smiled, surrounded by glowing characters, capturing a gaming adventure's essence. Using binoculars, he noted that apart from someone monitoring, everything seemed normal in the vibrant digital landscape. Standing by the window, he contemplated and decided to leave the person alone since they weren't causing trouble. Holding a container, he prepared to pour a glowing blue orb into his palm, anticipating the moment's significance. He observed the elixir in his cup, contemplating how it had greatly sped up refining the immortal golden body of a martial master. Realizing his pace, he understood he would achieve his goal in under 2 months while holding a glowing orb. Defiantly standing against chaos, he prepared to unleash his power, energy radiating from his hand, surrounded by a fiery backdrop. He contemplated the similarities between this world and his previous one, standing on the patterned pavement with worn-out sneakers. Lu Sheng assured his worried friend of his hard training for the challenges ahead. He believes that with considerable effort, he can fully master the first stage of the immortal golden body and join the ranks of rank 4 martial artists. Contemplating his phone, he considers his next steps, determination apparent in his striking blue eyes. A message advises him to dress appropriately for the weather and avoid cold foods that might upset his stomach. He reflects on his growth while looking at his phone, stating he is no longer a kid. Recalling his recent outing, he smirks at the message, while a friend informs him that Sister Yang Yu returned to school and asked him out. Engrossed in her phone, she smiles as a lazy orange cat rests beside her, enjoying her relaxed state. While a cute character resembling an apple brandishes a toy gun, she humorously urges him to be honest about the dating question. Startled yet amused by the notifications, he smiles at his phone, excitement emanating from him. He advises her to focus on her cultivation, reminding her to mind her own affairs, take the daily tonics he left, and warning her about her vitality. A cheerful cat-like character playfully points, mentioning not to blame him for offering special lessons. An instructor, emphasizing safety and the importance of lessons, set a 10-minute limit for a focused group of participants. He sat on the bed's edge, signaling someone off-screen to lower something. Lying back, wearing an open jacket, he expressed his plan to test his recent training results. With an explosive blast, the character assessed his progress, noting satisfaction since embracing 10 suns in the same sky. 2 monstrous figures charged at him, and he advanced, ready to confront the threat with determination. A monstrous figure loomed over him, and he created a martial master force field, exuding power. Charging forward with confidence, he declared himself unstoppable while delivering a powerful strike. In the ensuing chaos, he observed an explosive blast, surrounded by enemy shadows unfazed by the destruction. Amidst the chaos, he unleashed a powerful ice attack, sending shards flying as flames flickered in the background. Surrounded by ice shards, he raised his hand to command a freeze, with a bold exclamation mark above. He furrowed his brow, sensing something mysterious within a sparkling blue aura, droplets of light surrounding him. An instructor in an orange outfit confidently addressed an eager audience on the court, while a curious participant observed intently. He gazed at the towering crystallized formations, captivated by the aura surrounding them. He stepped onto the shimmering ice, observing how the sharp crystals reflected light, while she watched his boldness with interest. She emerged from the ice, her long curly hair flowing as she wielded a blade, demonstrating her confidence and determination. Amidst swirling blue energy, she stood strong, wielding a spear with crackling lightning, showcasing her fierce power. He looked shocked, exclaiming it was a martial master-level zombie, while icy shards surrounded him, emphasizing the danger. He stared intently, with a serious expression, as icy blue shards emerged from his head, highlighting his intense power. She stood confused, surrounded by icy shards and swirling snow, shocked as her vision blurred and the icy structure vanished. He felt overwhelmed by anxiety, as repeated warnings of danger echoed in his mind, activating his psychic perception. He screamed in shock, questioning the flood of danger warnings overwhelming his mind. In awe, he watched as a powerful martial technique unveiled, with swirling blue energy illuminating their tense encounter. As the skill test began, two competitors locked eyes, one determined and intense, the other contemplative and ready. He screamed in agony, experiencing extreme pain as blood trickled from his mouth, his blue eyes wide with fear. Sweat dripped down his face as he gripped his chest tightly, feeling as if his body had been torn apart. A surge of fear and confusion overcame him as he wondered if this was what it felt like to die in a dream world. Sitting on the ground, he breathed heavily, relieved to find it was just a dream. Sighing on the bed, he reflected that his life could have ended abruptly. He placed a hand on his forehead in despair, realizing he had depleted all his psychic energy in a futile attempt to block the attack. Feeling defeated, he reflected on her overwhelming attack, despite believing he was progressing in the dreamscape. He considered his encounters in high-level areas, thinking his intellect allowed him to toy with high-level monsters. The dreamscape was not the paradise he anticipated, and he reflected on how only destruction could lead to a true savior in the wasteland. Contemplating the female martial master, he realized she was too strong and suspected she might be a rank 8 Grand Master. During the test, a character noted the other's calm demeanor, pondering his qualities and questioning his vitality score of 0.802 from the last test. He believes the brilliant ice river might be the manifestation of a female martial master's consciousness, thinking that obtaining it would be unimaginable. He considers that reacting instantly with his skills might have given him a chance against her. He wonders if he should try again. He sits cross-legged in a sunlit room with an open window, contemplating inwardly. Suddenly, he clutches his chest in pain, exclaiming in shock. He worries about why he can't access the dreamscape, fearing emotional struggles might have caused a cooldown. He sits worriedly, realizing there's no way to enter the dreamscape again tonight as his phone buzzes. Jung Dandan checks in with a character, asking if they're busy and invites them for a tour, mentioning his skills as a martial master. A character invites another for a meal, asking if they want to go together, wondering why there's no response. He looks at his phone, feeling conflicted and questioning if he regrets adding her as a friend. He sits casually, glancing at his phone, and expresses a willingness to go out for food. A character expressed doubt about another's low score of 0.8, questioning strength and suggesting focus on technique. In the hostel dining hall, a man eats alone, creating a sense of solitude during mealtimes. He calls Lu Sheng, who looks up seriously, his blue eyes momentarily surprised. A girl waves frantically, calling for her big brother, excitement on her face as she seeks his attention. A subtle smile appears on his face as he waves hesitantly, experiencing a moment of connection. He stands quietly, glancing sideways, while she waves cheerfully, drawing attention with her energy. Walking decisively toward the table, he maintains a serious expression, as others engage in quiet conversation nearby. She asks cheerfully why he didn't join them, mentioning that meals are more enjoyable with more people, while another girl smiles nearby. He chuckles, covering his mouth, then inquires if the two girls have eaten. One girl frowns, stating they haven't eaten yet, while the other claims confidently they have. Annoyed, one girl rests her chin on her hand, glancing sideways at her friend, who glares with frustration. A character asks Lu if he's ready, reminding him not to use his hands when falling to avoid injury. A pink-haired girl smiles, while her green-haired friend hints at something more intriguing than food. She asks her father if she can join her brother for a meal, her fork ready. She insists on dining with her brother, as her mother playfully attempts to feed her at the restaurant. The girl thanks her dad, who warns her not to cause trouble, while a woman at the table smiles gently. Holding a bowl, she questions why her dad let her eat with a stranger, as a woman watches closely. A man adjusts his glasses, teasing someone for being too cautious. He assures he used his psychic energy to scan the area, finding only tourists, so there's no threat. She giggles, saying the guy has a nice personality and clear eyes, believing he can't be bad, while another girl looks on doubtfully. He notices his shaky breaths and unsteady steps, reflecting that his martial arts skills are still average. He overhears the girls discussing their achievements, mentioning that others are ranked second in martial arts at their age. He wipes his face, thinking about how everyone in his range could perish with a thought, reassuring himself that nothing will go wrong. Another advised Lu to protect his vitals, especially his head, while Lu gratefully responded, expressing readiness and inviting the challenge. She realized she had been overthinking and felt relief as she placed a hand on her chest. He served the dishes and invited everyone to enjoy the meal with a smile. The girl, surprised by the feast, commented on its size, while a boy with a playful grin called her cutie and encouraged her. Expressing excitement, she mentioned her growing appetite and admired the pig-shaped desserts. She enthusiastically suggested a friendly competition to see who could finish their food first, her eyes alight with excitement. Determined, she focused on eating her food quickly, ready to take on the challenge. He eagerly devoured the buns, stuffing his mouth, as she watched in surprise, both caught up in their shared appetite and amusement. He pondered whether only those from ordinary families ate so much, while she noted that new martial artists depended on supplements during cultivation. He considered how those who couldn't afford supplements relied on high-quality food, mentioning he and Jung Dandan always carried compressed jerky. She thought about the absurdity of needing just a few meals a day, as a chubby character sat atop a giant food bowl, raising questions about overeating. Lu watched intently as a fist approached, sparks flying around him, his expression focused and determined. A girl admires a handsome boy eating with enthusiasm, while her friend questions the situation, appearing unimpressed. One girl whispers to her friend, wondering if Jung Dandan has truly fallen for Lu Sheng, while the other listens with surprise. A girl eagerly grabs her brother's hand, urging him to join her for free flow drinks, while he playfully insists his feelings are clear. A girl notes her brother's unstable breathing and lack of martial arts skills, contrasting him with another talented martial artist student. She explains that her brother is only 3 or 4 years younger, and believes their meeting at Oxhead Mountain is destined. She questions their ability to maintain a long-distance relationship, doubting if their feelings can sustain them. She tells Dandan that love isn't just impulsive but involves daily life details, warning that as they grow stronger, differences may lead to conflicts. She assures Dandan that the issues mentioned aren't real problems, offering to mentor Lu Sheng as a rank 2 martial artist and help with transport or housing. She smiles, considering that if Lu Sheng is ordinary, she can be too, taking a break from training while feeling her calves strengthen. She questions who says Lu Sheng is ordinary, affirming that to her, he remains handsome and brilliant. A mentor advised Lu Sheng about fighting, emphasizing controlling distance and observing movements. She held his hand, expressing her belief in Lu Sheng's promising future beyond what others anticipated. She questioned his decision to abandon martial arts for a high schooler, while her friend sat amused beside her. One girl remarked on his weak appearance, and her friend expressed disbelief over their admiration for him. She suggested they discuss their relationship later and playfully mentioned her crush, Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, overhearing everything, stood next to a young girl, unaware of the two women whispering and pointing behind him. A young girl looked at her big brother, expressing disbelief as he chuckled at the situation, his playful demeanor evident. A young girl, confused, raised her hand to ask the meaning of ridiculous, her curiosity clear in her eyes. He explained that the term means to praise girls for their beauty, his confidence showing as he gestured. She pondered, thoughtfully placing a finger on her chin, an idea forming in her mind. She giggled, pointing at her 2 older sisters, exclaiming how ridiculous they were, as the sisters exchanged puzzled looks. Looking at the flashy billboards, he noticed Yan Quan's live report about the tournament and felt anticipation for the upcoming event. Lu Sheng strategized for a counterattack, balancing offense and defense, focusing as energy swirled around him. He grins widely, agreeing with her assertion, full of confidence. The girl shouts about her ridiculous big sisters, while one of the older girls looks puzzled and the other smiles. The following day, a group stands by a bus. One girl complains about the bed, while another mentions being kept awake. A confused man solemnly wonders about the absent family of 3, with hints of their imminent departure in the background. A worried woman in a blue uniform checks her phone, asking if the missing individuals are in their room, while others express concern. A man in a brown shirt discusses a missing person, while 2 worried women question how everyone disappeared. A woman in a blue shirt suggests taking a break and calls the search and rescue team. 2 women talk about the family's mysterious disappearance and Lu Sheng, expressing concern about the family and finding Lu Sheng's absence odd. She dismisses concerns about the missing family, thinking the tour guide's search disrupts today's plans. She runs enthusiastically towards the mountains to find Lu Sheng, while a friend warns her not to be reckless. He instructed to control the rhythm, test opponents with jabs, and finish with heavy blows, while his teammates watched eagerly. After a restful night, he feels his pain from the dreamscape has eased significantly as he runs through the vibrant forest. With a determined leap, he springs into action, his suit messy but unbothered, fully embracing the wild spirit of the forest. He crouches with fierce focus, one hand on the ground, channeling power as vibrant energy swirls around him, ready for action. He raises his hand with determination, dark energy crackling around him while sharp shards of ice float in the air, signaling his readiness for battle. A massive floating stone looms above as he stands with fierce focus, surrounded by shards of ice around a deep pit at his feet, demonstrating immense power. In awe, he raises his hand as a swirling vortex of pink energy and shimmering shards engulfs the space around him, signifying a powerful awakening. He observes the vibrant purple energy swirling in his hand with a confident smile, realizing the significance of mithril. With determination, he reaches out to the floating, glowing purple crystals, captivated by their mysterious energy. To enhance the crystals, he decides to infuse them with psychic energy, eagerly anticipating the outcome. After infusing the crystals with psychic energy, he confidently states that he can change the mithril's shape at will. He emphasized vitality, highlighting speed and power as crucial for success. He confidently assessed the weight of the mithril, estimating it to be 4 to 5 pounds, and valued it at over 200 million based on his calculations. He observed the glowing orbs of raw mithril in his hand, recognizing their significance and potential. He understood mastering his mental weapon required extensive processing, highlighting its value and the rare skill needed for success. He held a small, shimmering object, noting that calling it minuscule would be an exaggeration. He stood at the cliff's edge, amazed by the chasm's depth, considering how to arrange for its exploration within a week. He contemplated moving the heap of mythical material, noting its captivating size, and regretted wanting to transport it in small amounts. He realized assistance was needed to handle the large heap of mythical material and decided to put it back for now. He concentrated on flattening the ground, felt satisfied with the result, and declared it perfect, while a small spirit observed him. He recalled a nearby village of ethnic minorities, considering seeking assistance there. He thought about the nearby village, believing generous compensation would ensure cooperation from its simple, honest villagers. He declared the match over, asserting victory belonged to the strongest as he unleashed a powerful attack. He warned the villagers that if greed took over, consequences would follow, and assured them of his return soon. He declared his intent to act, his hand glowing with purple energy, ready to demonstrate his power. He expressed frustration over the violence in his thoughts, reminding himself of their lawful society. He looked around in confusion, searching for the village as a glowing marker indicated the direction. He clenched his fist, resolved to speak kindly and avoid violence, determined to win people over with virtue. Towering cliffs partially shrouded in mist revealed a tranquil valley, suggesting adventures beyond the lush foliage. In a remote, green area, a girl worried about bugs while her friend searched for Lu Sheng and questioned her impatience. Amidst greenery, a concerned girl pointed ahead, while her friend asked what was wrong, intrigued by something distant. In a sunny field, a girl exclaimed about a plastic ball, recalling the bear's playtime, while her friend reached out, curious about it. She gasped in surprise, her wide eyes reflecting pink light as mysterious patterns swirled around her, capturing her attention. He smirked, claiming weaklings deserved defeat, as flames swirled around his fist, ready to strike. She stares as an unfamiliar energy binds her hands, preventing movement, while small black creatures crawl nearby, causing confusion. She watches helplessly as purple energy traps her and a giant spider approaches, while a girl in the background observes with a smirk. He runs towards the chief, urgency in his voice, as the shadows of the trees loom overhead. He announces to the chief that his big sister has returned with her family, adding to the upbeat mood. The Xi'an village chief sits calmly, surprised by the news. A child shouts to their grandpa about missing him, while a young man smiles warmly in the background. He exclaims as a child jumps into his arms, causing surprise. A cheerful child greets his grandpa, asking how he's been, while two figures approach. He coughs lightly, feeling well. A young man adjusts his glasses as he and a woman in a blue dress return, both calling out to a father. A man with a mustache looks contemplative, noticing two younger men. one exclaiming about a sibling and brother-in-law's return, questioning their presence. He raised his fist in defiance, unleashing dark energy as a shadowy character faced him, tension crackling. A man with a mustache comments on their return, while a girl shares her hunting plans, encouraging everyone to enjoy the evening. A girl, perched on a man's shoulders, suggests hunting together. He reminisces about wanting quail soup from their previous adventure. An older man, smoking a pipe, asks a man and woman to explain their return. Calling her name, Maolin, he looks at her nervously as she watches him with concern. He gazes at his father intensely, sweat forming, indicating something serious. Sitting across from them, he discusses something important as tension fills the rustic room. Nervously, he exclaims about provoking a rank 3 psychic mentalist, sweat on his forehead. He accuses her, recalling how she disrupted their village and took Manhwa away. She asks her father to help Maolin, presenting it as a supportive gesture. He reminds his father of his ambition to become a rank 3 psychic mentalist, feeling the pressure. He smiled in surprise, a hint of nervousness on his face, muttering softly amid vibrant colors. Feeling defeated, he admitted his failure and the impact on his health, urging others to find help for the child quickly. In despair, he called out for his father while she questioned who else could be sought. With wide eyes, the elder questioned who was being referred to and declared that the police should be involved. With uncertainty, the man questioned their current society while the woman appeared uneasy, as the elder remarked on the public actions of a mentalist. Distressed, he pondered whether involving the police would have been worthwhile, while she watched with concern. Urgently, he called for the chief, while a girl and 2 men stood tensely, hinting at danger. He exclaimed about an intruder, while an older man watched anxiously. Walking down the wooden path, a man glanced at his paper as others engaged in activities around him, with mountains in the background. He studied the map, noting the remote village while 2 figures chatted, unaware of him. Intently focused, he sensed danger as a projectile shot past, prompting a quick dodge, leaving him narrowly unharmed. He jolted, disbelief crossing his face as he was punched, surprise evident in the chaos. He stood alert, gripping a knife, and asked her who she was and how she found this place. He sensed something unusual and stared intently as a girl peeked from behind the trees, calling out to her big brother. A girl joyfully asked her big brother if he had come to their grandpa's place to play, noticing his surprise. A girl expressed relief upon seeing a familiar character, while 2 men observed. One asked if the other recognized him. A girl felt relieved to see familiar faces, while a man explained getting lost in the mountains and visiting his wife's home. They discussed joining a tour group. A man complimented a girl's clear eyes and welcomed them to the true Xianlin village, amidst a beautiful mountain backdrop. He apologized for overreacting, while his friend smiled, noting they arrived at the perfect moment to meet his family. He talked about hunting wild game soon. He said this village was unique, and a vendor invited a girl to buy a specialty wood sculpture, but she declined. He noted that psychic mentalists are rare, yet this village surprisingly has 3, including an old man at rank 2's peak. He wondered how to discuss Mithril's value with the psychic mentalists, feeling uneasy about showing his abilities to gain their favor. As a blast surged, he ducked in fear, shocked by the intense energy erupting. She informed her brother they couldn't play ball because she had lost it. He suggested helping her find it. He noticed Zheng Dandan and Lin Yishan nearby, suspecting they were there for a tour. A sense of despair overwhelmed him as he quietly said, "No," his blue eyes reflecting his inner conflict. He reacted to a girl shouting, "That's my ball," as a pink-haired child held onto him, with dark shadows in the background. He laughed, amazed at someone daring to explore the mountain forest, as a large pink sphere floated nearby. Panic set in when 2 characters, their mouths covered, cried out, their fearful expressions contrasting with the chaotic scene. Tang Maolin, under a purple light, stated their time and effort were significant, with shadowy figures nearby. Tang Maolin, sweating, realized the danger of provoking a powerful psychic mentalist, as others shared his anxiety. A shadowy figure appeared, showcasing his power and proclaiming his peak rank 3 status. An elderly man urgently advised Maolin to take the child and villagers away, while a young man looked on in shock. In panic, he lay on the floor as classmates watched in shock, tension filling the room. A powerful attack descends as a girl with pink hair narrowly avoids glowing projectiles, maintaining her focus amid the chaos. A confident character with purple hair dismisses the hidden attack, expressing his awareness of the vibrant energy around him. Tension rises as one character challenges another, questioning if this is all they have, while an elderly man readies himself amid swirling energy. He mocks, declaring that his opponent's weak psychic energy doesn't earn the title of a psychic mentalist. With confidence, he vows to destroy all hope, promising true despair as dark energy radiates from him. He yells Wu Shizhong's name, filled with anger and determination, proclaiming, "I'll kill you," as green energy menaces around him. Sweating nervously, he focuses, forming a glowing symbol with his fingers, enveloped by eerie turquoise energy suggesting a powerful ability. He assertively points, commanding his energy to surge forth in powerful turquoise streams, demonstrating his focused determination and mastery. Confidently, he channels his energy into erupting turquoise beams, displaying unwavering focus and control over his powers. Elegantly gesturing, surrounded by a vibrant pink aura, he embodies his impressive powers, maintaining a calm demeanor as anticipation charges the atmosphere. She struggled with a heavy load while he warned a guy to stop blocking the road, creating a tense moment in their busy surroundings. Surprised and distressed, he held his friend's head, showing his confusion and concern while a colorful question mark hovered above. He cast a spell with confidence, saying, "Transform," as vibrant pink light and energy surrounded him, with shattered pieces floating around. A character stood confidently in a vividly lit area, casting a spell. Another watched in surprise, exclaiming in disbelief. Frustrated, the character lamented the ineffectiveness of their dense steel pellet cannon. With a smirk, the character held a small orb, eyes gleaming with confidence and mischief, surrounded by pink light. He applauded someone for using a dense steel weapon against him, feeling both amused and intrigued. With a smirk, he expressed disdain, calling someone's attitude such arrogant ignorance, while conjuring a powerful energy source. Vibrant pink energy beams caused panic as a child called for her mother, and another shouted a name urgently. A young man with glasses shouted, urging others to follow him and defend the girls from danger. An ominous figure laughed menacingly, revealing a determined nature while manipulating purple energy with stubborn brilliance. An alarmed man shouted as bright purple energy crackled around him, while another man calmly observed the chaos. She quickly dashed away as he laughed, with others watching in surprise. A sinister woman admits her intention to kill two girls, maintaining a chilling calm behind her mask, while another character is shocked. Reflecting on the secluded location, a character finds it unexpectedly isolated and perfect for their plans amidst vibrant laser beams. Smiling slyly, she lingers with her tongue out, claiming she'll take her time caring for him as her long nails glitter in the dim light. With tears in her eyes, she seeks reassurance and vows to act, while purple beams heighten her distress. He humorously suggests leaving a glass for his daughter's dowry, referencing a Chinese custom, while laughter highlights the absurdity of the situation. Outraged, he condemns the plan to use humans as vessels for wine, labeling it monstrous, while shock and anger are evident in his expression. She grins wickedly, sticking her tongue out, exclaiming the expression she's after is perfect, her laughter filling the air chillingly. Alarmed about being on Oxhead Mountain, she fears grave danger from a peak rank 3 psychic mentalist. A shadowy figure looms as she panics, fearing death in this perilous place. Her vibrant pink hair contrasts her desperation to survive. Lu Sheng observes colorful purple laser beams crisscrossing the scene, while a child dances beside a woman, highlighting their carefree spirit amid the tension. Lu Sheng concentrated, recalling how he sent Yang Yifeng flying with one punch, the air tense as he prepared for action. A mysterious character, hidden in darkness, talks about a future meeting, while a girl urges someone to bring a child closer. Two girls lie on the ground as a character stands above, throwing an object with a swift motion. Two muscular figures approach, and another character in a dramatic outfit holds a small creature, showing enigmatic confidence. A frightened girl stands before two shadowy figures, her eyes wide with fear as purple lasers cross around her. A man with striking purple hair expresses disbelief as his mithril web breaks, surrounded by vibrant purple energy. A determined young man with spiky black hair clenches his fist, surrounded by crackling blue energy, ready for any challenge. A young child declares they can move again and urges their big brother to save their parents quickly. The young brother, with a gentle smile, reassures his sister while holding a glowing light. A man stands firm against two aggressive figures, demanding someone's release as shadows loom ominously. A boy delivers a solid punch, causing shockwaves, while a nearby girl clutches her head in surprise at the intensity. Sweating and wide-eyed, Lu Sheng clenched his fist, puzzled by recent events. A boy unleashed a powerful punch, creating shockwaves, startling a nearby girl who gasped in surprise at the sudden energy burst. A man with purple hair expressed shock, questioning the situation upon realizing the other person was a rank 5 martial artist. He stood with a troubled expression, reflecting on the weakness around him and sensing a lack of inner strength in the atmosphere. He questioned angrily how someone could reach rank 5, expressing disbelief and frustration. With a sly smile, she asked if he shattered her mithril web, her piercing gaze radiating confidence amidst the chaos. In shock, he looked at Tang Maolin, questioning if this kid was someone he could rely on, confusion evident in his eyes. With a mocking grin, he declared that without inner strength, the young boy would be easily cut by his mithril web, ignoring the boy's pleas. Confidently, he encouraged the young girl, reassuring her not to be afraid, holding her firmly in his arms against a mystical aura. With a dramatic flourish, he declared that his opponent thought too highly of themselves, unleashing a surge of power crackling with purple energy. He stood with the child in his arms, staring at the menacing purple energy swirling ominously, ready to unleash its power. With a fierce expression, Lu Sheng felt adrenaline surge, shocked as he faced the source of his distress, emotions running high. He extended his hand, channeling energy while holding the child tightly. Purple lightning surged in the background. He exclaimed in shock about the control stage martial art, explaining its significance. He expressed disbelief about the martial art, realizing its incredible power and control, likening it to something godlike. She questioned how it was possible, her purple hair highlighting the gravity of the situation. He impatiently asked if she was done speaking, his tone emphasized by bold lettering. Confidently clenching his fist, he showed strength as the girl smiled on his shoulder, surrounded by vibrant energy. Frustrated, he tugged at the magical energy, realizing the unexpected control over his mithril web, while another character expressed disbelief. Grinning menacingly, he vowed to drag his opponent to hell with him as ominous energy swirled above. He warned that his opponent would cause a catastrophic implosion of psychic energy, leading to chaos and death. She urgently called out to Lu Sheng, eyes wide, pleading for guidance in their dire situation. Surprised, Lu Sheng faced the shocked crowd after defeating Yang Yifei with one punch, leaving everyone in disbelief. An energy orb pulses with a pink glow in the sky, surrounded by dark clouds, creating tension. He stands in a blue aura, contemplating another psychic energy. He shouts, "No," as pink rays envelop him, highlighting his distress. He looks at Wu Zijing, surrounded by energy, struggling on the ground. He holds a girl, disdainfully commenting as a creature dissipates behind them. He hesitates, commanding energy to gather in his hand. She smirks, noting the device's effectiveness while the girl struggles. He explains it's a mentalist weapon from Mithril. She looks astonished, expressing uncertainty. She calls him Big Brother, admiring his abilities as he holds her. She thanks him for saving them, their connection illuminated by the sunset. A teacher, frustrated, questioned the student's dazed expressions, instructing someone to fetch another teacher, while a red-haired student awaited the response. He watched the young character, who seemed like a student, while another man talked about the fearsome nature of Lu Sheng's martial arts skills. The older man felt his age as he observed the young character's impressive martial arts abilities, contemplating the rise of talented individuals in this generation and hinting at the emergence of a dragon. A woman was impressed by Lu Sheng's strength, recalling his reputation as a lazy glutton, while her friend praised him as a true genius. He felt nervous about how to address Lu, stumbling over whether to call him Lu or Mr. Lu, and struggled to find the right words. Brother Tang mentioned to his companion that he had dealt with a foolish pervert and insisted there was no need for thanks, asking only for assistance. With determination, he reassured his companion of his commitment to give his all. After 3 hours, a sleek black bus reached a winding road surrounded by majestic mountains, marking the beginning of a new adventure. He reflected on the trip to Oxhead Mountain, feeling the main objective had been achieved, as he gazed thoughtfully out the window. He entrusted the matter of the mithril to Tang Maolin, noting Tang's status as a rank 2 psychic mentalist with official accreditation and the means to manage mithril. Surprised at acquiring a mithril psychic mentalist weapon, he estimated its weight at 4 or 5 pounds, finding it an unexpected delight. One character urgently warned to be careful, while another confirmed the injured person was ready to go. Lu Sheng's strength surprised her, prompting her to reflect that without him, they might have settled at Oxhead Mountain. She asked about his next destination, and Lu Sheng mentioned a need to visit Liang City, where the Psychic Mentalist Association was located. She found it exciting that Liang City was also their home and suggested traveling together. He expressed surprise, asking if they were students at Dongning Martial University, then mentioned his intention to go to Liang City instead of returning to Dongning Province. A girl with pink hair began speaking nervously, while another girl with green hair watched with an unimpressed look. The girl with green hair confidently stated that Danden's family lived in Liang City and expressed a desire to visit home before coming to Oxhead Mountain. She enthusiastically expressed her wish to return home, her pink hair highlighting her excitement. Suggesting they travel together, she expressed her eagerness to ask him questions upon reaching Liang City, while he jokingly invited her to stay at his house. He sighed, contemplating his thoughts about dating her, then decided to concentrate on their plans for Liang City. He answered the call, introducing himself as Dong Qingxue, and Lu Sheng responded with a casual greeting, inquiring about the situation. Worried, a character called for Teacher Zhang, while another stood astonished, watching the scene with concern. Dong Qingxue answers a call and explains the Morning Star selection has been rescheduled. He reassures Lu Sheng that he will pick him up soon and then hangs up. At Liang City Regional Station, a group of travelers moves together. Among them, one has pink hair and another has green hair, all heading towards adventure. At the station, a traveler tells his companions he can't continue to Liang City, suggesting they part ways here. Startled, she reacts when someone questions her destination. Meanwhile, a boy points out a luxury car, noting it's the latest model. Startled by the destination question, she admires the luxury car as he highlights its impressive features and says it's the latest model. Dandan shouts in surprise, admiring the stylish black high-heeled sandals under the bright sky. Dandan joyfully reunites with Wenwei, embracing her warmly while wondering how they arrived so quickly. A friendly voice calls out to Dandan, greeting her with a smile while others nearby watch with curiosity. Relaxing in his car, he smiles at Dandan, compliments her beauty, and asks if the others are her friends. She looks confused and slightly irritated, questioning his presence, her pink hair and striking eyes revealing her strong emotions. He apologized to Teacher Zhang, explaining he hadn't meant to harm anyone and struggled to control his strength. She introduces her best friend, Lin Zishan, a rank 2 martial artist from Dongning Martial U, with a confident smile. She presents Lu Sheng as her good friend from Oxhead Mountain, pondering the many secrets he seems to harbor. She greets Xu Wenwei warmly, introducing herself as Dandan's close friend and expressing excitement about Lu Sheng's impressive martial artist rank. Cao Minliang introduces himself as Dandan's friend and invites the group to Liang City, mentioning they must be tired after their long journey. A girl with long pink hair insists they only need a cab, while a boy beside her assures a friend is on the way. A girl with long brown hair teases Dandan, asking if he truly likes a boy they met on a trip, while assuring him of their genuine friendship. A girl with pink hair apologizes for her lack of thoughtfulness, explaining to another girl and Dandan that they won't mistreat him since he's her friend. She hands over a stack of cash, suggesting he should take it to book a cab for himself. She demands an explanation from everyone, her vibrant pink hair contrasting with her intense expression. She expresses frustration, saying it's fine, clearly dissatisfied, her vibrant pink hair contrasting with her intense demeanor. Admiring someone's strength, he wondered when he would achieve that level of power, feeling a mix of admiration and envy. With a tense expression, he fell silent, his gaze revealing uncertainty and an inner struggle. He stands in shock as money flutters around him, his expression a mix of disbelief and excitement, golden hair catching the light. He waves to his friend arriving in a flashy car, surrounded by floating money, with friends cheering around. Confidently standing on a helicopter's edge, he prepares for action as vibrant characters watch in awe. Two girls gaze at a guy in the distance, whose vibrant energy radiates as he prepares for something incredible. With determination, the character urges others to hurry, stating they cannot land in the city district. She nods in agreement, her pink hair flowing as she raises her hand in a gesture of uncertainty. Leaping into action, he swings from a rope, excitement evident as he shouts with determination, catching the attention of those below. The girls express shock, gasping as one exclaims about the Eastern Military District's helicopter, while another wonders if he just flew up there. He smirks while waving goodbye, saying he'll see them later, suggesting playfulness and ease before departing. A helicopter spins above stunning skyscrapers, creating a whirlwind effect, as the atmosphere buzzes with excitement and urgency. He reassured her in a calm tone that injuries happen in combat, stating his were not serious, and invited her to his office for a discussion. He compares meeting her to witnessing a middle-aged woman cycling to buy an entire residential complex. She ponders over Dandan's mysterious friend while he observes her with curiosity. With fierce determination, she glares, her long pink hair adding an air of mystery. She insists that Zishan take a cab to Liang City, pulling her with urgency and impatience. She notices two girls with annoying expressions pulling away with a suitcase, while he watches, intrigued. The scene unfolds dramatically, buildings blurring below as he experiences a whirlwind of sensations. Feeling excited about his first helicopter ride, he notes that the city below looks like a tiny model. She asks if he enjoys it, suggesting a chance to join the Eastern Military District if he does. He teases, saying he expected them to offer him something, like one of those. With a sly smile, she hints that if he joins, he could enjoy a private helicopter daily. He told Kaiming he was going to teacher Zhang's office and asked him to inform the teacher about their next period. She noticed the young character's increasing strength, making it difficult for her to gauge his level. She announced the need to concentrate, noting that the prodigy training camps in the Eastern District concluded 3 days ago, with candidates already chosen. She emphasized that this year's candidates are the strongest yet, her demeanor serious and attentive. He expressed a wish to participate, laughing, while she remained calm and composed beside him as he read from his script. In a world where over 8% possess gifts, one character is a gifted martial artist with elemental control, and another has passed the psychic mentalist assessment. He stood with confidence, observing that over 20 geniuses possessed rank 3 martial abilities, including a rank 4 powerhouse. He expressed his surprise with a simple acknowledgement, contemplating the realization. She thought deeply, voicing concerns about whether he felt anything while hearing about their abilities. He expressed disbelief, stating that the situation seemed unbelievable and left him genuinely astonished. He teased his friend, calling him a brat for being dramatic, and noted that individuals like him wouldn't be affected by others' reactions, suggesting he reveal the rewards. He exclaimed in shock about Lu Sheng's newfound power, questioning how someone like him could become so strong. Yang Seping was amazed at Lu Sheng's increased vitality. He asked about the rewards, his spiky hair noticeable and blue eyes full of curiosity. She, with a confident smile, pointed out something intriguing, her long hair framing her features. He explained that this year's selection was unique as the military head would attend, and the format would differ from a random drawing tournament. She stated they would be fighting monsters, while he focused on his notes beside her. Standing confidently, he declared, "Monsters," setting the stage for an intense confrontation. He recognized the strongest enemies as formidable monsters emerging from cracks in the earth and sky. Charging forward, he battled a monstrous foe, revealing that powerhouses from the human race join the battle every year. Looking upward, he realized the monsters wouldn't stop encroaching on human territory and didn't expect students to face such dangers soon. She remarked that the country's powerhouses were seeking solutions, and the higher-ups had made a decision. He addressed the crowd, proclaiming that true geniuses with immense potential would rise, advocating for a departure from cautious policies. He walked slowly down the court, with light casting a long shadow behind him, while others watched with anticipation. Someone whispered his name, Lu. He announced they would face pressure early on, using it as motivation to advance in their martial arts journey. Looking out of the window with a thoughtful gaze, he reflected on his journey, dressed in a stylish jacket, showing confidence and determination. She recalled an important saying about the trials of blood and fire necessary for mastering martial arts with a fierce expression. With a confident smile, he noted that although selection had become tougher, the rewards were now more enticing. He explained that anyone ranking in the top 10 would receive a portion of otherworldly blood, highlighted in a shiny package. He mentioned that reaching the top 3 would grant access to extraordinary blood, increasing anticipation among those near the glowing core. She warned that claiming the top spot would bring challenges, her intense gaze reflecting determination in the stakes involved. In a high-tech facility, 2 characters in yellow suits prepared for an important event, discussing the opportunity to enter the otherworldly marrow pool. Sitting contemplatively, he pondered the intriguing terms, otherworldly blood, and otherworldly marrow, expressing their coolness. She explained the extraction of immense energy from monsters, emphasizing that the monster meat prepared at the training camp was the simplest method. He stepped through the open door, followed closely by another character with a serious expression, creating tension as they entered. She describes otherworldly blood as colorful floating cells, extracted cellular fluid from monsters, highlighting its role in energy extraction. She clarifies that otherworldly marrow is the cerebrospinal fluid of monsters, shown with glowing data and graphs, stressing its importance in their biological understanding. He states that all military rewards are grade 4 and higher, noting this is unprecedented. He mentions that the portion of otherworldly blood for the top 10 will likely be only a few hundred milliliters, while a girl next to him smiles. He considers that the pool available for the top 3 is like an entire cultivation tank, akin to an unlimited supply. He smirks and advises absorbing as much as possible, revealing a portion of grade 4 otherworldly blood could be worth over 50 million. He estimates the pool of otherworldly marrow could be worth at least several billion, as the shimmering surface ripples mysteriously. He appears shocked, realizing they are offering such a valuable item in limitless amounts. He focuses intently, understanding he needs immense energy to nurture the stellar body refining art's immortal golden body. He questions how long it will take to complete the first stage, relying solely on the marrow nourishing elixir and blood-strengthening decoction. A character, startled, backed away from a glowing robot in a room featuring a cozy atmosphere and a small bonsai tree. He dreams of acquiring a substantial amount of otherworldly blood to expedite his cultivation, pondering the duration of the initial stage. He views this as a significant opportunity and assures Instructor Dong of his understanding. He smiles, announcing their arrival, with one character sitting relaxed while another observes attentively. He declares their approach to the Eastern Military District, as a helicopter hovers over the vast city below. He grinned, asking if the view was breathtaking, while his friend remained unimpressed. He pondered how the martial arts world would expand over the next 10,000 years, envisioning a much larger realm. He stood at the edge of the cliff, contemplating the colossal structure shattered by monsters, recognizing the impact of such destruction. He approached the helicopter on the landing pad, discussing preparations with the other character in a green vest for the mission. He stood in a hallway, looking at door 37 with a mix of curiosity and hesitation, the yellow walls mirroring his uncertainty. She confidently told Lu Sheng she would return to get him the next day, standing in the hallway with charisma. Startled, he admired the impressive bonsai tree, exclaiming about it, and expressed surprise at his teacher's unexpected hobby. She assured him that pressing the call button would summon assistance if needed. He stood at the doorway, a cape billowing behind him, greeting the day with a hopeful gaze. He faced a powerful character surrounded by dazzling ice formations, hovering gracefully above the snowy ground, exuding confidence and magic. She wielded her weapon with grace among glimmering ice, radiating power and elegance as she faced the icy landscape. Fearful at the sight of her, he silently exclaimed that just looking at her was terrifying, then resolutely declared, "No." He grinned with determination, eager to face her in battle once again. He activated Vitality Enhancement, unleashing a powerful explosion of energy, standing confidently amidst flames. He unleashed, switch, breath of the flame, surrounded by an intense fire explosion, revealing his fiery determination. With fierce blue eyes shining, he focused intensely, radiating a powerful aura in preparation for conflict. Radiant, glowing hair and intense focus embodied the divine illumination of the King of Hell, emanating overwhelming power. He laughed, saying it was just a small hobby, and mentioned everyone has secrets, while his companion looked on intrigued. Amidst swirling magical glyphs, he stands ready to unleash his power, surrounded by a radiant aura showcasing his strength. An intense aura surrounds him as he prepares to release the 10x stellar impact, striking with immense force. Flames ignite the sky as he channels energy, reaching the martial master level, with 10 suns blazing overhead, illuminating his stance. Sparkling blue energy surrounds her as she stands poised with her sword, ready to unleash power against the swirling cosmos. He winces from a sharp pain, water droplets running down his forehead as he silently grapples with discomfort. With a sigh, he realizes his failure, while another character remains determined, believing in hope for resistance. Reflecting on the battle, he feels more resolute, confident in his martial arts skills and having overcome his fear of death. A persistent knocking sound catches his attention, making him turn towards the door, intrigued. Lu Sheng opens the door to Instructor Dong and Instructor Chin, who asks with a smile if he rested well. Lu Sheng mentions it was a bit stuffy. Instructor Chin then explains the front lines are nearby, emphasizing the danger of toxic gases from monsters. He gazed intensely, a golden gleam in his eye, asking if she wouldn't agree with him. Lu Sheng questions the instructor about his expression, noticing his irritation and skepticism regarding Lu Sheng's playful demeanor. Surprised, Lu Sheng comments on the instructor's noticeable change from the previous day, prompting a curious response. Lu Sheng tells the instructor about the shift in atmosphere, comparing the previous day's appearance to muddy jade and noting its current clarity. Acknowledging his improved appearance, Lu Sheng likens himself to polished jade. Another character teases him about shamelessness, which Lu Sheng finds amusing. Dressed stylishly, Lu Sheng confidently walks with two friends, discussing plans and savoring the moment in the elegant hallway. Grinning in a floral shirt, Lu Sheng asks his friend about his confidence in achieving their goal. Expressing hesitation, he admits his lack of confidence. He then recognizes instructor Dong Jinshui approaching with others, noting the unexpected and significant encounter. Cheerfully greeting, he remarks on the time since their last meeting and hints at its significance. Sheng Guanling, with a cold gaze, points out lingering resentment, while another observes the evident discord between the two. A smug character mocks Qin Xiaojun, questioning his judgment regarding candidates and suggesting a lack of talent recognition, as others watch the tense exchange. As the sun set, the sky above the old building was painted with warm hues of orange and purple, its windows glowing softly in the evening. He confidently addressed her as student Lu Sheng, noting her vitality should be 0.8. A character, with a smug expression, sarcastically advised Sheng Guanling to remain silent if he forgot to brush his teeth, while another character observed unimpressed. One character, surprised, wondered if a genius had emerged in Dongyi province. Another remarked there's no mention of them in the files. A character with a sly smile suggested a bet on whose representative ranks higher, mentioning a wager of an otherworldly marrow portion, while another listened curiously. Smirking, a character questioned the wager on a single portion, addressing the presence of two others, suggesting a playful challenge. Shangchen Ling, in bold attire, warned someone not to make unaffordable bets, while others stood nearby, humorously engaged. A character with long white hair and confidence called out, urging someone to wait, creating anticipation. He reluctantly agreed, stating he would take 3 portions, emphasizing his demand for 3 portions of grade 5 otherworldly marrow. Smugly, he asked Dong Qingxue if he was backing out, teasing him for apparently raising the stakes cowardly. She appeared fiercely determined, with bright blue eyes blazing as she gritted her teeth in anger. He smiled wickedly, a sinister grin spreading as he laughed heartily, finding satisfaction. He remarked to teacher Zhang about the vitality character, derived from the last assessment. He laughed, mocking a friend for witnessing a feat, explaining that 3 portions of rare ingredients could enhance another ability. Everyone awaited more guidance from instructor Dong Qingsu. Smirking, he thanked instructor Dong Qingsu, standing confidently against a backdrop of flames. Furious, he shouted about Sheng Guanling's elemental flame control abilities, while another character looked on, surprised by the revelation. Confidently laughing, he claimed there was no need to detail everything in the candidate's file, insisting she was to blame. He reminded everyone to prepare 3 portions of grade 5 otherworldly marrow. Frustrated, one character exclaimed while another stood confidently with a document. A third, dressed brightly, appeared distressed in a lighthearted yet tense atmosphere. Confidently, one character asked about his performance, while another boasted about their acting skills, and the third wondered about a professional career. One character critiqued another's exaggerated expressions and body language, while a third expressed doubt about their skills compared to a top psychic mentalist. The characters discussed the long-standing feud between the Shangguan family and the Dong and Qin families, reflecting on a rude member they encountered and feeling helpless. She reassured him about the bet and promised to share the otherworldly marrow. He grinned, teasing about sharing his portion too. He arrived and was greeted by 2 figures. One, in a floral shirt, explained the rules would be explained upon entering, while the other, dressed as an instructor, thanked him. He questioned whether she used drugs to boost vitality, reminding her that such actions are forbidden and harmful. As he called out for Lu Sheng, a woman in a military outfit inquired about his confidence regarding the Morning Star selection tournament. He admitted to having some confidence, but not much. She asked how much a little was. He looked at her, considering his response, as they both faced an unexpected uncertainty. He smirked, asserting that being disqualified now would make winning impossible. In the meeting room, 5 individuals in blue uniforms discussed plans, while one person stood aside, reflecting on the situation. Division Commander Yu, in a tense moment, turned to see 3 uniformed figures saluting him with serious expressions. Major General Yu Fei, a rank 7 martial master, confidently instructed someone to sit, exuding authority. Major General Yu Fei confirmed the candidate's presence, as another official explained the tournament monsters had been inspected and each candidate would enter their own battle lanes. A mysterious creature watched with glowing eyes, as an unseen announcer explained that the first participant to complete the finish line would win, with rank 2 monsters in every battle lane. He asked anxiously about drugs and insisted he had never used any illegal substances, showing concern. A rank 3 monster with glowing eyes and a rank 4 monster confront each other, as an unseen voice reveals they will soon encounter a near rank 5 monster. A golden-eyed demon ape appears, displaying a menacing grin, while an unknown source reacts with shock. They express surprise upon learning that a near rank 5 monster is the strongest among its rank and convey concern about young recruits facing such challenges. She explained they don't need to fight the near rank 5 golden-eyed demon ape alone, stressing the importance of collaboration and strategy against formidable enemies. He noted that the Eastern Military District protects the nation's second most critical front lines but has ranked last in recent military events. Frustrated, he declared that if they couldn't defeat a near rank 5 monster, the entire Eastern District and country had no future. Surprised and tense, 3 in uniform exchanged worried glances, reacting to unexpected developments. A serious atmosphere settled in the office as he prepared for the meeting, while she stood ready with a report, eager to uncover the talents they would assess. He sprinted forward, calling it the most special tournament in years and believing he was the hope of the entire Haicheng province. Confidently, he declared he would become the morning star, facing a massive beast with glowing green eyes. With a stern expression, he stated they would reassess her vitality, warning drug use could cause fluctuating results. He was shocked, exclaiming in disbelief as the massive beast advanced, surrounded by fierce green energy. He groaned in pain and addressed the creature with anger, noting the fierce green energy around it. He yelled defiantly, challenging the creature and declaring himself the strongest prodigy as the green energy erupted around him. A chill ran through him as a dark creature with glowing blue eyes appeared behind him, warning him not to proceed. A man with striking blue hair looked serious while discussing the Chosen One, emphasizing the need for someone extraordinary as another character reacted with shock. A serious man in military attire instructed his team to ensure the safety of promising candidates, while a woman beside him organized the information meticulously. Kong Qing, representing Dongzhe Province, was revealed to be only 17 years and 8 months old, surrounded by crackling energy. A skilled martial artist harnessed her gift of elemental control, demonstrating her mastery over water, surrounded by dramatic energy. With vibrant hair and a confident stance, the skilled martial artist demonstrated her mastery over electricity at rank 1, surrounded by swirling energy. Jia Horan from Jiangzhou Province was announced, the atmosphere tense as vibrant energy surged, and the mysterious character loomed below. He indicated that after assessing combat strength, they would confirm vitality again, noting consistency would solidify abilities. 18 years and 3 months old, he is a rank 3 martial artist with a psychic-type gift, vibrant energy swirling around him. He advances confidently, unleashing psychic powers as spectral energy beams emit from his fingertips, illuminating the creature behind him. He remains stoic, psychic energy flickering around him, having already passed the rank 2 psychic mentalist assessment. A fierce creature from Shailan Province looms, its menacing green energy radiating as it prepares for battle. Xing Ji, an 18-year and 9-month-old rank 4 martial artist, launches an explosive attack, showcasing his strength. Xing Ji calmly boasts about his defensive abilities, revealing his martial prowess, an aura of energy surrounding him. Xing Ji stands confidently, his gift level highlighted, while a dark figure looms behind, ready to strike. Xing Ji lies vulnerable, revealing his rank 3 metal skin as a creature watches, its glowing eyes betraying intent. Xing Ji stands defiantly, eyes determined, unleashing a powerful attack, causing the ground to erupt with energy. Xing Ji observes a holographic display, impressed by the youth's abilities, enthusiastically exclaiming they are indeed not bad. He placed his hand on the glowing orb, seeking confirmation of abilities, while the observer watched attentively. Xing Ji admired the abilities of the young characters, noting their potential to handle rank 2 monsters and easily defeat rank 3 monsters. He believed they would be the stars of any selection. He observed a projected image of a young man casting fire, considering the potential of a few who would stand out. Witnessing a fiery display of elemental control, Xing-ji pondered why the impressive performer hadn't received recognition. A well-dressed man with a confident smile addressed someone as "Sir," explaining that Zhao Lai had just awakened his ability and his information was still being updated. Another well-dressed man confidently remarked that it was fine to let others' abilities showcase themselves, while another acknowledged his duty to nurture such talent. A well-dressed man scoffed at the candidate's deception for praise, while another man smirked, acknowledging the obvious fakery with a knowing expression. A man with a smug smile dismissed the candidate by cutting his hand through the air as others observed, hinting at insincerity. With a satisfied expression, he remarked on the candidate's quick progress, anticipating their swift completion of the first stage. In disbelief, he observed the chaos in the battle lane, which was filled with shocking surprises. He questioned the insane rate of progression as vivid pink energy erupted around him, illuminating the chaotic battlefield. He flinched as energy surged from the orb, freezing his hand mid-motion, while the observer watched in awe. He contemplated the unusual battle lanes, frustrated by the lack of monster indicators, as a glowing character and bold letters highlighted his confusion. He pointed decisively, demanding the immediate retrieval of the surveillance footage, asserting his authority and urgency. She responded intensely, affirming her order with a sharp tone, indicating her frustration and urgency. She noted the countdown had just begun, observing the candidates with urgency, aware of the implications of their motivation. He pointed assertively, his expression serious, making a crucial point during the meeting, dressed in a sharp suit. She urged others to replay the footage quickly, determined to identify the candidate, her expression a mix of intrigue and surprise. Determined to reveal the truth, she exclaimed it was Lu Sheng, as a digital image of him appeared prominently, surrounded by glowing data. As he stepped forward, shadows stretched behind him, hinting at his determination and strength in facing the unknown situation. The monstrous boar advanced, its glowing green eyes menacing, drool dripping from its jaws, radiating a palpable sense of danger. He stood ready, facing the monstrous boar with glowing green eyes and drool-drenched jaws, an aura of courage surrounding him. He shouted in shock, questioning the reading as the glowing screen displayed vitality and rank, revealing rank 1 martial artist status. With a smirk, he mentioned having tasted the other's flesh before, describing it as delicious, under an eerie blue glow. He commented on the creature's weakness, standing confidently with a shimmering glow from a massive crystal behind him. He cautiously looked around the corner, spotting a creature with large horns and glowing eyes, surrounded by an eerie mist, exuding mystery and danger. He reached out, his fingers brushing the fabric, as electric blue energy crackled around his hand, increasing the tension. He explained confidently that his ability was similar to advanced martial arts control but operated on a much higher level, promising greater comprehensiveness. He felt he had achieved formidable power, mastering targeted abilities and revealing weaknesses with a calm expression. He dropped his foot heavily, causing a dark, shadowy creature with glowing eyes to emerge ominously beneath it, ready to strike. A shadowy wolf with glowing blue markings lunged forward, claws poised to strike, while a determined young man stood calmly beneath its energy. A young man confidently moved forward as a dark wolf lunged from behind, its glowing blue markings illuminating the night. A character sat at a futuristic desk, amazed by a candidate's rapid progress, noting he had reached the final stage already. He exclaimed in surprise, recognizing official status as a martial artist at 18, with rank 1 martial artist level shown on the screen. He wondered why the candidate, appearing so ordinary, made such a significant impact, defeating every monster with a single punch without needing to hit any twice. He asked if they had the candidate's information and instructed someone to read it aloud. She stood confidently, holding a tablet, and stated that Lu Sheng was a representative from Dongning Province Prodigy Camp, an 18-year-old rank 3 strength-type gifted martial artist. He looked shocked, exclaiming in disbelief whether someone had also achieved rank 3 strength-type gifted martial artist status. He noticed the combat footage, realizing the individual appeared ordinary and lacked special abilities, but their stats seemed stronger than a typical rank 3 martial artist. He questioned the group, wondering why none of them had come to the realization, emphasizing the urgency of their situation. He informed the group that the candidate likely possessed at least 4 types of martial arts, analyzing the situation with focus. He explained that the candidate's footwork and fist techniques had reached the inner discernment stage, granting him exceptional combat skills. He wondered how the candidate mastered 4 to 5 types of perfected stage martial arts, noting that he was only 18 and in the inner discernment stage. He expressed surprise at the candidate's mastery of multiple perfected stage martial arts, pondering how someone so young could achieve such proficiency. In frustration, he pressed his hand against the surface, expressing his annoyance. In White Lake City, there was no genius like the man whose holographic image shone brightly before them. He noted it had been a long time since witnessing such exceptional martial arts talent, remarking that characters like him were common in the first century of the martial era. He exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the talent, as a bead of sweat trickled down his face. Trembling, the fantastical creature vanished into thin air while a small bird watched, captivated by the display. With a fierce expression, he harnessed his power as 2 electrifying beasts emerged, roaring with energy, ready to unleash chaos. He stood confidently with a fierce look as 2 electrifying beasts materialized beside him, their energy crackling and ready to cause chaos. He stood determined, harnessing the electric energy of 2 fierce beasts materializing beside him, crackling with chaotic power. In a radiant blue vortex, he channeled energy from 2 dragons, their fierce presence amplifying his resolve as everything around him electrified with potential. He smirked, realizing the potential of complete martial arts was more frightening than expected, as glowing energy swirled around his hand. He dashed forward, fierce determination on his face, as a creature behind him unleashed a desperate meow, while he maneuvered with swift agility. With a powerful strike, he landed a blow on the creature, sending it crashing down with a splash as the ground erupted around them. As an explosion occurred, he panicked and exclaimed, confused, asking what had happened as chaos disrupted the calm. He moved confidently down the corridor, indifferent to the defeated creature behind him, which marked his recent triumph. He activated a glowing blue hexagon, pondering his effortless defeat of the rank 4 colorful scaled jaguar, demonstrating his skill. He understood he underestimated the young man. The technique had reached the profound control stage, not just inner discernment. He acknowledged the young man's confidence was warranted, while another character smirked, amused by the explanation of 999 confident. He clenched his teeth anxiously, sweat forming, as a character in a floral shirt remained calm beside him. He smirked playfully, extended his middle finger, and teased an older man, saying, "What are you looking at, you stinky geezer?" He stood confidently, reflecting on the battle, revealing the monster was the last in the battle lane, nearing the limits of martial arts. He stood in a dim area, declaring he sensed a strong monster ahead, ready for the challenge. He gazed at the shimmering, enormous cage overhead, reflecting vibrant colors, feeling the tension of a nearby presence. He observed the terrifying golden-eyed, near-rank S monster, while a concerned figure discussed the missing demon ape and its threat. With shock, he screamed in horror when his prized plant shattered, pleading for forgiveness, while another character insisted it was unintentional. He reflects on Lu Sheng's strength, realizing he never thought the Morning Star title was possible. They discuss Lu Sheng's ability to confront the near-rank 5 demon ape, acknowledging he might require support despite his power as they strategize. A character remarks it seems Lu Sheng will be this year's Morning Star, while another stands quietly, contemplating his role. As explosive energy spreads, a character with wide eyes senses the pressure, and 2 men in military uniforms express concern over the chaos. An ominous presence looms as a character with fierce eyes and sharp fangs emits a chilling energy, captivating everyone in the room with his menacing aura. A mysterious character emerges from shadows, confidently moving forward as a ferocious beast growls, its eyes gleaming with unsettling intensity. A giant beast looms over a silhouetted figure, who stands defiantly with a glowing aura, facing the enormous creature with determination. He smiles confidently, challenging his opponent to demonstrate the difference between a near-rank 5 monster and a rank 5 martial artist, insisting on no interruptions during their battle. His astonishment is evident as he questions the lad's sanity for daring to challenge the golden-eyed demon ape alone. He urges his companions not to forget their lessons, emphasizing the golden-eyed demon ape's brute strength and the importance of strategy in battles. He expressed disbelief at the kid's actions, noting the shattered piece was for student use, yet it endured an official martial artist's attack. In a tense showdown, the golden-eyed demon ape roars while a determined warrior channels energy, highlighting the clash of power and strategy. The warrior's fist connects, unleashing a shockwave with vibrant purple lightning. A shockwave explodes outward, filled with purple lightning, showcasing power and intensity. A man in a military uniform gasps in shock, questioning the direct confrontation, as his colleague looks stunned. A character intensifies the moment by nearing a wall, while another's impact sends shards flying, capturing the clash's tension. A gigantic fist looms overhead, prompting him to raise his arms in defiance, embodying determination. Amidst explosive energy, he braces for the colossal force with resolve. He smirks, mocking the kid, declaring 10 lives insufficient against a blow from the demon ape. She looks anxious with a clipboard, then hears a furious roar, Lu Sheng, echoing behind her. Energy erupts, illuminating the scene, as he acknowledges the impressive display with a casual, "Oh? Not bad." He couldn't believe the kid's strength, realizing the combat abilities surpassed those of a rank I martial artist. Surprised by unexpected resilience, he exclaimed disbelief at the character still standing after receiving a powerful punch. A monstrous character surrounded by flames declared the protagonist worthy of becoming his dinner, intensifying the scene. The man in the blue uniform panicked, exclaiming disbelief as flames swirled around him, heightening the tension. Determined, he clenched his fist and declared the next strike would bring peace to his opponent amidst swirling flames. With explosive energy, he prepared to unleash his devastating power, embodying the fury of 10 suns in the same sky. She stood confidently in a sleek outfit, expressing determination as she addressed the unseen audience with authority. A fierce creature loomed in the shadows, its menacing fangs and glaring eyes radiating intense energy, with DIY ominously nearby. A fierce battle raged as flames engulfed the scene, showcasing a young warrior unleashing fiery power against a startled opponent. A young warrior gasped in shock, eyes wide with fear as flames erupted before him, realizing the fiery challenge's extent. A determined young man, embodying a martial master's will, strode confidently through swirling flames, wielding a sword to embrace his purpose. Sitting calmly in a chair, he clutched a glowing orb while a figure observed him from a desk, intrigued by his unusual aura. He laughed heartily, clenching his fist in excitement, and exclaimed it was very good, clearly enjoying the moment. He expressed surprise that Yu Feishi, a young man nearing adulthood, could possess the will to become a martial master, noting the Eastern District will soon gain another Grand Master. He laughed, noting a teenage martial master was already stronger than him, and admitted that Lu Sheng truly frightened him just now. He sighed in relief, realizing there were no more monsters, feeling slightly bored at the prospect of it being the final stage. He had a light bulb moment, thinking he could create some entertainment for himself since he was feeling bored. He sat on the cracked ground, contemplating his surroundings in this desolate space while the word, "sit," floated nearby. He watched intently, wondering what Lu Sheng was doing. Despite having defeated the last stage's boss alone, he questioned why Lu Sheng remained. He smirked knowingly, realizing the kid's potential, and decided to let him act freely as long as there were no casualties. He exclaimed in disbelief about how things had changed, emphasizing that only Lu Sheng mattered now, while another remarked skeptically on the commander's leniency. Lu Sheng, calm and confident, reflected on the end of the morning star selection, ready to embrace the challenge ahead as the final boss. He smiled, recalling her words, his blue eyes filled with curiosity, and a drop of sweat trickled down his face. He experienced lingering pain after fighting the powerful rank 4 colorful scaled jaguar, realizing his formidable skin couldn't prevent all the damage. He questioned if this was truly the end of the trial, thinking nothing unexpected should happen. He stood alone in the quiet corridor, contemplating the strange stillness ahead, convinced he was the first to arrive. He clenched his fist, staring intently and questioning if the creature nearby was a golden-eyed demon ape, identifying it as a mature demon ape of near rank 5. He faced the towering golden-eyed demon ape, feeling its immense presence and preparing for the challenge. Energy surrounded the question, revealing curiosity about the mysterious character in the scene, prompting thoughts of his true identity. A tense young man, drenched in sweat, wondered who could defeat a near rank 5 monster with one punch, questioning if it was the mysterious character. A cautious young man shouted, asking what was happening, wondering if he had successfully passed the selection while sitting on a massive, unseen character. A young man, sitting casually with a cigarette, urgently called out for someone to stop, expressing concern and waiting for a response. He looked up in surprise, wide-eyed and confused, exclaiming in disbelief and wondering about the situation. Listening intently, he recalled his previous assessment showed a vitality value of 0.8, with lingering concern about the last assessment's timing. He looked sideways, surprised as she stood with her arms crossed, a faint glow surrounding her, casting a mysterious shadow on the wall. He recognized her as Xing Ji from Shilin Province. She appeared confident, arms crossed, challenging him with a subtle smile. He asked if this was the end, pointing upward, his expression uncertain, dressed casually in a blue hoodie. She appeared wide-eyed, surprised, her long blue hair flowing softly, a small expression of surprise escaping her lips. He stared down, disbelief evident, realizing they faced a near rank 5 golden-eyed demon ape, while others prepared for a fierce battle. He frowned, expressing disbelief, stating that the corpse was likely a scare tactic, insisting no one present could defeat a golden-eyed demon ape. He questioned the presence of someone sitting on the object, suggesting confusion and curiosity about the situation. Suddenly, he realized, exclaiming with excitement, that the person was likely the guardian chosen for the final stage of their selection. The massive guardian loomed over the characters, proclaiming their success in the quest would come once they passed his trial. He chuckled, confident in his plan, while his friends wore puzzled expressions, unsure of his meaning. He expressed disbelief, questioning how it could be half a month ago, recalling the past assessment and the surprising vitality value, wondering about the person's noble status. He acknowledged another's cleverness with a raised hand, a faint glow enhancing the surrounding mystery. With a confident smirk, he announced they had 5 minutes to prepare for the next challenge. He stood poised, a powerful aura surrounding him, and declared the chilling words, "Challenge me, defeat me, kill me." Observing the candidates with interest, he smirked, ready to assess their qualities in the morning selection. He shouted confidently, claiming he had known it all along, standing proudly with friends who watched with varied interest. He noted with a smirk that their final selection battle wouldn't involve monsters, insisting they only needed to defeat him. Despite being dwarfed by a massive figure above, he stood determined against the intimidating presence. She commented on his lack of vital chi, suggesting weakness, while he acknowledged the Eastern Military District above them. He suggested 5 minutes would suffice for recovery, casually tossing a pill, as she observed with crossed arms. His intuition uneasily hinted at the unusual strength of the other character, channeling psychic energy. He smiled, chuckling, explaining he came from an ordinary family and wasn't a disciple of any Grand Master. He speculated on the other character's potential strength, noting that the 3 of them were the top contenders among the under-18s in the Eastern District. He faced the towering beast, pondering the threat it posed alone. He strode confidently ahead, his muscular frame overshadowing the 2 behind him, who exchanged intrigued glances at his commanding presence. He smirked, boasting his acting skills were superior to Instructor Chin's, exuding confidence in the spotlight. They were shocked as someone questioned if that kid intended to eliminate all the candidates, disbelief apparent on their faces. He laughed heartily, finding Lu Sheng intriguing, while shadows of other characters hinted at deeper intrigue behind him. A character urgently called for the division commander, suggesting tension and anticipation. A character demanded the immediate cessation of the selection process, insisting they couldn't allow the situation to continue, while others supported the motion. A representative from Dongying Province claimed superiority over the other candidates, warning he could inflict lasting physical and mental harm. He wondered if the instructors from Dongzhe Province, Jiangzhou Province, and Shilin Province were present, hinting at an upcoming challenge. He winced in pain, asking for gentleness, while she reassured him calmly, urging him to endure as she continued her task. He disclosed that a secret was behind his rapidly increasing vitality, while a futuristic device emitted energy in the background. She observed with amusement as instructors began worrying that their talented candidates might be outmatched by Lu Sheng. She noted the lack of disagreement when the near-rank S monster was showcased earlier, finding the situation amusing as she held a tablet. He observed their cautious attitude towards Lu Sheng, acknowledging the fear he instilled in everyone. He suggested that all supervisors should remain vigilant to protect other candidates from potential harm caused by Lu Sheng. She acknowledged with a nod, holding a tablet, and confirmed her understanding of the situation. He wondered how the boy brought by Dong Qingxue could be so powerful, surprised by the unexpected display of strength. He felt humiliated, regretting his inability to produce 3 portions of grade 5 otherworldly Merzoni, fearing the consequences. With a confident grin, he declared himself ready, feeling revitalized and exuding a fiery aura. Determined, he boasted about reaching 980, confident his power was sufficient to face his adversary. With confidence, He stated his readiness at 980, prepared to tackle any challenge, even if the Golden Seed Demon returned. He mentioned his vitality nearly doubled in 1 month and his combat strength surpassed that of a rank 1 martial artist, while also noting decent school results. He confidently challenges anyone to face him, promising a difficult battle in the Bear's Awakening stage. With a grin, he tells his companions that teaming up isn't necessary for the challenge. He declares that he is enough on his own, while his friends express frustration, acknowledging he beat them to the challenge. He acknowledges his opponent's intimidating abilities, declaring him the strongest among them. Bracing himself, he declares his skin as tough as metal, preparing for the impact. She exclaims about the overwhelming power, recognizing his peak rank 4 status, while he shows concern and tension. He stands below, staring at the glowing character above, feeling a surge of power as golden energy radiates. With a fierce smile, he lunges forward, shouting for his opponent to perish as a powerful beam of energy surges. He gasps in surprise as white energy radiates from his palm, while another character exclaims in astonishment. With fear, he screams as he falls, while chaotic lines suggest intense motion around him. After diligent practice, he evolved from a martial artist to a soldier, understanding a profound truth only after battlefield experience. With a fierce expression, he unleashes a powerful attack that shatters the icy surface in front of him, scattering shards everywhere. She gasps, wide-eyed, at the mysterious event unfolding in the sky, while he looks equally startled and bewildered. A shockwave erupts from the cracked structure, illuminating the area as they stand frozen, eyes wide with awe and surprise. He stands confidently, energy swirling around him, and calls out to them, asking if they plan to join in. He steps back, gazing at the enormous beast behind him as chaos surrounds them and the sky darkens ominously. Startled and confused, they turn to see the massive creature looming behind them, with tension filling the air. He is shocked to realize that the young guy took Xing Yi down with just 1 hit. Confidently, he stands, shocked by the young man's overwhelming strength, questioning how he possesses such terrifying power. He expresses disbelief, recalling that some martial artists consume tonics recklessly, leading to hormonal imbalances and youthful appearances even in their 40s. She expresses shock, noting that he appears only 17 or 18 yet is old enough to be their father, calling him a baby-faced old man and accusing the military district of being too sneaky. A monstrous creature roared, its eyes glowing ominously, conveying that defeating such monsters was beyond mankind's capabilities. He acknowledges the selection is for the entire Eastern District, noting the last stage's absurdity, and thinks they introduced someone strange. He observes 2 distant characters, concluding they might be beyond help post-monster attack, questioning their absurdity. He looks up at the looming foot, while she stands beside him and asks if he has finished speaking. He proposes changing the rules, asserting if she makes him step back or blocks an attack, it counts as her victory. She stares in disbelief, her blue hair framing her face, as he cautiously steps back, uncertainty evident in his expression. She yells, lightning crackling around her as she confronts him, her fierce expression determined to retaliate. He fiercely warns not to underestimate them, his hands glowing with power as energy crackles, demonstrating his determination. He smirks, nodding in agreement, feeling satisfied with the situation as energy radiates around him. He smirks, calling the opponent a fool, stating even the strong regret underestimating a rank 2 psychic mentalist, challenging them to dodge his mithril. He smirks, channeling energy as he prepares to unleash his psychic abilities, exuding mysterious power amid swirling blue lights. Under oppressive shadows, he reflected on human weakness against such incomprehensible strength, as a loud boom echoed. He questioned the impossibility of the situation, surrounded by ominous objects against a red backdrop, with sweat beading on his forehead. In shock, he realized his mithril darts had been caught effortlessly by the opponent's bare hands. Smiling confidently, he declared it was the opponent's turn next, surrounded by electrifying energy. She expressed surprise with wide eyes, puzzled as electrifying energy surrounded her, contemplating the word, Pikachu. Amid crackling energy, she gripped his arm tightly, feeling the power surge between them, as determination flashed in her eyes. Electric energy surrounded her as she kicked him, scolding him for distraction during combat and reminding him of their chief instructor's lessons. Surrounded by crackling energy, she expressed shock at being caught, questioning his speed and reaction, amazed by his skill. Feeling tense, she nervously asked him to electrify her, surprised and unsure, with sweat forming on her forehead at his unexpected demand. He calmly insisted she electrify herself with 100,000 watts. If satisfied with the intensity, he might let her pass. She demanded his attention, her blue hair crackling with electricity, insisting firmly, I said. She contemplated their power and realized that only those with similar strength could defeat the looming monsters. She releases a burst of electricity, stating he should not underestimate her. With newfound confidence, he acknowledges the impressive power around him, just as he had hoped. The lightning energy courses through him, engaging the natural breathing technique as colors burst around him. Determined, he opens his eyes wide, aiming to harness and transform the lightning's power for his use. She looks confused at her reflection, unsure if she has summoned the lightning energy surrounding her, exclaiming it's done. Surrounded by crackling blue energy, he declares he has mastered the fourth type of special breathing technique, breath of lightning. As someone approaches, she remarks confidently that it's not bad, her vibrant hair contrasting against the setting. He praises her effort, saying she has completed the selection while gently touching her chin, and she smiles, feeling appreciated. She gasps in surprise, cheeks flushed, as he walks away, leaving her bewildered by his words. He departs, leaving her questioning what he just said, her mind filled with curiosity. He stood with determination, holding a mysterious object, as two powerful figures loomed behind, suggesting they all had monstrous strengths. She realizes she passed the Morning Star selection, celebrating as the last remaining participant. She declares herself the strongest 18-year-old in the Eastern District, proud of her martial arts skills. She thanks her instructor and jokingly requests to be called Pikachu. He laughs, saying no thanks are needed, and praises her performance, calling her Pikachu Jr. He questions how she succeeded so easily, pondering the odd criteria, while his friend wonders if his efforts were wasted. He confidently approaches the glowing doorway marked Open, as another character arrives from the opposite side. He tells Lu Sheng he hopes he enjoyed the selection and comments on the strange choice of participants, lamenting others' misfortune. She, with blue hair and cat ears, is surprised, questioning her role as the Morning Star and if he is the final stage's guardian. He, shocked, reacts with disbelief, while his friend shares the surprise. He reveals a surprising fact about a cancelled selection and questions the lack of clarity about past events. Sighing with frustration, beads of sweat on his forehead, he resolutely stated his understanding of the situation. With wide eyes, she comments on the unexpected events. Others stand confused, and one faints from shock. He mentions a candidate from Dongzi province, while another urgently seeks a medic, expressing concern for someone in distress. He confidently declares his success in capturing his target while battling a massive, fiery creature, demonstrating determination. Frustrated, he remarks on the difficulty of handling the high-rank monster, kicking a smoldering rock in frustration. Sitting on a rock, he reflects on his near-death experience, relieved he survived. He looks at his glowing hand in shock, realizing his physical strength and abilities are gone. He questions the situation indifferently, asking, "But so what?" With sweat on his forehead, he smirks, proudly stating he killed a rank A monster on his first attempt. Laughing joyfully, he boasts about achieving rank 4, proudly noting it's not rank 3 or 2. He never imagined such results, believing the instructors reviewing the selection must be impressed by his talent and ability, smiling playfully. With a frustrated sigh, he explained that his current results qualified him for the school's gifted class and promised to contact the dean's office immediately. Zhao Lai, in a blue suit, strides confidently as another character observes him from a seated position. He acknowledges himself with a smirk, responding confidently to a playful remark. Looking at his device with concern, he notes the selection's end and invites someone to pack up and join him. Excitedly, he asks the instructor how he performed, learning the selection has concluded. He inquires if he is in first place in the Morning Star, his confidence evident as he looks at the other character. Puzzled, he scratches his head, questioning what the other character means, unaware the Morning Star was chosen half an hour ago. Anxiously, he explains the selection took longer than expected, gesturing helplessly to the other character. Sighing in disappointment, he says it's pointless to explain, implying the other character likely ranked below the top 5, urging to hurry. Surprised, he clutches his chest, overwhelmed by unexpected revelations, surrounded by vibrant purple hues. In disbelief, he asserts he isn't in the top 5, revealing himself as Zhao Lai, confident others recognize him. He expressed gratitude for the offer but insisted that his current class suited him well, believing he could advance faster in his dreams than in class. He introduces himself as Bao Lai, claiming to have defeated a rank plus monster on his first attempt. He sighs deeply, contemplating the weight of his responsibilities. He listens at a long table to an announcement about a girl from Dongzhe province entering the otherworldly blood pool. He reflects on the girl's struggles, rubbing his forehead in thought. He salutes the division commander in gratitude while others observe. The announcement states that only the top 3 can enter the otherworldly blood pool. Lu Sheng, standing confidently in first place, enjoys his success, while another character lies on the ground, overwhelmed. One character argues there's no issue with placing Xingji second, while another notes the equal competition between Jia Horan and Kong Qing, highlighting the rarity of psychic mentalists. A character, wiping tears, salutes in disbelief at the unexpected results, encouraging Kong Qing by affirming her efforts. After exiting the selection passage, he is advised to rest, considering it might be an award ceremony or something similar. He wonders about the effectiveness of the recovery tonics and medicinal products of his era, examining the cans in his hand. He winced in discomfort as she announced her return cheerfully, while another guy entered, noting that Xiao Sheng was back. He urges her to leverage her talent, stating the school will support her and advising her to seek help for any cultivation issues. He drank from the can, noting it resembled premium functional beverages, providing refreshment and a minor mental boost. He sighed, holding a can meant for stamina recovery, considering it inferior to the elixirs he crafted himself. He thought about Ling's management of the muscle and blood strengthening concoctions, realizing it had been a while since their last contact. He decided to test his new martial arts technique. He focused on synthesizing Breath of Lightning, which combined Breath of Fire and Breath of Wind for enhanced speed and power. He felt disappointed that his new technique, although balanced, did not fully match the potential of Breath of Fire or Breath of Wind. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, and sighed deeply, contemplating his frustrations. He questioned if he was being too critical of himself and wondered if others lived this way, reflecting on events from 10,000 years in the future. He realized he would be gone by then and questioned if any of his descendants would still exist. He lay quietly, deep in thought, considering how future generations might remember him, knowing he wouldn't witness their lives. He pondered the possibility of a next life and decided to enjoy this one to the fullest. He confidently makes 2 requests: applying for a martial artist scholarship and obtaining a more flexible schedule. He clenched his fist, filled with doubt about ignoring what he had witnessed, though he had already made his choice. He firmly declared that he was fighting not just for humanity's 10,000 years, but also for himself, clenching his fist with determination. He raised his fist, asserting that achieving one's goals requires giving their all, acknowledging the challenge it presents. He clenched his fist again, resolved to pursue his goals and embrace the coming challenge with unwavering determination. He closed his eyes, focused on preparing mentally for the challenge, showing deep concentration and resolve. He decided to end this serious moment, determined to check the historical database and continue working diligently. Lu Sheng, a determined martial artist with rank 7 prowess, stood confidently in his military uniform, displaying his accolades from August, year 432 MC. Lu Sheng pondered his achievements, recalling reaching level 2 martial artist status at 18 and ranking first in Baihei's training camp. Lu Sheng stood confidently, saluted with a smile, highlighting his accomplishments as a distinguished character among fellow martial artists in military attire. He studied a glowing screen thoughtfully, noting his rank 7 martial master status, satisfied with his historical rating of 3.5 stars. He thinks about his friend's situation, understanding the need for financial support and extra time. He plans to apply for a $30,000 scholarship and discuss schedule flexibility with the dean. He contemplates his situation, linking it to his new role in the Eastern Military District as the screen displays ominous content. He reflects on his life being shortened by 20 years after perishing in a massive battle with monsters, pondering whether survival would have led him to become a rank 8 Grandmaster. He appears surprised, examining the glowing screen labeled Family Background, questioning his discovery. He is shocked, staring at the screen labeled Spouse, and exclaims about instructor Dong Qingxie's unexpected connection. He stands proudly in a tuxedo beside her, who wears a wedding gown and holds a bouquet of roses in a bright, lush garden. He exclaims in disbelief that Dong Qingxue is nearly 30 years older than him, feeling flustered while looking at his device. He feels absurd at the thought of marrying her, claiming she'd only make him eat the tender grass, likening her to an old cow. He considers that after becoming the Morning Star and joining the Eastern Military District, he will likely often be with her unless something unexpected happens. She gazes with secret affection, while he stands, oblivious, marked by imagined feelings. He jumps with excitement, hopeful, thinking about their past relationship and the possibility of rekindling feelings over time. He worries about the scholarship process taking 2 days, anxious about losing training time. He contemplated, surprised at the idea of instructor Dong Qingxue marrying him, worried he might struggle to face her again. She sneezed, feeling annoyed and deciding to vent her frustration on someone. He stood on the deserted street, facing a massive, icy crystal above the ruined skyline, feeling uncertain and rigid in the cold. Panic and relief mixed in him as he recalled the location of the female martial goddess, sweat forming on his forehead. He observed a tense gathering in a bright area filled with shadowy figures as a woman in blue approached with red objects, surrounded by several men. In a brightly lit room filled with shadowy figures, a man in a uniform called Lu Sheng to start the meeting. With a confident smile, he held a badge, explaining it was made from the same material as a martial master's badge, just differently designed, hoping others would wear it one day. He assured an older man he would fulfill his commitment, as the older man watched seriously. He confidently declared the day was approaching sooner than expected, determination in his eyes. He laughed heartily in his blue uniform, expressing excitement for the future with a large grin. He offers a card, allowing her to repay later when possible, catching her by surprise. She smiles as he explains that Lu Sheng is the only one who can speak freely, likely due to special treatment from the division commander. He learns with excitement that the top 10 candidates will receive a portion of otherworldly blood, while shadowy figures linger in the background. The confident character urges Lu Sheng and 2 others to join him, announcing that everyone else can leave, eager to visit the otherworldly blood pool and marrow pool. A cunning character expresses excitement over the Morning Star selection rewards, while a female companion smiles, noting that all 3 can enter the blood pool because of a monster. A distressed character, close to tears, exclaims about receiving only 1 vial from the otherworldly blood pool, lamenting that his instructor lost 3 portions in a bet. A dignified man in a blue suit asks if everything is ready, while a yellow-coated figure confirms everything is prepared for entry, accompanied by other characters. A looming dragon head commands everyone to enter, while a group of characters approaches, led by a girl with blue hair and a red cloak. The confident protagonist declares, "This is it," as they stand with 2 friends before an authority figure, who watches them closely in the vibrant arena. The authority figure orders the trio to remove their clothes and enter the nourishment chamber, while one of them hesitantly reaches out. The muscular character acknowledges the authority's order confidently, while his companions, one shocked and another holding fabric, prepare for the unexpected challenge ahead. He thanks teacher Zhuang, who discusses a valuable martial arts black card, encouraging continued hard work. She wonders if the glowing blue substance is truly grade 5 otherworldly blood. She realizes the chamber is meant for her to absorb entirely, feeling it's far superior to a single vial. Submerged, she acknowledges the pleasure of relaxing in the chamber, experiencing both excitement and contentment. A man in a blue uniform gestures towards Lu Sheng, offering to guide him to the otherworldly marrow pool, and Lu Sheng acknowledges with understanding. Lu Sheng advances, noticing figures in blue standing beside an enormous, ethereal spine, inviting him to enter the glowing chamber ahead. Lu Sheng questions the otherworldly marrow's half-full state, expressing dissatisfaction with its limited amount as the Morning Star. A silver-haired woman in a military uniform smirks, revealing the half-full marrow costs over 1.5 billion. He questions the steep price, and she playfully suggests he try absorbing it first, noting no one has succeeded with that amount. She urges him to hurry and enter, explaining the absorption process is complex, and he responds simply, "All right." As he steps onto the circular platform, she watches him declare, "Let's begin." His muscular physique contrasts with her determined expression. He observes the empty room, noting a pot plant in his backpack, indicating a moment of pause. He stands confidently, his muscular torso illuminated, ready for the next challenge. She activates the chamber, smirking at his impressive physique and confident in his rigorous training. Underwater, he appears serene, bubbles surrounding him, his blue hair floating gently, embodying tranquility. Facing a massive dragon with glowing eyes, he floats fearlessly, amidst a suspenseful atmosphere. Underwater, he coughs, astonished by the overwhelming power of the marrow surging into him, as if alive. He realizes no one has absorbed such immense power before, feeling it as a perfect challenge to his body. Power courses through him, causing him to shudder as he grapples with its might, akin to monsters. He declares determination to claim the formidable dragon, surrounded by swirling water and its fierce gaze. 3 characters stand before machines, their serious expressions foreshadowing a crucial mission. With intense focus, he screams "Open," his gaze reflecting determination, signaling a pivotal quest moment. He laughs with excitement about Lu Sheng attending White Lake School, impressed by his martial arts skills at such a young age. Breathing heavily, he climbs the staircase surrounded by clouds, recognizing it as grade 5 otherworldly blood, and shares a moment of intense realization. He acknowledges her achievement, noting she absorbed nearly the entire chamber of otherworldly blood, and commends her as a rank 2 psychic mentalist. Expressing satisfaction, he mentions benefiting from the otherworldly blood but laments his temporary inability to absorb more, asking about the others' experiences. Observing her confusion, he assures her she is the first to emerge and encourages her, explaining her power stems from psychic energy, making her less proficient in martial arts. Smirking, he wipes his forehead with a towel, feeling satisfied as he remarks, "Indeed." She wipes her forehead and exhales in relief, while he observes from a distance, sensing the atmosphere shifting around them. Feeling exhilarated, she realizes her powers are advancing to rank 4 after absorbing the otherworldly blood, while he admires her talent. He sits up with a satisfied grin, pleased by the otherworldly blood, considering it a treasure that will help him quickly advance to rank 4. A cocky man in a military uniform laughs, calling another a true genius for advancing from rank 4 to rank 5 in a year, mocking his own decade-long achievement. He complains to Xie about not completing the absorption process and points out his ripped clothes, questioning how he's nearly ready to advance ranks. He rushes to inform the higher-ups, emphasizing the importance beyond national exams. He stood with his back turned, a headband securing his hair, as another character moved closer, curious about the situation. He told her he absorbed an entire chamber, revealing it was the second one, which left her surprised. He eagerly shared that another person absorbed over 2/3 of the other world's blood they had collected, leaving her amazed. He sighed and confessed that he was already weaker than Xie, while she appeared startled as he pointed out that differences existed even among geniuses. He seemed shocked and sweaty, exclaiming that it was unexpected, while 2 figures nearby appeared interested. He, in disbelief and sweating, questioned the possibility of the event, while others observed the rapid absorption rate in the glowing chamber. He reflects on the years, finally recognizing someone capable of reaching the elusive, that place. Cheerfully, he asked if the other guy was hungry, suggesting having an apple first, while the guy with bandages on his back remained turned away. He observes the intricate details of the box, noting that the Orchid Heart tonic is the newest product from Renshin Medical Hall. She explains that the Orchid Heart tonic is beneficial for maintaining vitality after reaching OB, catching the interest of the girl next to her. She expresses gratitude to her mom for the tonic and promises to train hard to achieve first place in the mock exam. Reflecting on his parents' hard work, he realizes that they could only afford 30,000 for a tonic, highlighting the struggles of poorer families in martial arts. As Qing climbs the stairs with a chain in hand, she considers her ability to change her fate, while he feels burdened by their limited resources. He breathes heavily, sweat covering his face, as he is overwhelmed by the surrounding darkness. He contemplates his regret over complacency and lack of effort to change his life, as the sun sets behind him. A character declares his plan to carry another to gold, boasting about a new swordsman build, while the second character comments on progressing faster with skills. He yearned to explore the realm of martial artists but remained hidden in games, seeking a connection to his past life. Feeling like a fish trapped in a tank, he longed for the vastness of the sea but hesitated to leave the tank's safety. He expressed concern to his dad, saying he would prepare dinner, waiting for his little sister to return home. He looked at the water, pondering the changes and feeling a blend of wonder and uncertainty. He emerged from the water's surface, discovering the reality beyond and sensing a new opportunity to alter his fate. He observed the sky, contemplating his desires and right decisions, determined to avoid mistakes this time. He was shocked, eyes wide with disbelief, as a significant realization marked a turning point in his journey. He realized he had absorbed all the battle experiences, feeling accomplished in mastering the fist techniques. He contemplated finding his true self after understanding his nature, considering if this was the epiphany his teacher mentioned in class. He moved forward with bags of items, considering how he had progressed further on his journey. He thought about his family, vowing to grow stronger while carrying shopping bags filled with groceries. He shouted in anger, eyes glowing red, as he faced his challenges directly. He rushed forward, eyes burning with intensity as the monstrous character roared, displaying sharp teeth and a fearsome presence. In class, he called out to Lu Sheng, who seemed distracted, caught off guard by the sudden attention while surrounded by books. He inquired about purchasing a blood circulating apparatus, highlighting its benefits for blood circulation and its usefulness for waist and back injuries. He lunged forward with determination, his dark hair flying, as the character exclaimed, "Sky," around him. He turned his head sharply, energy radiating from him, when another character shouted, "Wow," in the scene. A powerful punch launched from him, sending shockwaves through the air, accompanied by a fierce howl from the approaching beast. He huffed, observing the zombie, considering its past as a martial artist, noting it retained combat skills even after transformation. He focused on the mountains, recalling the zombie's memory of base 1359 beyond, rumored to be hidden in a black mist, filled with monsters, yet unseen by him. A zombie with glowing red eyes snarled at another character behind him, as a chilling scream resonated in the air. With resolve, he lunged forward, blue energy crackling around him, while enemies appeared surprised in the background. Surprised, he widened his eyes, trying to understand the swirling energy around him. Finally reaching base 1359, he stood at the cliff's edge, overlooking the sprawling city below, enveloped in swirling energy. Struggling against the rocky cliff, water surged behind him, splashing wildly as he determinedly climbed higher. His dad dismissed the concern, attributing it to aging, and confidently stated that he could handle any injury, describing himself as strong as steel. He marveled at the city wall's enormity, expressing awe at its grandeur in the vast setting. He laughed, joking about the possibility of two behemoth monsters appearing, maintaining a grin despite surrounding tension. He sprinted through a massive ground crack, his determination unwavering amid the chaos. He pondered how the walls were at least 20 meters thick, questioning what battle could have damaged such a formidable structure. He reflected on how this world's martial arts and civilization surpassed his own, considering the future after such a powerful civilization fell to monsters. He recognized the distinct structure as a military base or command center amidst the ruins. He gazed at the towering structure, cracked and damaged, pondering its purpose while noticing strange blue orbs floating around. Sitting cross-legged in a misty environment, he noticed peculiar blue orbs, wondering about their significance. In a dimly lit space, he observed a strange character with glowing eyes, muttering it resembled a zombie. With intense focus, he confronted a menacing visage, their glowing eyes leaving a chilling impression. He remembered having a present for his friend and confidently stood with a bag in hand. He opened his eyes wide, shocked as light burst around him. He slipped down from the crumbling edge, rushing past as a towering structure cast a shadow over him. He stumbled back, questioning the shockwave's origin, feeling its force as he clutched his stomach. Feeling weak, he decided the daunting place was beyond his reach for now. He surveyed his surroundings, noticing the zombies ahead were not very frightening. He wandered through the city, his clothes tattered, seeing other survivors navigating the post-apocalyptic landscape. He screamed, blood splattering his shirt, as his wild hair flew around him. Surprised, he gasped as a powerful stream of water surged towards him, leaving droplets behind. Crouching on the edge, he observed the chaotic scene below as another character struggled. He walked cautiously through the messy apartment, noting it resembled a normal space without zombies. He unveiled the benevolent clinic's latest health recovery powders, teasing his friend about the surprise. He observed the chaotic room, realizing they must have been having a meal during the apocalypse, and questioned why people had to face such terror. He stood in the damaged room, contemplating as he urged someone to put down whatever they were holding. He curiously reached out to the glowing, circular device on the floor, surprised that it still functioned. He suddenly shouted as the device lit up, announcing its end of standby mode and restarting, creating a vibrant glow around him. A vibrant character with long hair greeted him, saying, "Hello. Welcome, user of Tanheng technology," her soft smile radiating confidence amidst the shimmering digital backdrop. A startled boy exclaimed in surprise, questioning whether the glowing character before him was a hologram or virtual reality, as she stood elegantly amidst digital sparks. He looked shocked, realizing she was speaking in the same language as him, urging her to wait. He appeared stunned, realizing she spoke his language, questioning whether it could be advanced auto-translation. She presented herself as a product of Tianeng Technologies, explaining that she was the built-in artificial intelligence, Ellie, responsible for managing the network of Base 1359. He marveled at the advanced technology, asking Ellie for the latest news as she floated before him, glowing with digital energy. She asked her husband if the health recovery powder was the same $20,000 product advertised on television, shocked by the price. She attempts to connect to Skynet, but her efforts to access Base 139's civilian database fail. He watches in astonishment as a radiant character emerges from the glowing pages, surrounded by floating texts enhancing the mystery. In 11024, General Sun Chong discusses the significance of the fallen base and the upcoming Alliance conference following the second spacecraft's launch. A mysterious character in a robe, holding an ancient book, expresses disbelief at discovering a rank 10 martial artist. He thoughtfully ponders the world's ranking system, remarking on the impressive heights achieved in martial arts. Curious, he studies a floating book, contemplating its mysterious glow and the secrets it might hold. Before a glowing screen, he is mesmerized by the images and surrounded by strange symbols and floating texts hinting at a mystery. He gazes intently, sweating as he considers how martial arts and technology have reached unbelievable levels. Amidst rank 10 powerhouses and sturdy city walls, uncertainty compels him to ponder future challenges. Facing monstrous threats, he reflects on the inability to protect anything, surrounded by destruction's remnants. In disbelief, he questioned its authenticity, while she excitedly praised his skill that left him in pain after just one touch. He considered their choice to leave their planet and send exploration teams into the galaxy to find a new home. He looked at the distant spaceship, thinking about their decision to leave Earth and noting the lack of hopeful news since then. He turned from the screens, accepting they couldn't escape their fate. He turned away, remembering the holographic character who spoke of their civilization, feeling regret. He asked Ellie to access the world's history, sitting in a dimly lit room. Ellie hovered in digital light, retrieving the world's history while he observed the glowing interface. He thought about how even a strong civilization couldn't avoid destruction and wondered if they could learn from it. In the first martial calendar year, chasms opened worldwide, releasing creatures from other realms. By year 34 MC, the first martial artist with inner chi appeared in the Dragon Kingdom, leading to the World Martial Alliance's creation. He paused, sweating as he realized he had discovered their world's history. He understood the importance of their language and martial artist ranking, feeling determined. He grinned, satisfied about bringing home leftover pork head meat from work. She teased him, celebrating his effort and excitement. He reflects on the vision of another world's end but realizes it's the beginning of their future 10,000 years later. He shouts to everyone to hang on, contemplating that they might not remain the same, with fear and urgency in his expression. He exclaims it could be a coincidence or a parallel universe, urgently calling Ellie to look up details about certain individuals. Surprised by the search results for Lu Sheng, he sees 36 entries on the glowing screens around him. He is shocked to realize his name is Lu Sheng, born in year 297 MC in June, and wonders why he only lived to 28. He decides to ask another question, stammering as he mentions Lu Sheng Su, born in year 299 in March, while a curious character appears before him. A holographic message informs her that access is denied, requiring a genetic blood sample to register as a user, as she stands with a frustrated expression. Frustrated, he learns he needs to submit a blood sample for registration, questioning how to do that with a syringe installed in the device. Startled by the situation, she bites down attentively, focused on her task while a glow emphasizes her determination. Startled and blushing, he reaches out in surprise as she turns away, causing a reaction he wasn't prepared for. He wondered aloud about the lucky day, and she laughed, noting that good fortune often comes with challenges. She readies herself to enjoy the sweet treat, anticipating the burst of flavor. He takes a tense breath to understand the analysis process, observing a mysterious woman whose expression suggests intrigue. Surprised, he questions the situation as a digital character of a woman appears, her long hair flowing mysteriously. She smirks, her glowing green eyes reflecting flames as she showcases the complete analysis of human genetic blood samples externally. When the girl starts project, Fireseed, glowing circles appear, signaling a successful connection, while the boy watches in astonishment and relief. The boy, curious about Fireseed, asks about its meaning and its relation to leaving Earth for a new planet. Lu Sheng, a martial artist with a lifespan ending in 297 MC, wonders why his profile picture differs, contemplating his accomplishments and challenges. Startled, Lu Sheng questions whether the future has shifted, intent on examining details while recalling his academic achievements. Standing confidently in a blue sports jacket, Lu Sheng proudly states his graduation from Beihai High, ranking 23rd citywide. Lu Sheng ascends the stairs to Beihai Martial Arts University, reflecting on his enrollment and subsequent military service 3 years later. She asked him playfully about his health status, curious if he had reached 0.85 yet. Lu Sheng recalls enrolling at Beihai Martial Arts University, serving in the Tainan Military Division, and dying in the Southern War Zone. Reflecting on his life, Lu Sheng realizes he died at 37, unmarried, and a lieutenant with no notable achievements. He wonders if becoming stronger altered his future as energy bursts around him. Reflecting on his unchanged path since 18, he notes a record of unexpected strength before college entrance exams. Despite his accomplishments, Lu Sheng feels they made little impact, as seen in his low historical rating of 2 stars. Within the human database, he feels like a mere genius among countless historical figures, realizing there are few legends. Standing before a glowing data screen, he acknowledges the information's imperfections. On a glowing platform, he considers that achieving results with a combat strength of 287 after 200 days is expected. Determined to surpass previous results, he reflects on cultivation and gains achieved in the dream world, surrounded by indicators. Questioning his 23rd city ranking, Lu Sheng stands confidently against a bright sky. He mentioned that his younger sister's health had nearly reached 0.9 and noted the recent news about raising the cutoff for high school exams. He expresses his ambition to gain national recognition, wishing for his name to be known among the eager listeners. He ponders his future, envisioning it as something significant and hints at his capability to influence real-time experiences. He confidently asserts his intention to prevent humanity's impending destruction, emphasizing his determination and responsibility. He addresses Lu Sheng, promising to alter their fate and save everyone, resolute amidst looming threats. He proclaims his role as the catalyst for change, prepared to confront the chaos surrounding humanity. 2 tall, weathered buildings stand beneath a vast blue sky, their numerous antennas reaching upward, symbolizing the urban landscape's resilience. Through the window, a cozy scene unfolds as she serves steaming bowls while he stands nearby, and another enjoys a meal at the table. In a warm dining area, she sips her drink as he inquires why Sheng hasn't changed into her school uniform, asking if she has school today. He smiles, sipping his drink, mentioning that his teacher said he can study from home now and doesn't need to attend school. She reacts with surprise and slight jealousy about the self-study option at school, as another woman observes thoughtfully. Lu Sheng was teased for sleeping through the day, his classmates laughing, creating a lighthearted atmosphere in the classroom. He entered the room, wearing a blue jacket and carrying a backpack, aware of something important. He announced he had eaten enough while standing by the table, with an empty bowl nearby, indicating he was finished. He decided to return to his room to train and thanked his mother for tidying up. His friend encouraged him to keep up his enthusiasm. She narrowed her eyes, her thoughts lingering on a certain guy, as curiosity and concern showed on her face. He seemed to be changing more each day, no longer the fool he once was, becoming dark and mysterious. He stretched his arms as his phone rang loudly, indicating an incoming call. He glanced at the screen with a hint of hesitation. He answered the phone with a thoughtful expression, greeting Teacher Zhang as soft light highlighted his features amidst the wall decor. He spoke on the phone, responding to Teacher Zhang's reminder about collecting his scholarship money that afternoon, exuding confidence. On the phone, he expressed surprise that she wasn't in school today, recalling their plan to discuss her academic schedule. He urgently explained to Teacher Zhang that he had little time left and couldn't afford to waste any more. Hesitantly, he told Teacher Zhang he couldn't explain his situation right now while casually answering another call with slight anxiety. He considered the importance of fitness while putting on his blue jacket, preparing for a workout in his untidy room. He meditates within a glowing aura, expressing his intent to demonstrate his strength and surprise others, while considering the risks of excessive power. Before a radiant mountain, he resolves to show his talents and seeks a way to alter the future. In a dim room, he points at a glowing symbol, surrounded by shadows and bloodied marks, confronting a hidden challenge. In a tech-filled room, he instructs Ellie to access various cultivation methods, while glowing databases reveal martial arts knowledge. In a high-tech setting, he is amazed by a search report showing 465,751 results, with red data walls confirming completion. He comments on the overwhelming number of results and considers refining the search for top martial arts techniques. She confidently acknowledges her understanding while filtering the results, displaying control and focus amidst vibrant energy. She expertly filters the results, demonstrating mastery of the data, with vibrant graphics reflecting the selection process. He stands confidently under glowing graphics, celebrating the selection completion as 3 results appear, highlighting the natural breathing technique. He reviews the techniques, recognizing them as the best from the past 10,000 years. He focused on practicing breath control, with blue energy swirling around his hand as he exhaled calmly. He concentrates on the stellar body refining technique, an introductory volume by Wang Yi, a rank 2 character from the World Martial Alliance, integrated into Project Fireseed. His attention shifts to the natural breathing technique, an introductory volume by Yang Yi-jo, a rank I character from the World Martial Alliance, included in Project Fireseed. The crystal visualization technique, an introductory volume by Duan Yifeng, a rank 2 character from the World Martial Alliance, is also part of Project Fireseed. Confidently standing, he acknowledges the legacies of 3 rank 11 characters, recognizing the strongest martial artist ranks just below them. Gesturing towards the books, he considers their worth beyond description, despite being introductory volumes. He contemplates the techniques within Project Fireseed, observing that the powerful characters of the World Martial Alliance anticipated their outcomes, yet felt unable to change fate. Reflecting on previous generations preserving their knowledge, he hopes for the future, acknowledging he is not the chosen one. Intensely focusing, he channels the stellar exterminating techniques, urging concentration to maintain mental clarity as energy swirls around. He concentrates on refining and strengthening his body, determined to infuse each cell with vibrant energy pulsing around him. He channels vibrant energy, transforming each cell into pure power, as glowing bursts illuminate his surroundings, demonstrating his relentless pursuit of strength. He confidently signaled the start of the 14th set of radio gymnastics, ready for the exercise. He refined his martial arts, channeling energy to reach extraordinary heights. His vitality was as vast as the Milky Way, enhancing his defense and strength. He reflected on his progress, noting that if the previous body refining technique was a 1, the stellar body refining technique could be 1,000 or more, similar to basic calisthenics. In a dimly lit room, he contemplated mastering the natural breathing technique while surrounded by vivid holographic texts. Focusing intently, he unleashed fire from his mouth, mastering the natural breathing technique, Stage 1, amidst the flames. Standing confidently, he channeled energy as he mastered the natural breathing technique, Stage 1, surrounded by fierce flames. With blue eyes focused, he huffed as flames danced around him, determined to master his powers. An intense sensation coursed through him, like endless flames in his veins, acknowledging this as just the fire-breathing technique, with many more to discover. He prepared to demonstrate the crystal visualization technique, with glowing images of books floating around him. Recalling the instructions to purify the mind and reinforce the will, he focused as a small, glowing figure guided him to touch the mysterious power of martial arts cultivation. He questioned if this was truly meant for cultivating spiritual power, feeling the energy envelop him, and resolved to give it a try. He prepared for the World Martial Alliance exercise, recalling its establishment to develop advanced martial arts techniques. His hand showed the numbers 1, 2, and 3, symbolizing revolution and change over 300 years. He became aware of the mysterious place, realizing it was a mindscape as he observed a translucent character hovering nearby. He saw a small boy's translucent form emerging from a larger, serene character, surrounded by ethereal purple light. He acknowledged the importance of spiritual power in martial arts, noting that strong-willed martial artists surpass those distracted by desires. He contemplated effective practice methods, feeling confused, while tiny figures vied for his attention, highlighting his frustration. He sighed, understanding the need to figure things out gradually. Opening his eyes, droplets of sweat glistened on his brow, indicating intense contemplation. Breathing heavily, he noted the exhaustion was unlike any he had experienced before, feeling distinctly different from his dreams. Frustrated, he grimaced, realizing he stank and wondered if it was truly his sweat. Excitedly, he raised his dirty hand, realizing that training in the mindscape also affected his physical body, and exclaimed it was great. He announced plans to shower, reflecting on how training refined his body and revealed imperfections, feeling disbelief and determination. He faced terrifying monsters emerging from cracks, realizing they were altering history, with the numbers 3 and 4 in the background. He realized his cultivation progressed quickly, holding a tonic bottle, and planned to refine elixirs after receiving scholarship funds. He considered the valuable elixirs in the elixir database, aware they could enhance his abilities and potentially change the global pharmaceutical sector. At Beihai High, he and his friend ran joyfully, their orange outfits contrasting with the blue sky. He sighed and gave the card, expressing frustration and asking his friend to inform him next time he skips school. He understood and apologized for the inconvenience, handing the card to Teacher Zhang with a calm demeanor. He agreed, while Teacher Zhang instructed him to fulfill his responsibilities and attend school at least once a week. He walked away, frustrated that in just 2 days he lost track of the kid again. He strolled down the busy street, feeling determined yet uneasy as people continued their routines, unaware of his internal struggle. Feeling both relieved and urgent, he thought about having money to address his poor vitality with modern medicinal tonics. He stood in the repository, considering the medicinal prescriptions he found, especially the muscle and blood-strengthening decoction and marrow-nourishing pill, suitable for this era. With advanced weapons failing, humanity discovered an untapped strength, unlocking genetic potential. The numbers 3, 2, and 4 flashed prominently. He walked through the city, acknowledging the need for precise medicinal prescriptions and realizing a professional alchemical lab was necessary. Buying a complete set of equipment seemed impractical due to limited funds, so he considered renting supplies from a medicinal hall. He was surprised and questioned the feasibility of renting their alchemical lab. He asked if she was serious about renting the lab, stressing its importance to Baisao Medicinal Hall and expressing doubt about sharing secret prescriptions. He rejected the idea firmly, insisting she should leave as the sky brightened. He sighed, realizing it was the 7th establishment and reflecting on the impracticality of his idea. Examining a box filled with ingredients, he realized he had enough for multiple batches of muscle and blood-strengthening decoction. Staring at a card from Teacher Zhang, he realized it contained not 30,000, but 80,000, suspecting it was personal sponsorship. Hesitating at the gate, he considered buying basic equipment online if no other option existed. He emerged from the alley in blue, curious about a sound and pondering if it required his attention. As energy surged around them, he noticed their strength growing exponentially, manifesting in vibrant colors and powerful movements. He stood before the medicinal hall named Xing Shan, curious about the unusual location and questioning its importance. He gazed upwards, greeted by the room's light, hesitating as he said hello, contemplating future events. He approached the front desk where the librarian announced the library was open for reading. He sat at the table, intrigued by his phone, uncertain about what piqued his interest. He greeted another person, suggesting they find what they desire independently and asked to bring it for payment. He told the customer he wasn't there to buy and warned against leaving without paying, noting the security cameras in the shop. He frowned, reflecting that previous salespeople had poor attitudes but at least inquired about his needs, unlike the indifferent clerk. He grinned, showing a smartphone with a cheerful woman in a pink dress, clearly enjoying the attention from the image. He looked shocked, exclaiming about the mysterious object labeled cover, presented to him. He appeared astonished, shouting in disbelief, questioning if the other wanted to proceed while wearing a pink apron with a heart design. Fueling his energy, he shouted numbers in a powerful declaration, radiating determination, while sweat trickled down his brow. He struggled to breathe as another character approached menacingly, tension evident in his eyes. Nervously, he inquired about the other's intentions, gesturing with his phone and glancing at the approaching hand. He sought information on the medicinal hall, while the other character, appearing frustrated, questioned his motives, suggesting a focus on purchasing tonics instead. Confidently, he smiled and proposed a business idea, tapping his finger on the table. In a polished hallway, he observed a painting as another character, arms crossed, awaited him with a relaxed demeanor. She expressed frustration as he blocked her movement, urgency palpable in their interaction. He confirmed their agreement, reminding her of the 500 per hour rate and the 3-hour usage limit. Smirking, he expressed understanding, offering a card and implying she needed to make the payment first. Entering the lab with a smile, he encouraged her to explore, while she peeked in with excitement. Extending his hand, he signaled his readiness as blue energy crackled around him, indicating determination. Humanity entered a prosperous era of martial arts, but a looming shadow revealed their struggle against dominating forces, hinting at challenges ahead. He entered the lab confidently, ready to begin his tonic-making attempt. Holding a vibrant ingredient, he announced he would start with its preparation. He planned to blend a green-scaled lizard, noting its medicinal properties and the need for a neutralizing agent at a steady temperature. He aimed to liquefy a condensed moonstone, explaining the use of a radioactive laser ray to make the rays visible. Intently focused, he instructed the decomposition of the material into liquid foam and decided to cut 30 grams of young roots for the right dosage. He intended to refine the medicinal properties post-integration, aiming for the correct ratio and reaction in the final result. He declared his success in creating the muscle and blood-strengthening decoction, amazed it was his first try. He considered the possibility of success as he prepared to test his creation personally. Taking a gulp of the glowing liquid, he eagerly awaited the experiment's effects. As he tasted the shimmering liquid, he found it bland and questioned the experiment's success. The teacher scolded Lu Sheng, reminding him that only 200 days remained until the final exam, while classmates joked about his sleep habits. He confidently addressed the crowd, highlighting their birth into chaos and emphasizing their generation's responsibility. He focused intensely, touching his lips as the word, danger, appeared above him, reflecting his inner conflict. He moved forward, his shirt torn, while glass shards shattered, indicating the chaos of the moment. He gasped, surrounded by vibrant colors, as bold letters echoed his confusion and fear. He lay on the ground, struggling for breath, exhausted, while soft sounds of distress surrounded him. He marveled at the incredible efficacy, realizing the quick advancement filled the vitality void, gaining more energy than needed. He was amazed by the effect's potency, noting it strengthened his vitality without harming his body. He admired the skin treatment's results, enhancing skin density, minimizing pores, and hydrating, claiming it embodied ancient martial arts wisdom. He sat thoughtfully, startled by loud banging from the door, contemplating what lay behind it. He looked at the door, surprised, asking about it and noting time wasn't up, while another character scolded him for interrupting. One character shouted urgently to leave through the back door, warning anxiously that his boss had returned. He expressed his frustration, having completed 3 sets of the body reconstruction technique without improvement, while his sister's health remained critical. A character stepped from the car, her shoe hinting at readiness for challenges. She walked confidently, her dress highlighting a blend of allure and authority. In the lab, she turned slightly, exuding poise and confidence among the glowing vials. Carrying a box of colorful vials, she prepared for an important experiment. She wiped her brow, catching her breath, her eyes showing determination and vulnerability. Drinking deeply, she whispered her disappointment, feeling it wasn't enough. She declared the medicinal effects inadequate, criticizing the tonic's lack of real properties. He encouraged others not to give up, advising focus on the present for a better future. Surrounded by various items, she reflected on reassurance from the Dragon Lake testosterone pills label. With vibrant eyes, she smiled, contemplating the pharmaceutical industry's evolution and future changes. He lamented the ultimate outcome of his reincarnation into a martial arts world, despite his efforts, as tears streamed down his face. With a hand on a broken family photo, he thinks about his family's decline, blaming their conservative nature. Arms crossed, she considers how Xingshan Medicinal Hall still relies on century-old remedies, noting their lost market competitiveness. She worries about the family's prescriptions, understanding that without innovation, the business from her father will fail. She decides they need help from experienced alchemical masters, as Mr. Zhang's new prescription might change everything. Miss He, in high heels, exudes confidence while a surprised man nervously inquires about her plans to visit the neighboring city. A nervous guy stammers about her return, while another admires her beauty, claiming her stunning presence is captivating. He claims to be the sole protector of his goddess, while the nervous guy praises her beauty in a sparkling atmosphere. He excitedly predicts that lovebirds will thrive in career and love, pondering if this is how novels usually end, exclaiming, "M.A. Fei." He wakes with surprise, feeling confused and excited, questioning the situation as hearts and sparkles surround him. She demands an explanation, accusing him of secretly bringing someone into her alchemical lab and revealing her dirty clothes. Frustrated with the lack of results after 3 attempts, he resolved to practice 4, 5, and even 6 times. She marveled at his perception of her beauty even when upset, while he nervously denied any wrongdoing. She told him to forget it and said he didn't need to come tomorrow, as he tried to explain before the door shut. He exclaimed angrily, calling someone an idiot as he threw something into a bag, clearly irritated. She muttered about needing to wash and disinfect all the equipment again, fuming about someone using her actuator and laser controller. She examined the green-scaled lizard in the tank, noting the actuator's misuse and wondered about the unknown preparation method. She explained that developing mechanical connections for advanced technology requires thorough knowledge and experimentation, which can be daunting for those lacking alchemical skills. She considered if placing hope on unrealistic expectations was her current situation, observing the colorful lab equipment. She accepted their presence in her alchemical lab, contemplating broken items and wondering about the day's surprises. She knelt in her lab, noticing something intriguing while contemplating her alchemical experiments and the mysteries ahead. She examined a peculiar substance, noting its appearance and aroma, questioning if it was condensed moonstone mixed with lithified tuna tree root. Committed to improvement, he vowed to practice more, reassuring himself with determination while weights lay on the floor. She examines the prescription, surprised by its effects, pondering if it represents something entirely new. Rubbing a glass vial gently, her detailed nail art catches the light, revealing her focused curiosity. Poised, she touches her lips lightly, her elegant dress highlighting her figure, projecting intrigue and confidence. Her eyes widen in shock as she declares this is the moment she has awaited. He sighs, regretting the borrowed money, blaming it on someone as he walks down the quiet street with his luggage. He expresses disbelief, lamenting their fate, wishing to see his goddess once more while walking away with his luggage. Hearing someone exclaim, he turns to see a girl excitedly calling to him, surprised by her enthusiasm. She urgently calls Ma Fei, raising her hand to stop him, expressing concern and frustration over his actions. With tears, he exclaims, "Miss he," while another voice pleads, "No, Susu," amidst vibrant blossoms. With excitement, he joyfully declares he always knew the other cared, insisting he will never leave and promising to stay forever. He found himself in a haunting field from his nightmares, frozen and staring at a giant skull beside him. With a wide grin, he calls out to his beloved, feeling excited, while his partner looks surprised and slightly confused. She yanks his shirt with an angry expression, demanding to see someone immediately, as he exclaims in surprise. With determination, she shakes him, insisting on meeting the person now, while he nervously promises to assist her if she can locate him. In frustration, he clutches his phone tightly, revealing he has a contact he's desperately trying to retrieve. Laughing triumphantly, she commands him to hand over the phone, while he frantically chases after her, exclaiming in surprise. Intrigued, she contemplates a medical prescription worth over $5,000, impressed by its skin-whitening components and quality. Feeling a rush of excitement, she cheers inwardly on the phone, recognizing the He family's opportunity as she notices something significant. Surrounded by glowing blue lightning, he stands confidently, embodying the power around him, ready to unleash his strength against any challenge. He exudes calm energy, with glowing swirls surrounding him, eyes closed, embracing the power within, ready for a cosmic awakening. With a serious expression, he gazes forward, his dark tousled hair framing his face as he silently contemplates his powers, prepared for what lies ahead. He questioned if he had fallen asleep again as a monstrous creature emerged from the shadows to attack him. With a hand on his chest, he ponders refining his martial arts technique, aware of the immense potential within him. He considers the nature of a breathing technique, realizing its potential but acknowledging that without its complementary action, refining his martial arts would be ineffective. Reflecting on his increased vitality, he notes the significant effects of the supplement and plans to create more potions to maintain his regimen. He questions the purpose of a call if he isn't going to answer, expressing frustration in a room filled with soft blue hues. Staring at his phone with focus and uncertainty, his blue eyes reflect deep contemplation in a soft blue atmosphere. She apologizes for interrupting, introducing herself as Su from Yangshan Medical Hall, mentioning a product linked to the tonic he left. She agrees to collaborate, suggesting a meeting in 1 week, but expresses eagerness to meet immediately. Panicking, he insists on a week, while someone grabs his shirt, urging him not to postpone, confusion in his eyes as he responds, "Eh?" She asserts her authority, assigning him the mission of finding their master, offering $10,000 for each moment he delays, demanding attention. Surprised, he expresses disbelief, urging his boss to keep their promise while adjusting his outfit against a backdrop of stars. In desperation, he struggled against the creature's fierce grip and sharp teeth, fighting back with all his strength. He was surprised and asked his boss about a possible mistake, anxiety visible on his face. She expressed surprise, concerned about a student using the alchemical lab, and questioned if he was truly the alchemical master. He reacted with disbelief, questioning the student's use of the alchemical lab while examining through the microscope. She expressed confusion internally, wondering about his identity while blushing nervously. He stood shocked and enraged as a monstrous character revealed its fury, tension building. A ghostly hand emerged, holding a dark orb, as purple flames illuminated the cosmos. A character approached the orb held by the ghostly hand, with purple flames lighting up the night, suggesting a mysterious goal. He showed determination, focusing with icy blue eyes on his day's target, ready for the challenge. He exuded powerful presence, bloodied yet strong, as he pointed and declared his ultimate target. He expressed his readiness to test if the other was a ranked martial artist, stepping forward against the starry sky. He shouted in terror at the monster with glowing red eyes, as its mouth opened wide, ready to attack. He confidently expressed his desire to confront a rank 4 martial artist, advancing with determination as energy surrounded him. He moved forward with a powerful strike, releasing intense energy during the battle, leaving a dynamic trail. He realized the opposing force was at least twice as strong, recognizing the need to dodge its powerful attacks. Fear surged as the monstrous character lunged at him, screaming furiously, with blood scattering ominously. Dread overcame him as the creature erupted with vibrant colors, its gaze furious, while shadows moved around. She encountered an overwhelming power as a swirling figure appeared, chaos in the air. He retreated in shock, confronted by a monstrous figure with sharp teeth and glowing eyes, exuding chaotic energy. A swift attack pushed him back, eyes wide with surprise as energy crackled around. He turned away, revealing a tattered shirt and glowing eyes, night enveloping the rocky terrain. He stood over a fallen character, breathing heavily with urgency, as dark tendrils ominously extended around. He cursed his fate, recalling his escape from the terrifying creature nights ago, now facing it once more in disbelief. He thought about the fallen soldier who had died fighting at the front lines, defending the city from monsters. He stated that these creatures are not merely express fodder, but rather human beings who have passed away, emphasizing the tragedy of their fate. He stood quietly, reflecting on the spirits of the brave who have left, while dark energy swirled around him in the night sky. He considered the defeated creature, noting it was a level 5 martial artist, whose punches were strong despite its lost intelligence and arm. Reflecting on his progress, he mentioned it had been a week since he mastered the stellar body refining art, which enhanced his vitality and techniques. He thought about combining the secret technique of the stellar body refining art with the natural breathing technique, believing it would greatly increase his power. Under a starlit sky, characters stand in awe as a massive arm looms above them, signaling danger. As shadows of the dead approach, he realizes an integrated attack is near, while a formidable enemy jumps into the fight above him. Determined, he announces his powerful technique, Stellar Impact, as bright energy surrounds him. She greeted him with a calm, "Hello," her expression inviting and curious, as they shared a moment in a cozy setting. Visibly frustrated, the teacher warned Lu Sheng that his behavior might prevent even a construction job in the future. He shouted, demanding not to be looked down upon, as sweat dripped from his face, showing his frustration. He expressed his desire to rent the assessment machine, asking if an empty room was available, smiling pleasantly. She teased him about returning, hinting at the upcoming exams and reminding him that vitality doesn't increase rapidly. She laughed and suggested he check his progress, noting it was her second visit that month. He mentioned assessments typically occur every few months, but some schools only do them every 6 months. She joked that room 206 was still available, wishing him well. He wondered why he came so frequently if his abilities improved quickly, planning to check his vitality first. He marveled at his vitality, which had increased to 15.632, realizing he had surpassed the rank 2 martial artist standard. He contemplated his situation's logic, recalling advanced martial arts techniques and the oddity of his experiences, realizing it would be strange not to face such challenges. He stood confidently, preparing to demonstrate his combat power, while a robot labeled Test 034 awaited its turn. He stood defiantly in front of the robot as a glowing screen displayed Combat Power Max 937, and a warning interrupted the scene. He gasped, shocked to see the combat power index showing 3,137, realizing it was more than twice the standard requirement. He thought about his lack of skill in close combat, feeling useless with his health status at 0. He questions if his fist technique affects his combat power index, believing his ultimate strength should surpass the current level. He shouts, one more time, as energy surrounds him, determined to push his combat limits. Surrounded by a radiant blue glow, he delivers a powerful punch, emphasizing the intensity of the moment with the words, impact, and stellar. Nearby, he observes her as she holds a stack of documents, wondering aloud. At the counter, she smiles and notes his satisfaction, asking if he has finished. He nods confidently, affirming he is quite pleased with his work. He wishes her luck with her exams, encouraging her to do her best. She expresses gratitude, while another girl peeks out cheerfully. Strolling through the lobby, he smiles contentedly as a cheerful receptionist greets guests, creating a lively atmosphere. She comments on someone acting cool, noting his attractiveness when he smiles. Ni Shuang, in a cropped top and stylish pants, walks confidently while her junior brother greets her enthusiastically, admiring her presence. As a martial artist in training, he delivered a powerful kick, hitting his opponent with force. Ni Shuang informs her friend about bringing her younger brother back from his bath and notices her friend's admiration, questioning if he came for an assessment. A girl, with a smirk, comments on the absurdity of valuing handsomeness, asserting that martial arts skills are what truly matter. Another character, doubtful, remarks on his ordinary attire, suggesting he overestimates his worth. She reflects on societal priorities, noting the importance of martial arts while academics are secondary. He has used tonics to enhance his vitality even before cultivation. He considers his continuous practice of martial arts techniques and realizes the widening gap between himself and peers, worrying about his arrogance. He sighs as she scolds him not to compare himself with kids from ordinary backgrounds, just as he gets hit and exclaims in pain. Frustrated, he yells about working harder due to his resources, while she advises him not to let small successes get to his head, and he acknowledges his mistake. He cheerfully inquires if senior sister Ni can discuss something, eager to know the results of an assessment, while she appears curious. He appears slightly older than her and suggests comparing efforts to see if they have paid off, while she feels uneasy and hesitates. Sighing, he concedes the win but reminds her of his ordinary status. She playfully agrees, laughing with a hint of challenge in her eyes. He discloses that he is the only one who underwent an assessment today, promising to retrieve his results. She responds thoughtfully, while he confirms his student status beside her. Holding a rough rock tightly, he prepared to strike as his opponent stumbled back during the battle. She stared, tears on her cheeks, pondering the shocking revelation and its implications. He embarked on a journey called Logging 10,000 Years into the Future, prepared for distant challenges. He questioned in surprise if the assessment machine malfunctioned, while a girl reacted anxiously. He was shocked, stating the machine was serviced yesterday, as the girl considered the implications. She stared, disbelief in her emerald eyes, questioning the reality of the results. She instructed her team to gather information on all local students, insisting on finding the frequent visitor quickly. She called to Lu Sheng, who seemed distracted, glancing at her as another character moved purposefully past them. She vowed to find him, determination in her gaze, her pink hair framing her intense expression. A sleek yellow car parked on the city street, reflecting the glass buildings, while a character stood captivated by the skyline. A man in a car laughed, addressing a young boy excitedly, boasting he would introduce his daughter if they met again. A rock was raised high above his head, ready to strike his monstrous opponent, amid the tense battle. He laughed, thinking the other character was too enthusiastic, and wished he had only mentioned his upcoming martial arts certification assessment. He thought that if he had mentioned his martial arts certification, the other character would have thought he was crazy and wouldn't have continued talking. He exclaimed in disbelief, questioning how this could be, recalling his combat power at home was over 150. He sighed, accepting the situation, while his friend noted their higher precision. Another friend expressed frustration about his slipping power during the assessment. He expressed excitement about higher precision, realizing he could finally understand his true abilities better. In a spacious lobby, various individuals wandered, while a glowing sign above the reception desk read, "Welcome," in bold characters. A woman with glasses asked about the martial artist certification assessment, holding a form, while a man at the desk directed her to room S203 for the test. A young man stood at the doorway, surprised as he held up a form, his expression indicating he had realized something important. As he looked at the long line of people, one character exclaimed about the queue being extremely long. One character sighed, expressing frustration about the long wait, admitting he didn't have time to waste, and pondered what he could do. He swung a jagged rock down with great force, making a dramatic impact during the battle. He asked his friend if he saw the girl, commenting on her beauty and wondering if she's there for the certification assessment. His friend noted her extraordinary courage. He complained about her, mentioning her beauty and skills, while others agreed, saying she's clearly received exceptional blessings. He noticed that most people in line were about 25 years old, feeling older as he thought he seemed younger than her. He pushed through the door, muscles tense, while another man, looking worried, glanced anxiously at him, sensing the tension. He moved through the crowd, asserting his presence, while a nervous character beside him pleaded for him to pass. He announced to Yuer that today marked the beginning of his martial arts journey. She encouraged him to give his best and assured him of success. He grabbed the attention of a surprised man and woman, while confused figures lingered in the background, hinting at an unexpected encounter. He confidently told the surprised man to step aside, while the woman exclaimed in awe at his impressive physique. One man marveled at another's impressive build, and a woman excitedly commented on how he appeared even larger than two men combined. One man laughed heartily, while another angrily demanded to know who he thought he was, as a woman pointed out the chaotic line and a soldier questioned their manners. He lifted a jagged rock high, ready to slam it down, embodying determination in the bottle's echoes. A tall man cautioned another not to feel superior, while a woman observed. A soldier reviewed Zhao Chongpeng's application and noted he would be the first for the Rank 3 martial artist certification. A muscular man with long hair stood confidently, wearing a sleeveless shirt. He prepared for a challenge with an intimidating presence. She expressed surprise at the mention of an Rank 3 martial artist, while he looked on nervously, fumbling with his drink. She commented on the rarity, noting there were only 10 Rank 3 martial artists in Beihai City. In the martial artist world, he reflected on the idea that strength was supreme and believed that the strong enjoyed various privileges. Zhao Chongfeng confidently walked forward as an attendant announced the start of his vitality assessment, showcasing a high-tech environment filled with lights and screens. Zhao Chongfeng admired the assessment setup. Someone scoffed, expressing doubt about the results, while another tried to calm her down. A character gasped in shock at the assessment result of 107, expressing disbelief. Another was amazed at witnessing someone's vital surge for the first time. A character with a muscular arm and a black band prepared for the combat power assessment while a waiting attendant enthusiastically called for the next participant. With an explosive burst of energy, he leapt forward, determined, leaving the crowd in awe of his powerful presence. Sitting on the ground, covered in grime, he stared at a fallen figure in a heavy atmosphere. With determination, she fights against the chaos, while he questions what is happening. He yells a warning to be careful as something rushes past, displacing his hair. His expression shows annoyance. He stares intensely, sweat forming on his forehead, as realization hits him. His expression turns to shock upon seeing his combat power index at 10,831, reacting with disbelief. A man congratulates Zhao Chongfeng, announcing his new martial artist rank and a monthly cultivation allowance of 30,000. In a dim room, he looks up with determination, surrounded by others connected by wires, hinting at a shared experience of strength and focus. She boasts about her incredible martial artist friend, highlighting his strength and ability to defeat opponents effortlessly, describing him as a Terminator in combat. He considers whether this is the standard for Rank 3 martial artist, while a girl and others surround him. She wonders why he acts important when he only managed to stand firm under wind pressure. He nervously asks if he can go next, while a man in a uniform analyzes data on screens behind them. Standing triumphantly over a lifeless zombie, he declared victory and revealed a zombie's head as its weakness. He stood holding a sheet of paper, puzzled by the absence of a line, while others appeared distressed nearby. He smiled knowingly and encouraged Lu Sheng to prepare for the next round despite witnessing the punch. He advised Lu Sheng not to overthink, suggesting he follow his usual routine, as they both reacted to the surprising 15.7 reading. She questioned the unexpected age in confusion, asking if he was really 17 or 18, while others expressed astonishment. He expressed surprise that an 18-year-old was a Rank 2 martial artist, commenting on his unexpected vitality. He reassured the other not to worry about Zhao Changfeng's punch, suggesting repeated tests of combat power for satisfaction. He smiled, slightly startled, and chuckled, thanking but insisting it was okay. He launched a powerful attack, surrounded by shimmering blue energy, declaring once would be enough, embodying stellar. Surprised, she stared wide-eyed at him, while he watched with concern and determination as the shimmering energy enveloped them. A purple glow filled the room as the word impact vibrated with energy, capturing everyone's attention. Confused, he exclaimed as dark energy swirled around him, questioning what was happening. Blue energy erupted as ice shards spread, creating tension. A man smirked amidst the chaos, while two characters struggled, determined to overcome the blue energy. Determined, she focused on her C combat power index, ready for the challenges despite the chaos. She stared at her C combat power index in disbelief, realizing it was 15,709, shocked by the revelation. He sighed in relief after mastering his technique, understanding his combat index and martial arts power. Stunned, he listened as the instructor congratulated him on passing the Rank 1 martial artist assessment, suggesting his skills surpassed higher ranks. Apologizing, the instructor assured him the issue would be reported to the association, emphasizing that talent, especially genius, would not be ignored. Frantically, the instructor promised to submit the report immediately, stating he would risk his career, while another character expressed doubt. Surprised, he wondered if he could finally return home as he hurried away. He glanced at the shadowy character, questioning if it needed anything from him. Feeling anxious, Lu Sheng listened carefully, questioning his health standards for a construction job, worried about falling below 0.8. He cried out as dark energy surrounded him, overwhelmed by pain and confusion. He looked up, surprised when a large hand reached out to him, encouraging him to respond. He called to Zhao Changfeng, a dominant character beside him, capturing attention with a commanding presence in a futuristic environment. Approaching Lu Sheng, he extended his hand for a handshake, feeling the significance of the moment despite the chaotic surroundings. Wang Da-meng introduced himself to Mr. Lu as others gathered, seeking Mr. Lu's attention and time. As Mr. Lu escaped, the crowd shouted in frustration, realizing Zhao Zhangpeng had cleverly outmaneuvered them. He sighed, pondering if senior sister Yang was still absent. His foot on the pavement reflected the tall building behind. She wondered about senior sister Yang's well-being, while her friend assured her that the certification process was simple for someone as talented as Yang. She agreed, considering senior sister Yang's condition while observing the Beihai City Martial Arts Association building. Hearing Lu Sheng's name surprised him, and he looked around puzzled, as if searching for answers. He approached the group, surprised to see Qing, and asked what she was doing there, curiosity present. He expressed his determination to join the Defense Corps, despite his friend's warnings about the challenging training. She playfully accused him of skipping school, while a friend showed interest in his current activities at the Martial Arts Association. He admitted to skipping school, curious how she knew he was mostly sleeping, then asked about the association's activities. Introducing himself to brother Lu as Feng Fanfan, he mentioned his friends called him Rice and presented Shi Nuo, explaining they were there for an assessment. He complimented brother Lu, saying he looked better than described by Qing. Lu responded with a casual thanks. He smiled at his friends, reminding them of his past care during school, while they reacted with surprise and amusement. She prepared to leave, playfully saying goodbye to brother Lu while resisting his teasing grip, showing her annoyance. He joked about their good relationship, which she denied, accusing them of betrayal, as a character approached. They called out to senior sister Yang, inquiring about her results, while two girls eagerly approached her with curiosity. She sighed, wanting to avoid discussing the topic, and explained that an unexpected event had caused a suspension of assessments, leaving her to wait until the afternoon. With a puzzled look, she questioned the incident that delayed all assessments, feeling both curious and concerned. He saluted when the sergeant announced his membership in base number 135,956, a defense team, reminding him to remember the number. He realized he faced a demon, not just a monster. The character seemed his age yet had immense vitality and combat skills. She reflected on her past overconfidence, recognizing that his skills made her own seem insignificant. He asked senior sister Yang about a person's name, expressing curiosity and uncertainty. She laughed mischievously and began to reveal a name, creating suspense. Surprised, she held her hands as a friend questioned if someone named Lu Sheng was her brother. He took a bite of his bun, surprised by its aroma under the sunny sky. He remarked on a commotion caused by people while two women spoke about martial artists from the Honachan Martial Arts Academy searching for someone. He thought about the Honashuan Martial Arts Academy, questioning if it was where he had been assessed, dismissing the fierce individuals there. Receiving a call from the Martial Arts Academy, he chose to ignore it, contemplating potential future regret. The sun highlighted the weathered buildings, merging urban life and technology in a quiet atmosphere. He acknowledged the sergeant's advice, noting that breathing techniques enhance skills and promote growth, even during rest. He responded, "Understood, sir." With a piercing gaze, he considers his next move, shadows dancing across his sharp features in a moment of reflection. Her hand hovers over the glowing panel as she activates the optical mind, and a bright light surrounds her. He tells Ellie to retrieve his biography as a holographic image appears above the sleek furniture. Examining his data, he identifies himself as Liu Sheng, a male martial artist with a historical rating of 2 stars. Liu Sheng reflects on becoming a level 2 martial artist at 18, astonishing Beihai City, and his ranking among the top 20 at the Dongning Province Prodigy Training Camp. A stern man in military attire recalls his journey, graduating 3 years later from Martial Arts University, entering the military, and founding the Sacred Martial Arts Academy. He attempted to be promoted to a rank 7 master at age 50 but failed, dying in a monster ambush in Beihai City in July, year 383 MC, at age 87. Reflecting on how the future could change, he remembers just a week ago when he was only a rank 4 martial artist who passed at 37. Now, as a rank 6 martial artist nearing 80, he ponders his lost chance to become a rank 7 master. He observes the glowing pink sign with determination, realizing his current abilities are insufficient for what lies ahead. Understanding the world's perception of his change is insignificant, he acknowledges the need for more power to alter humanity's fate. He exclaimed in disbelief that the base's doors were under attack by evolved creatures and black mists were everywhere. She surveyed the city below, considering how even a rank 6 martial artist is seen as minor, and the strongest would face challenges in the future. He understood that to change their destiny and find hope, reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, like rank 10 or rank 11, was crucial. Resolute, he decided not to look back, embracing the slim hope this path offered. Holding a marker, he skillfully drew a character, inspired by a bright moment, confident of soon becoming a rank master. He sighed, wishing Chairman Xiao would dedicate as much effort to nurturing people as to other matters, believing it would greatly improve the situation. He chuckled, telling the elder not to tease him, while Chairman Xiao of the Baji Martial Arts Association expressed his intention to cultivate more martial arts talents. He remarked that Beihai City lacks established martial arts families and resources to support them, emphasizing by setting down his brush. He pondered the news broadcast, realizing that any promising talent in Beihai City might seek better opportunities elsewhere, despite his wish to assist. Behind the glass stood Charmaine Xiao, a shadowy figure with a stoic, contemplative expression. With wide eyes and a shocked look, he exclaimed that the training camp was about to start. He questioned why he had memories of the person he killed, clutching his head in shock. He reflected on how the city hadn't sent participants to the camp in years, realizing it would be humiliating not to send anyone this time. He insisted that upholding the dignity of Beihai City was essential and made sure everyone understood. He shouted about the importance of discovering talents, achieving goals, and making progress, emphasizing his determination with a clenched fist. He wished for a higher position to access better resources, frustrated with his current rank. Frustrated, he faced his palm against his forehead, while a woman rushed in, shouting about a situation at the martial artist assessment area. He questioned her panic, wondering if she didn't even know how to knock as she hurried in. She rushed in, apologizing for the urgency and revealing that the examiner had given her very important news. He revealed the shocking news about an 18-year-old who was a rank 2 martial artist boasting a combat power of over 15,000. He demanded to see the recording as she dropped something from her hands, affirming with a yes. He stared at the screen, sweat beading on his brow, while she gasped, looking concerned, her hand covering her mouth. He wondered about the events, his hands glowing with energy, surrounded by an eerie aura as he struggled to understand. With fierce intensity, he delivered a powerful punch, his eyes glowing blue amidst swirling energy. The woman in glasses was surprised, exclaiming about the perfection stage fist technique, while the man beside her questioned its meaning. The young man thought confidently that few in the world could match his skill in the perfection stage fist technique. He expressed disbelief, convinced that achieving a combat power of 15,000 with such a technique was impossible, especially with a vitality of 15.7. At 18, he wondered why his combat power was lower than his vitality, puzzled by the influence of an ordinary family. A woman laughed, suggesting it was related to the chairman. Surprised, she gasped while her expression captured a moment of shock. He laughed heartily, lifting her as she felt flustered. She considered how rare he was, a one-in-a-billion martial artist. He laughed, lifting her as she exclaimed in surprise, questioning the meaning of a gifted martial artist. Others watched in shock. Smiling, he declared that some are born with exceptional powers among cultivators. After awakening, they become the strongest martial artists. He laughed, eager to visit Lu Sheng's house to thank his parents for their contribution, teasing about informing the chauffeur immediately. He was taken aback, eyes wide, as an unexpected realization left him speechless. He informed senior sister Ni that they had found Lu Sheng, showing enthusiasm with a raised arm. He explained to senior sister Ni that they located Lu Sheng, a student at Beihai High, and mentioned details about his family and younger sister. He responded energetically when senior sister Ni asked why they were searching for him, discussing a student from a modest background. She advised keeping quiet, suggesting there was more to the situation. She answered her phone, acknowledging she understood while he approached quietly, realizing she was looking for someone, surprised by the rapid developments. She directed him to purchase luxury gifts for parents and a teenage girl. He appeared confused but agreed. He found Lu Sheng and raised his phone with a pig design, expressing admiration for the sight. He sat cross-legged by the door, opening his eyes as a knock interrupted his calm. He kneeled to place weights down when someone outside called for Lu to greet visitors, and he said he was coming. He adjusted his hoodie with a smirk, pondering how long it had been since someone called him Big Brother, and if the visitors were significant. He watched the gathering from under a table, curious and tense as familiar faces appeared in the room. He expressed shock at his sudden strength, questioning his newfound power during the intense moment. She called Sheng over, introducing him to student Lu. Xiao Yuhei, the chairman of the Beihai Martial Arts Association, introduced himself to the boy, ready to discuss the certification assessment. Xiao greeted Lu Sheng with a handshake, noting his impressive rank as a martial artist. Xiao praised Lu Sheng's composed nature, remarking on his unique steadiness in the martial arts realm. Xiao introduced Miss Ni Shuang from Hengchuan Martial Arts Academy, drawing the group's attention to her presence. Miss Ni Shuang greeted Lu Sheng, recalling their previous meeting at the academy. Lu Sheng nodded at Miss Ni, expressing his pleasure at their meeting. A serious individual addressed Lu, promising to get straight to the point. The announcement to Lu revealed he would receive a martial artist badge, confirming his rank. Lu expressed disbelief at achieving rank 2 while friends encouraged him to continue his martial arts journey. He stared at the energy around him, astonished, as if questioning the source of the power enveloping his hands. He thanked Chairman Xiao and the association for their support while sitting with a friend. Realizing there are no free gifts, he considered how to repay the association, gazing thoughtfully. Adjusting his suit, he wondered if Chairman Xiao needed anything, feeling surprised by the interaction. He hoped to attend the prodigy training camp in Dongxing Province, showing excitement. She questioned Chairman Xiao about the prodigy training camp, her excitement clear. Reflecting, she acknowledged the camp as a gathering place for talented martial artist geniuses. He thought about the camp, where geniuses could fail, recalling a senior brother's high hopes. Feeling defeated, he faded into the background, dark wisps surrounding him, reflecting despair. Student Lu passionately urged her on, while a mustached man recognized the camp's risks. He noted a place where true talents are distinguished, with the city's greatest genius just a stepping stone. A student suggested letting Lu Sheng sleep, pointing out his health status was only 0.7, while classmates exchanged amused glances. He realized that strength was gradually filling him, pondering if it came from the zombie he had encountered while wearing the gear. He confidently comments on her unique skills and proficiency, believing her future achievements will exceed her current abilities. He respects student Lu's decision, while she listens in surprise, highlighting their contrasting emotions. He asks for her opinion, smiling slightly, indicating a relaxed atmosphere. He acknowledges Chairman Xiao, accepts the document seriously, stressing the moment's significance. Holding a phone, he smiles confidently, expressing his belief in his untapped potential. He exhales, adjusts his tie, and assures he will pick her up in 2 days without further issues. He assures student Lu of their meeting in 2 days, with friends nearby sharing anticipation. Addressing Miss Ni casually, he hints at an engaging conversation as she sits turned away. Sitting on the couch in a blue hoodie, he seriously asks her to explain her visit. With wide eyes and a flushed face, she feels a rush of emotion, her heart racing intensely. Defeating the zombie not only gave him its past life memories but also its strength. She coughed, blushing as she thought he looked more handsome than in the picture, nervously admitting her arrival. She gestured passionately, inviting Lu Sheng to become an honorary disciple of the Hengchan Martial Arts Academy. She explained to Lu Sheng that as an honorary disciple, he could train anytime and enjoy privileges, though it was just a normal title. She confidently declined the offer, her blue eyes assessing him as he stood there, surprised by her assertiveness. She insisted the terms were negotiable, expressing her willingness to be an honorary member, while he contemplated her confidence and terms. He declined her offer, noting he wasn't a disciple of her martial arts academy, but agreed to future assessments since they would be nearby. She remained silent with a worried expression, a bead of sweat on her forehead, considering her next move. With a stern look, she sighed, affirming that his honorary role must be exclusive to them. She promised to deliver his monthly stipend to his house, assuring him it would be around $100,000, before saying goodbye. Sheng questioned if it was a dream, staring in disbelief as others reacted excitedly to the news of his supposed $1 million achievement, with one woman commenting on his impressive status. He examined his hand, questioning whether he had truly gained a lifetime of experience or if this defied nature. Sheng questioned the situation, realizing he had truly become a rank 2 martial artist, feeling overwhelmed by the moment. He urged his mother to stop working night shifts, explaining it was too exhausting at her age, while they held hands affectionately. She urged her father to quit tough jobs, expressing concern for his health and assuring him he should take it easy. He reassured both young men that he could now earn money, encouraging them to relax and stop pushing themselves so hard. A warm atmosphere surrounded the Xingshan Medicinal Hall, hinting at the healing and wellness offered within. She anxiously bit her finger, reflecting on how it's been a week without knowing his name or appearance. Surrounded by papers, she sighed in frustration while searching for information about a missing genius alchemical master, feeling hopeless about her progress. She examined the tonic he created, realizing that the deeper she analyzed it, the more shocking the data became, sweat trickling down her face. She examined the tonic, realizing its strength surpassed most available options, while alarming data revealed concerning side effects and duration. Reflecting on the cost-effectiveness of the tonic, she realized it was surprisingly affordable compared to others, appreciating its groundbreaking potential. He sighed, wishing it wasn't just a dream, uncertainty etched on his brow as raindrops fell. She questioned where the person was, while a nearby boy looked terrified, wondering if he disappeared. He hesitated, sweat forming on his forehead, nervously speaking about finding the elusive alchemical master as a purple aura surrounded him. He clenched his fists on a table with scattered papers, determination in his eyes, surrounded by a vibrant purple aura. He exclaimed in surprise about someone's absence while she pointed at a document, both engaged in a serious discussion. He learned that an unrivaled martial prodigy appeared in their city the previous day. At 18, he passed the rank 2 martial artist assessment, surpassing peers with his combat power index. They celebrated his achievement. In a bustling cafe, she lounged confidently, showing her striking style, while he exclaimed about her talents as a student at their high school. In Shuhai City, the imposing Lone Fox Mountain rose amidst the mist, adding mystery and allure. In the serene forest, a gentle river flowed through lush greenery, hinting at secrets within the tranquil landscape. A white dove appeared amidst the misty forest, capturing the tranquil and mysterious essence of the surroundings. Walking through the landscape, he reflected on how everything seemed real despite the dreamlike feeling. A dove soars over the river amid the forest's serene backdrop. A bird descends toward the river, puzzled by the water's splashes as it prepares for flight. He lunges forward, his blue sleeve trailing, as if diving into an adventure amid powerful waves. He realizes that the Stella impact can be adapted and claims his body techniques have improved, making him 5 times faster than a regular rank 2 martial artist. He names his new move Cloud Chasing Step, and stands among the misty trees, exuding confidence and skill. With determination, he strides confidently on the rocky edge, leaving a dust cloud behind, embodying grace. Standing on the rocky edge, he gazes at the sunrise illuminating the clouds, feeling awe and determination. Reflecting on the natural breathing technique's potential, he feels each breath enhance his ability to control the air. He extends his hand gracefully, sensing the magical energy and his heightened awareness of his surroundings. He extends his hand, feeling nature's changes and integrating balance between heaven and earth, surrounded by purple energy. He stood shocked as the dark energy dissipated, the eerie atmosphere increasing his confusion. His intense gaze reveals deep thoughts and determination, with tousled dark hair and striking blue eyes hinting at inner conflict. He exclaims in delight, realizing a breakthrough, raising his hand and feeling his vitality surge, believing he can now exert 6 times the power. He expresses surprise about finding the plants needed for the marrow-nourishing elixir, realizing this breakthrough in his cultivation was unexpected. Reflecting on his research for the marrow-nourishing elixir, he realizes the medicinal value of these plants remains undiscovered in this era. He considers the order of the remaining herbs needed at the mountain's base, pondering why they aren't prepared yet. Deciding to test his speed descending the mountain, he is eager to see how quickly he can go with the cloud-chasing step. At the base of Lone Fox Mountain, he eagerly pushes himself to test his speed, feeling the rush of adrenaline as he prepares to descend. He greets a man with a friendly smile, introducing himself as the one who ordered some herbs and inquiring if they're ready for collection. Welcoming his visitor with a smile, the man assures him that everything is ready and gathered, showing various baskets filled with herbs. Holding fresh herbs, he mentions sun lotus grass and dew frost leaf, while the visitor acknowledges with satisfaction that all are mature enough for use. A sudden memory startled him, his blue eyes wide as he whispered about its significance. He declared he would take 10 of each herb, handing over $5,000 as the seller reminded him not to be impatient. He mentioned that it's not 500 each but 1,000, adding that he must purchase all the medicinal herbs available. He looked at the person in front of him, confused, and asked for clarification. He confidently addressed the newcomer, revealing a tattoo and stating, "You're not from Shuhai City, right?" He suggested to the newcomer that parents should teach important lessons, while another character walked casually in the background. He realized someone was trying to pressure him into a sale and responded calmly, with a hint of a smile. One man, smirking, warned against deception, noting their martial arts skills, while another threatened with a knife, urging him to back off. With a grin, one character expressed excitement as a group of menacing figures approached, ready for action. Adopting a threatening stance, one character warned him to behave, indicating they wouldn't hesitate to be tough. He pointed forward with determination, and an explosive force shattered the rocks behind him, surprising everyone in the forest. Surrounded by glowing red symbols, he stood frozen, his expression a mix of awe and fear as mysterious forces swirled. Surprised, the 3 friends expressed shock when they saw something astonishing in the forest. One exclaimed, questioning what they were witnessing. Holding a rock firmly, he prepared to ask a question, determined as he spoke. With a smirk, he stood confidently, contemplating whether to accept defeat given the circumstances. Excited friends cheered as one showed a hand with dirt and broken sticks, claiming victory in a playful challenge. In a tense moment, a character apologized, while others pleaded ignorance and regret for their actions. In the forest, one character offered to take all the food, while another, frustrated, declared he wouldn't continue. Smiling with a basket of food, he stated he would teach about honesty in business, ensuring no one is cheated, regardless of age. He appreciated the advice, assuring they would improve. He mentioned gathering all ingredients, ready to prepare for the training camp. He pondered the world today, questioning students' strength. A man considered finding a new job, doubting the effort needed for martial arts. The next day, he exited the car, carrying a blue bag, ready to face what was ahead. Sweating and distressed, he pondered the mysterious base 1359, considering if he could uncover the hidden truth in this dream. He stood outside a grand building labeled Dongjing Province Prodigy Training Camp, observing the bustling crowd and preparing for what lay ahead. Arriving at the camp, he noticed its resemblance to a military base, blending into the crowd with surprise. He asked her about martial artist badges, while she nervously wondered if they were appropriate for the setting. Recalling his badge displayed by his mom, he felt uneasy about forgetting it when he left home, questioning if it would cause any problems. A tall man questioned a young man about his origin, noticing he was alone. The young man explained he was from Beihei City and was late due to unforeseen circumstances. A young woman expressed confusion about Beihei City not sending a representative. The man beside her remarked on the young man's delayed inclusion without a badge. A serious man commented on Lu Sheng being alone, revealing that the association chairman had mentioned him, while a nearby group laughed, noting his connection to the Beihei City associations. A serious man commented on Lu Sheng's unique status, while a nearby group teased him about the gifts he might have given the association chairman. A man instructed Lu Sheng to join the group from Qingyuan City for an entrance ceremony, while another man advised him to leave his luggage on the floor for collection later. A man expressed concern about the entrance ceremony being in batches, while another observed it didn't seem ordinary, hinting at a mysterious atmosphere. Feeling more at ease, he realized the need for combat-type zombies to gain strength and enhance his abilities, valuing their memories. He paused, noticing something unusual as he stood on a large chain, striking a powerful pose in the industrial setting. He noticed the wide-open sky while standing in a room filled with an audience as an excited friend reacted energetically beside him. In a tense atmosphere, he anxiously questioned the situation, while she urged everyone to listen, and the guard commanded silence. He confidently explained that their mission was to reach the exit opposite the corridor alone and that success would mean passing the entrance assessment, while failures must go home. He questioned if this was the entrance ceremony, expressing confusion about the corridor and seeking clarity as others appeared puzzled in the busy background. In a chaotic scene, he was stunned, exclaiming confusion while others screamed in panic, revealing a tense and unexpected moment filled with fear. He was in shock, questioning what was happening as he fell, surrounded by a striking background of purple and blue, emphasizing his confusion. He grimaced in pain, exclaiming as he watched others struggle in a chaotic battle, their determination clashing against the tense atmosphere. He winced in pain, asking where they were, while another complained about an old-fashioned trap, as others reacted in confusion within the dark setting. He stood confidently in a dim, high-tech corridor, looking ahead with determination, ready to face whatever came next. Sighing, he lamented that Lu Sheng wasn't trying, holding a document against a chalkboard filled with notes. Realizing something significant, he wondered aloud, expressing concern while sweat marked his focused face. With his eyes shut, he radiates serene confidence, surrounded by a glowing purple aura indicating his mysterious power. In a dim corridor, glowing blue lights illuminate the path, creating an atmosphere of mystery and anticipation for upcoming events. In the eerie blue-lit corridor, he ponders its uniqueness, questioning the shadows and marveling at the incredible psychic powers, likening them to novel superpowers. He smirks, expecting something extraordinary, while his friend stands quietly, unimpressed, commenting on the boredom. A character angrily scolds Lin Xiaoyu for not warning about the entrance ceremony's dangers, while another looks concerned and surprised. A smirking character criticizes another for lacking martial arts skills, warning against boasting after attending the training camp. Lin smirks confidently while Xiaoyu reacts angrily, and she tries to calm him, saying it's enough. A group discusses their shared background, emphasizing unity, as one mentions the challenge of entering the training camp and the need to clear the assessment urgently. He reassures his friends, highlighting the importance of unity within their Qingyuan group, explaining the prodigy training camp's challenging entrance assessment. He smirks, mentioning an unusual finding, while a hand gestures toward him, suggesting he be the first to scout the area. He covered his face in shock, exclaiming his confusion about the surreal situation as he stood amidst chaos. He laughed, suggesting the small character nearby could be their test subject for traps, while she appeared concerned by the idea. He smirked with a confident expression, hinting at a secret or satisfaction as he contemplated his next move. He pushed aside his companion and expressed admiration for his initiative, hinting they might offer help if he impressed them. He smirked, noting that only cows and sheep form herds, while a predator stands solitary, leaving his companion confused. He smirked, asserting that he wasn't a sheep and threatened to kill his challenger, as a crowd gathered to watch the confrontation. He stepped forward confidently, drawing the attention of the crowd, as his imposing figure loomed with the command to step, echoing around. He exclaimed in shock as he stared at the massive pink spheres surrounding him, wondering in disbelief, what the hell? He turned in surprise, realizing he was surrounded by massive pink mechanical puppets, exclaiming in astonishment, "Mechanical puppets?" He commented that even the weakest mechanical puppet outmatched an official rank 1 martial artist, questioning the countless puppets around them and if the trainers intended harm. In a cramped space, he expressed frustration about having nowhere to escape, while others, grim-faced, looked to him for guidance, asking what they should do. He reached out in frustration, letting out a loud noise while his hand trembled in the disorder. He reflects on the high costs of building mechanical puppets, noting the effort needed for perfection mirrors real life. He calls the country bumpkin from Beihei City foolish, explaining that activated mechanical puppets will attack anyone approaching. He dismisses a kid as a low-level martial artist, even as a girl warns him to be cautious. A massive red fist descends toward him, but he remains unfazed by the impending attack. As the giant red fist looms closer, he stays calm, staring defiantly with striking blue eyes, ready for the challenge. In a high-tech setting, he pretends to be exhausted with a smirk, as a girl laughs and another guy shields his eyes, startled. In the dark high-tech environment, he stands defiantly as a massive fist descends, prepared to confront the threat with determination. He is shocked to realize he managed to stop the attack, while the others react with disbelief and concern. He raises an eyebrow challengingly, asking if the opponent has more to offer as sparks surround him. He confidently lifts his arm as the huge, red robot advances, sparks flying, with metallic counterparts lining up behind. Breathing heavily, drenched in sweat, he crawled on the floor, realizing he had just woken up. He gripped the heavy rock, lifting it with determination as dirt and debris scattered. Raising his arm, he summoned a powerful force, causing explosions to erupt around him, with a fierce aura emanating from his character. She questioned if he was human, while another character anxiously considered how to counter his immense strength. He laughed, joking that the mechanical puppets were merely poorly constructed junk, expressing disbelief. He commented that the mechanical puppets were likely as weak as practice dummies, while another insisted they were not just poorly made. He sighed, deeming it pointless to explain, as two others stood behind, clearly confused by the situation. He declared that if they still did not understand, they should watch as he dealt with the giant red robot beside him. Leaping forward, he shouted and kicked the giant red robot, determined to move past it. He exclaimed the puppets were fakes, as the group behind him reacted with surprise and disbelief. With a smirk, he stated he had warned them, standing triumphantly beside a large, round robot, showing his delight. A girl called to Lu Sheng, urging him to come out and eat, questioning how long he intended to stay in his room. He celebrated his victory with a grin as a large, pink robot stood behind him, enhancing the scene. He shouted angrily about trash, while a character in a red coat was thrown into a wall, leaving a mark. He exclaimed in disbelief, frustrated that these were Grade 2 mechanical puppets, not Grade 1. He urgently called for Lin Xiaoyu to wake up, as Grade 2 mechanical puppets stood ready for action behind them. She revealed the threat posed by Grade 2 mechanical puppets with fear, while her companions showed concern for the injured man. She sighed and questioned the rank of the unknown individual, her expression showing curiosity and confusion. He explained that each mechanical puppet has a core that requires only a light touch to defeat, but there are too many to handle. Boredom washed over him as he faced the mechanical puppets in the shadows, unfazed by the situation. He expressed disbelief about the malfunctioning mechanical puppets they had acquired, holding a tablet and looking around in alarm. He doubted that inexperienced kids could destroy Grade 2 mechanical puppets, searching for the responsible person as he realized the second trial had started. The girl called out to a disheveled Lu Sheng at the door, surprised and unsure while murmuring her name, Qing. He appeared shocked, questioning his role as the gatekeeper for the second trial and reporting the loss of all connections. Confidently, he expressed hope that they wouldn't let him down, surrounded by an intense atmosphere. Entering the high-tech room, he noticed the display showing O8's disqualification and felt the situation's gravity. She stood confidently in a sleek outfit, her long braid cascading down her back, engrossed in the high-tech console's data. Focused on the screen, she typed, her silver hair framing a determined expression, exuding confidence. He entered, cheerfully holding a green mug, reflecting on the day's satisfaction while welcoming Qingshui. Frowning, she expressed displeasure at being called Major Qin Xiaojun and suggested reviewing materials together. She insisted Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingshui sit and inquired about this year's Prodigy training camp participants. Sighing, she rubbed her forehead, stating only 8 participants met the standards, all recognized martial artists with awakened abilities. He considered the 5 participants average, focusing on strength, while noting the other 3 balanced agility and defense. She expressed disbelief at Lu Sheng for pretending to work out while actually sleeping, surrounded by lilies. He highlighted with enthusiasm that the participant was psychic type, holding a green mug. She asserted that this psychic type martial artist was exceptionally talented. Xia Lin, at 18 years and 8 months, was nearing rank 1 mentalist. He remarked on her excellence in martial arts and her progress toward rank 2, joking about their icy gazes. She instructed him to stop joking, revealing she had made Xia Lin the main focus for this year's training camp. He chuckled, noting that others were also talented, while she asked for clarification, appearing confused. He showed shock and confusion, exclaiming about the unexpected outcome, spilling his drink in the process. She leaned over the console with sharp eyes, exuding authority in her military uniform, ready to face challenges. The bright pink robot advanced with intense force, its eyes glowing ominously, preparing to strike. Xia Lin questioned if this was the final challenge, her long silver hair flowing as she took a deep breath. Xia Lin sensed a significant danger, realizing the opponent's ability ranked at least rank J, pondering if it was a supervisor for the assessment. She glared with determination, her blue eyes framed by lilies that mirrored her intense expression. As the door opened, a character emerged, causing surprise. She stood confidently, her striking hair and outfit creating a mysterious aura. Tension filled the room as a man reacted in shock, fists raised, while others stood behind barriers, eyes wide with surprise. Confusion spread as a girl with blue hair wondered about the situation, while 2 men stood ready with sticks, questioning the reason for the high alert. A girl with silver hair, concerned, wondered if something significant was happening inside, realizing 2 people were involved in a fight. He questioned why the opponent was a human, pondering if the assessment targets were supposed to be robots. He glared, questioning the identity of the mysterious character, thinking, "Who is he?" as an ominous energy surrounded them. She stared, overwhelmed by fear as he loomed menacingly, his intense gaze piercing through the darkness. Startled, she turned and raised her hand, commanding them to back away, her confidence cutting through the tense atmosphere. Shocked by a sudden command to "shut up," the 2 men instinctively turned, fear evident as they held their weapons tightly. Breathing heavily, she trembled in fear, recalling the terrifying bolt that gripped her heart, her wide eyes reflecting the shadows. He chuckled nervously, glancing at her as she stood with wide eyes, a mix of surprise and uncertainty. Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingxue and Major Qin Xiaojun stand together, assessing the situation. She inquires about the supervisor's location amidst the rising tension. The white-haired woman insists on immediate information regarding everyone who entered Passage 12, while another woman suggests it's unnecessary. A young man in a hoodie, standing determinedly before a large door marked "Open," prepares to act, sweat trickling down his face. A young man laughs and grins at his companions, who are surprised, dismissing him as just a student. A young man, surprised and sweating, stands among his companions, who share his concern and confusion about the events. A young man kneels, clutching his leg in shock, while his friends anxiously observe the chaos. A woman in a military outfit is questioned by 2 armed guards about her origin from Qingyuan City. She responds calmly, intrigued by their hostility. Lu Sheng, a stunned man, reacts to a woman's sudden fall from Beihe City, sensing urgency as purple energy swirls around him. A confident young man grins, telling the stunned kid he has nerve, having damaged expensive mechanical puppets and beaten the supervisor. He nervously scratches his head, explaining it was a misunderstanding about the assessment, thinking it was part of the test and not holding back against the strong opponent. He stood at the door, slightly damp and disheveled, with a sheepish smile as she looked up, her eyes filled with shock and curiosity. He watches as she releases a strong energy, her face unreadable, with purple sparks swirling around her. He stands with confidence, bathed in violet energy, while a character remains still on the ground, heightening the scene's tension. He focuses intensely, enveloped in purple energy, with the word "sweep through" underscoring the moment's intensity. His fierce gaze, blue eyes reflecting vibrant purple energy, as the word "split" suggests the power he wields. Eyes closed, determination etched on his face, swirling energy hints at potential power. He smiles at her as she congratulates him for passing the entrance assessment, advising rest and directing him to the dorms. He declares a kid's abilities incredible after watching a recording, while she questions the mismatch between low vitality and high combat power. He considers his evaluation of a boy's psychic energy, noting he detected nothing unusual or reactive. He inquires about her plan for the monster, and she responds that she hasn't decided, pointing out outdated stats in his file. They agree to prioritize him, likening his significance to Sha Lin, as ominous energy surrounds them, hinting at the forthcoming election. He pondered whether he had ever escaped one nightmare only to find himself in another, lost in a vortex of vivid colors and lights.